Chapter 1. Reading novels is for fun. The timeline in the text may be slightly different from the original, please don't take it too seriously. Brain storage. Border area of the Fire Country. With a flash of white light, a simple building suddenly appeared. In front of the building stood two stone pillars, with words engraved on both sides. On the left side of the stone pillar was written, "All-knowing and all-powerful." On the right side of the stone pillar was written, "Everything is available." And above the two stone pillars was a plaque with the words, "As long as you have money." Inside the house, Yun Xiao looked at the things on the glass shelves around him with a confused look on his face. What did the system do for him? He hurried out of the house and looked at the dense woods around him. Yun Xiao's face was dark. There is no village in front and no store behind. Who comes here to buy things? Yun Xiao said speechlessly. Host, please be patient. Although my positioning is wrong, good wine needs no bush. Yun Xiao's mouth twitched. It turned out that the system had made a mistake in positioning, so the store was located in this desolate wilderness. I wish the host to open the store soon. How can I open a store in such a broken place? Yun Xiao said angrily. Yun Xiao is a time traveler. After his death in his previous life, he appeared in a dark space. It was unknown how long it took, but Yun Xiao was almost mentally collapsed in this environment. Suddenly, a voice came to his ears, "Are you willing to be the manager of the Wanja store and go to another world to sell things?" This made Yun Xiao very excited. He could finally get rid of this damn place, so he immediately agreed. Please understand the placement of the goods in the store as soon as possible, said the system. Hearing this, Yun Xiao walked to the glass counter closest to him and looked at the goods inside curiously. There was a silver-white pistol on the counter. Oh, it's a Desert Eagle. He looked at the label under the counter, and when he saw the price, his expression was very exciting. Fuck, is this gun made of gold? How dare they sell it for 3 million taels? He looked at the assault rifle next to him, which was even more expensive, 7 million taels. This row was full of hot weapons. Ling Yun took a look and found that the cheapest was a grenade, which only cost 300,000 taels each. He looked at another row of display cabinets. There were not many things on them, but Yun Xiao was completely dumbfounded. System, you come and tell me what the hell is this? Yun Xiao pointed at a product on the counter and said in disbelief. On the counter, there was a light stick about the length of a palm, with golden and transparent marble patterns all over the body. That's right, it was a light stick. How the hell can there be a light stick? Yun Xiao exclaimed. He said why the magic stick disappeared after Daegyu defeated Gaetanja, and it turned out that it came here. He subconsciously looked at the price. Well, it's reasonable. The price is very fair, only 30 million taels. This magic stick can only transform 3 times, and then it will turn into stone and need to be re-injected with light. It can transform 3 times after injecting light once, and the price is 30 million taels. Yun Xiao opened his mouth in shock. So this is still a consumable? Wow, if you calculate it this way, it will cost 10 million to transform once, and it can only transform for 3 minutes. Well, actually, the price is not that fair. Yun Xiao said embarrassedly. He cast his eyes on the goods behind him, but found a pile of silver-white suitcases on the shelf behind him. He walked to a box curiously and opened it. The box slowly opened, and there was a red metal watch inside. Fuck, Yanlong. Yun Xiao said as he opened the next few boxes. It was indeed an armored warrior. He looked at the row of suitcases at the back. How many armors are there? He took a look at the price, which was also 30 million taels. Yun Xiao asked curiously, System, is this summoner also a consumable? It's not a consumable. Yun Xiao was a little surprised. Did the system have a change of heart? It actually doesn't limit the number of transformations. Isn't this a big loss? But the next words of the system let Yung Xiao know that the system is still the same system. Host, this is only the price of the summoner itself, but the 5 elements crystals and skill cards required for transformation are another price, and the summoner also needs regular maintenance. Yung Xiao gave a thumbs up. Good guy, you can obviously rob the money directly, but you still give the other party something. Host gets a commission every time he sells a product. Oh, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I just like selling things. Yun Xiao said with a sly smile. Host, I understand, I understand. Fire the border of the fire country. Several people wearing animal masks shuttled through the woods. The third Hokage has ordered that the traitor Orochimaru be captured and brought back to the village immediately. Orochimaru is so crazy that he uses his fellow villagers for human experiments. It is really unforgivable. This is already the border of the fire country. That guy may have left the fire country. Keep looking around. If you can't find him, return to the village to report. Yes, Captain. Several Anbu immediately dispersed. A few minutes later, they turned back. How is it, did you find him? I didn't see Orochimaru in the east. Nothing unusual in the south. Nothing was found in the north. Damn it. He is worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas. He can run so fast even when he is injured. The leading Anbu whispered, in this case, I can only go back to report. Received. With that, several Anbu left quickly. Not long after they left, a pale-skinned, long-haired man staggered out from behind a tree. It was a close call. I was almost discovered. Orochimaru said lightly. After he was discovered doing human experiments in the village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led people to arrest him, but facing his former beloved disciple, the third Hokage did not have the heart to do it, and finally Orochimaru successfully defected from the village. Originally, after leaving the village, no one could stop him if nothing unexpected happened. But an accident happened. The third Hokage actually raised a snake with a detonating talisman in its mouth next to Orochimaru. The snake suddenly exploded and tricked Orochimaru. Not to mention, the snake almost left Orochimaru behind, but fortunately Orochimaru finally got rid of all the pursuers without any danger. No one can stop me from exploring immortality, not even my mentor. Orochimaru glanced in the direction of Konoha and finally turned away. Since Orochimaru was seriously injured and there were no pursuers behind him, he slowed down his pace and thought about how to achieve immortality. As he walked, a building suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru. There was a stone door in front of the building. He looked at the stone door curiously. There were words engraved on both sides of the stone door. All-knowing and all-powerful, everything, quite interesting. Orochimaru muttered. Then, he limped towards the building. Chapter 2. Fuck, there is a method to cultivate immortality. Yung Xiao exclaimed, the system is really awesome. Keep a low profile, as long as you have money, I will get you Pangu's blood. Tap, tap, tap. A sound of footsteps came from the door. Yung Xiao turned his head subconsciously and found a pale man walking into the store. There are really people coming to this kind of place. Yung Xiao muttered. As he said that, Yung Xiao walked to the door and said with a smile, Customer, what do you want to buy? Orochimaru looked at the young man in front of him. He looked only 17 or 18 years old, but the slogan outside the store was so arrogant. Is it true that you are omniscient and omnipotent and have everything you need? Orochimaru said hoarsely, staring at Yung Xiao with a pair of vertical pupils. If the other party dares to make false propaganda, Orochimaru doesn't mind letting the other party know how powerful he is. Yung Xiao was stunned at first, and then he remembered that it was the slogan on the stone door. Just as he was about to explain, the system suddenly spoke, Host, as long as the money is in place, this system can do anything. Yun Xiao swallowed the words on his lips, and he smiled and said, "Of course, as long as there is money, anything can be done." Ling Xiao suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. When Yun Xiao saw the forehead protector on Orochimaru's forehead, he remembered it. Damn, is this Orochimaru? It turned out that he had traveled to the world of Naruto. He looked at the products in the store and raised his mouth. He didn't know what these products could change the ninja world into. After all, any product here can cause an uproar in the ninja world. With hot weapons, even civilians can fight against ninjas, not to mention other products. After all, the flying speed and distance of bullets are much farther than shuriken. If Uchiha Madara was resurrected and came back, he would definitely be shocked to see such a ninja world. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao couldn't help but laughed. When Orochimaru saw Yung Xiao's look, he was stunned. Why was he laughing for no reason? Did he fall into a trap? Yes, that was definitely the case. He said that how could someone open a store in this wilderness? This was definitely a trap set by Konoha. He didn't expect that he would fall into it. He looked around vigilantly, but did not find any shadow of the Anbu. He was a little confused. Was he overthinking? It was detected that the other party was seriously injured. The host can recommend treatment drugs to him. Yung Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Orochimaru. He found that the other party was indeed seriously injured. "You are injured. Do you need treatment drugs?" As he said that, he walked to a counter. After Orochimaru confirmed that there was no danger around, he followed Yung Xiao to the counter. Yung Xiao took out a beautiful little box from it. Orochimaru was a little excited. Could it be that there was some healing medicine in it? The box was slowly opened, and a green bean was seen in the box. Orochimaru was stunned on the spot. "Boss, if I'm not mistaken, this is a bean." Yung Xiao smiled and said, "This is not an ordinary bean, this is a senzu bean. This is the senzu bean in Dragon Ball. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you eat it, you can immediately recover your injuries and physical strength. I didn't expect the system price to be only 200,000 taels, it's really too conscious." Orochimaru looked at it for a long time, and his mouth twitched. He felt that he was fooled. This is just an ordinary bean. Yung Xiao saw that Orochimaru didn't believe it, and smiled and said, "You will know if it works after you eat it. If it doesn't work, you don't need to pay, but let me make it clear first, one senzu bean costs 200,000 taels." Orochimaru was a little surprised. He didn't expect a bean to be so expensive. However, he put the senzu bean into his mouth without hesitation. As one of the three ninjas, he can still afford this money. Crack! Orochimaru's mouth twitched. This taste was clearly that of ordinary beans. He decided to teach this kid who had played tricks on him time and time again a lesson. But when he swallowed the beans, he was stunned, because after eating the beans, his injuries were restored in just a few breaths, and his chakra, which had already reached the bottom, also returned to its peak. Orochimaru's breathing was a little rapid. He didn't expect that the beans were so amazing. This was much better than Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. He couldn't imagine that when both sides were seriously injured, one of them would instantly recover to its peak after eating a bean, which would definitely turn the tide of the battle. Orochimaru looked at Yung Xiao with fiery eyes, and he said excitedly, "Boss, do you have any more beans?" Yung Xiao expected that Orochimaru would definitely be unable to hold back after knowing the magical effects of the beans. As long as the money is in place, it's enough. Yung Xiao patted his chest and promised. Orochimaru immediately took out a scroll and opened it. When the smoke cleared, a pile of money appeared on the ground. "Boss, this is 10 million taels, I want another 49 senzu beans." Orochimaru said anxiously. "Don't be so anxious, I'll show you other products, what if you like them?" Yung Xiao said. Orochimaru came to his senses, and the medicines that the other party took out were all top-notch, so what about other things? Orochimaru looked at the densely packed glass display cabinets around him, his eyes full of heat. In his opinion, everything in this cabinet is a treasure. Please be sure to take me to visit. Orochimaru said sincerely. Okay, okay. Yongxiao took Orochimaru to the hot weapons area. Yongxiao felt that Orochimaru, as one of the few ninjas in Hokage who advocated science, would definitely be interested in hot weapons. Yongxiao smiled and said, "How many meters can the shuriken you threw fly in 1 second?" Orochimaru didn't expect Yongxiao to suddenly ask him this question. The speed of the shuriken is related to the strength of the ninja himself. The shuriken I threw can fly about 150 meters in 1 second. Yongxiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Orochimaru to really know. He is worthy of being a scientist in the ninja world. Yongxiao then took out the Desert Eagle from the counter, loaded the magazine, and then loaded it. Orochimaru looked at the pistol in Yongxiao's hand curiously, wondering what it was. "Do you know what the firing rate of this gun is?" Yongxiao asked. Orochimaru shook his head subconsciously. He had never seen such a thing, so how could he know its firing rate? "Follow me," Yongxiao said, and walked outside. Orochimaru followed immediately. Just in time. Yongxiao saw a rabbit jumping not far away, and the distance was just within the range of the Desert Eagle. The firing rate of this gun is 400 meters per second. Orochimaru looked at the pistol in Yongxiao's hand with some surprise. He didn't expect that the firing rate of this iron lump was so fast. But how should it be used? It shouldn't be thrown out as a shuriken, right? Bang! Yongxiao suddenly pulled the trigger, and before Orochimaru could react, the rabbit not far away suddenly exploded. Orochimaru saw the miserable state of the rabbit and widened his eyes in horror. He only saw a flash of fire suddenly coming out of the muzzle, and then the rabbit exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 3. Yongxiao put the gun on safety and looked at Orochimaru with a smile. "How is it? Is this gun powerful enough?" Orochimaru looked at the gun in Yongxiao's hand and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. "This is more than good, it is simply a top-level weapon." He didn't even see clearly what flew out of the pistol, and the rabbit suddenly exploded. That's right, it exploded suddenly, and it broke into dozens of pieces in an instant. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more scared he became. If Yongxiao had aimed the gun at his head just now, then his head would definitely break into several pieces. After all, although ninjas can mobilize chakra and their physical fitness has been enhanced to a certain extent, they are not strong enough to withstand bullets. Moreover, this gun is not only fast, but also powerful. The shuriken he threw out could only kill the rabbit instantly, but it could not make the rabbit explode instantly. Orochimaru looked at the gun in Yongxiao's hand in shock. What a terrible destructive power it must be. Orochimaru felt that even if the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, came, he would die if he was hit in the head. This gun is simply a divine weapon, fast and powerful, it is simply the best choice for killing and robbing. "May I ask the boss, how much does this gun cost?" Orochimaru asked cautiously. He subconsciously touched the ninja bag, wondering if his savings were enough. Yongxiao smiled and said, "This gun is called Desert Eagle, and it only costs 3 million taels." "What? 3 million taels?" Orochimaru said loudly. It's not that he thinks it's too expensive, but that he thinks it's too cheap. He originally thought that this kind of weapon would cost tens of millions of taels, but he didn't expect it to cost only 3 million taels. "Boss, I want this gun," Orochimaru said anxiously. "No problem, I'll take you to see other weapons," Yongxiao said and walked into the house with Orochimaru. Yongxiao took out an assault rifle from the next door and explained, "This is an assault rifle. It can fire continuously at a rate of 700 meters per second and has an effective range of 400 meters, which means it can hit anything within 400 meters. Orochimaru looked at the assault rifle in Yung Xiao's hand with a fiery look. He now understood that everything in this store is rare and top-notch goods in the world. As long as your wallet is fat enough, you can buy everything you want. Boss, how much is this assault rifle? Orochimaru asked. No lie, 7 million taels. Yung Xiao said. I bought it. Orochimaru said excitedly. Yung Xiao handed the assault rifle and Desert Eagle to Orochimaru and taught him how to use them enthusiastically. After all, Orochimaru is a big customer and must be treated well. After Orochimaru knew how to use the firearms correctly, he couldn't wait to go outside. Soon, gunshots were heard outside. Yung Xiao stood outside the door curiously and looked around. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru got the hang of it so quickly. After firing dozens of bullets, Orochimaru found the feeling of shooting. After that, every time Orochimaru pulled the trigger, a bird fell from the sky. As expected of a ninja scientist, this learning ability is fast. Yung Xiao said with emotion. Why did Yung Xiao dare to stand at the door? Wasn't he afraid that Orochimaru would accidentally fire and hit him? Yung Xiao was of course afraid, so he just stood at the door and didn't go out. Because the conscience system was afraid that someone wanted to kill and rob, for his safety, he was invincible as long as he stayed in the store, immune to all damage, and could be triggered when attacked. Therefore, he didn't feel scared when he recognized the other party as Orochimaru, but actively introduced the product. Outside the house, Orochimaru looked at the assault rifle in his hand. His hands were shaking with excitement. I didn't expect that what the boss said was true. This is really a point-and-shoot system. Orochimaru murmured. Moreover, this is different from shuriken, which requires years of practice, but he only practiced the gun for a while, and he could almost hit anything within 200 meters. After Orochimaru had used up all the bullets in the gun, he returned to the store. Boss, I want to buy 100 bullets. As he said that, Orochimaru opened another scroll, which contained 1 million taels. One bullet costs 10,000 taels, and this is just enough to buy 100 bullets. Yung Xiao walked in front of the pile of money, and in the shocked eyes of Orochimaru, Yung Xiao just waved his hand, and the pile of money disappeared abruptly. This was of course done by the system. When Yung Xiao saw his commission, his mouth twitched. This system is too black-hearted, right? It actually gave him a commission of 0.1%, and he only got 1,000 taels out of the 1 million taels. But Yung Xiao's actions just now were like an immortal in Orochimaru's eyes. Yung Xiao took out 100 bullets, put them in a box, and handed them to Orochimaru. Is there anything else you want? Yung Xiao asked expectantly. Orochimaru is a scientist, and every time he conducts research, he spends tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Therefore, Yung Xiao concluded that Orochimaru definitely has money. When Orochimaru heard Yung Xiao's words, he suddenly lowered his head in silence. Yung Xiao was a little curious. What happened to Orochimaru? Wasn't he fine just now? After a long while, Orochimaru raised his head, and a complex light flashed in his eyes, like a mixture of hope and despair. Boss, I want to ask a question. If I offend you, please forgive my rudeness. Orochimaru whispered, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Please ask. Yung Xiao said with a smile. Orochimaru took a deep breath, and then slowly asked, Boss, do you have something that can make people immortal? Yung Xiao was slightly startled. He didn't expect Orochimaru to ask such a question. But, Yung Xiao soon remembered that in the original work, Orochimaru seemed to have been pursuing immortality. Finally, he invented the immortal reincarnation, and changed his name from Snake Uncle to Snake Aunt. Yung Xiao's wandering in the sky was silence in Orochimaru's eyes. A trace of disappointment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Even the boss, you don't have anything that can make people immortal. This made Orochimaru begin to doubt his life. Does immortality really not exist? Yongxiao came back to his senses after hearing what Orochimaru said. He smiled and said, I said before that I have everything here, and immortality is of course among them. Orochimaru widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that Yongxiao really had products that could make people immortal. Orochimaru said excitedly, Boss, please sell it to me. I am willing to pay any price. Yongxiao smiled and waved his hand, No, as long as I have money, I will say it first. Immortality is a very expensive thing. As he said that, Yongxiao walked to a glass counter in the distance. Orochimaru didn't listen to what Yongxiao said later. His mind is now full of immortality. I didn't expect that the boss really has a method for immortality. Chapter 4. Yongxiao took out a yellow book from the counter and handed it to Orochimaru. Take a look at this one. If you don't like it, I'll change it for you. Orochimaru carefully took the book. On the yellow cover were 3 simple and ancient characters, The Secret of Immortality. He looked at the title of the book, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and his breathing became rapid. The Secret of Immortality. Orochimaru whispered softly, as if he saw the road to immortality he had always dreamed of. He was so excited that his hands trembled a little, and he gently stroked the book as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. Boss, how much does this book cost? Orochimaru's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Yongxiao glanced at the price and said, This is just an entry-level technique, only 15 million taels. Orochimaru was relieved and secretly glad that he could afford it. But then, Orochimaru couldn't help asking, Is there a higher level technique? He couldn't believe it. This eternal life secret was already amazing enough. He didn't expect that there was an even more amazing technique than it. Of course, this is just an entry-level technique. It doesn't even have a grade. The grades of techniques are divided according to the heaven and earth. The highest is the heaven-level technique. Yongxiao explained. Orochimaru's eyes were full of yearning. He decided to buy these techniques even if he had to sell everything he had. Yongxiao saw Orochimaru's thoughts and advised him earnestly, On the path of cultivation, you must not be too ambitious. You must know that haste makes waste. Only by being down to earth and taking one step at a time can you embark on the path of immortality and finally achieve immortality. Orochimaru was shocked when he heard this. He quickly gathered his mind and asked humbly. Thank you for your advice, boss. I will keep it in mind. I wonder what the difference is between these different levels of techniques? Yongxiao smiled slightly and patiently answered, Different levels of martial arts have different powers and effects. Heaven-level martial arts are the most powerful, and practitioners can comprehend the profound truth of immortality from them. Earth-level martial arts are second, but they also contain great potential. Xian-level martial arts are third, and Huang-level martial arts are the most basic. However, no matter what level of martial arts, as long as they are practiced properly, they can achieve great things. The key lies in the practitioner's own efforts and understanding. Orochimaru listened in fascination, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He knew that his goal was to achieve immortality, and he had made up his mind to practice well after returning and strive to achieve immortality as soon as possible. Thank you, boss, for clearing up my doubts. Orochimaru said gratefully. Yongxiao took out another book from the cabinet. It's not enough to practice by yourself, you also need the assistance of elixirs. After saying that, he handed the book in his hand to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the book curiously and looked at it carefully. He saw 4 big characters written on the book, Compendium of Pills. Boss, what is this? Orochimaru asked doubtfully, his face full of curiosity. This is a secret book that teaches you how to refine pills. It records in detail the formulas and refining methods of various pills. Different pills have different effects, such as the longevity pill that can prolong life, the powerful pill that enhances physical strength, and so on. These pills are of great help in improving strength and cultivation speed. Yun Xiao explained patiently. He knew that Orochimaru would definitely be interested. Sure enough, Orochimaru asked excitedly, "Boss, how much is it? I want it." This book of pills is very complete, and almost lists all the methods of refining pills in the world of cultivation. Yun Xiao raised 4 fingers, "So it's more expensive, 40 million taels." Orochimaru said without hesitation, "I'll buy it." He took out a few scrolls and handed them to Yung Xiao. Yung Xiao was also stunned. He knew that Orochimaru was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. This cost more than 60 million taels in total. Yung Xiao took the scroll and took it away after the system checked that there was no problem. "Great!" Yung Xiao said with a smile. Orochimaru kept staring at Yung Xiao's movements, but still couldn't see how the scroll disappeared. He licked his lips and asked curiously, "Boss, how did you make the scroll disappear instantly?" Yung Xiao didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say it was the system's fault, right? Just when he didn't know how to explain it, Yung Xiao suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. "This is a storage ring. Do you want to buy it?" As he spoke, Yung Xiao walked to a counter in the distance and took out a ring. Orochimaru looked at the simple ring in Yung Xiao's hand curiously. "This is a storage ring. It has 20 cubic meters of space. It can store anything except living things. It is much better than a storage scroll," Yung Xiao explained. Orochimaru agreed, nodding, "Boss, how much?" Yung Xiao looked at the price and was dumbfounded. "Fuck, so expensive." He looked at the long string of zeros on the label, rubbed his eyes, and counted several times. "Well, it's a bit expensive, 300 million taels." Yung Xiao said embarrassedly. Orochimaru opened his mouth in shock after hearing the price. Hee. Actually, the storage scroll is also very useful. Let's not talk about this. It's useless to buy the pill formula without the pill furnace and medicinal materials," Yung Xiao said. Orochimaru was stunned. Yes, without the things and materials to refine, how can he refine the pill? Yung Xiao took out a pill furnace and put it on the counter. "This is a basic pill furnace. You are a beginner and you can't refine high-level pills in a short time. This one is enough. I'll sell it to you for 8 million taels." Orochimaru didn't pay as quickly as before. Before, one scroll contained 10 million taels. Now he found several scrolls to take out 8 million taels. "Tell me what kind of elixir you want to make, and I'll get the materials for you," Yung Xiao said. Orochimaru nodded and opened the compendium of elixirs. He originally wanted to buy all the basic medicinal materials, but due to limited funds, he finally chose the longevity pill and the power pill. "This is the material for the longevity pill, 2 million taels. This is the elixir of the power pill, 1 million taels." Yung Xiao handed the 2 materials to Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't expect the elixir to be so cheap, and took out a few scrolls and handed them to Yung Xiao. "Boss, give me 3 more senzu beans." Orochimaru flipped through the scrolls for a long time and finally took out 1.5 million taels. Yung Xiao turned around and took out 2 senzu beans, put them in a cloth bag and handed them to Orochimaru. "Brother, you didn't pay for the senzu beans you ate before, so I only gave you 2. You spent so much in our store. I really want to waive the money for the senzu beans, but unfortunately our store is a small business and I can't give you a discount," Yun Xiao said with great sorrow. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. All his property of more than 70 million taels was handed over here, and you still told me that it was a small business. Chapter 5. Orochimaru took the cloth bag from Yung Xiao and carefully put it on his waist. Yung Xiao automatically ignored Orochimaru's speechless expression, and he smiled and said, "Brother, what's your name?" "Boss, my name is Orochimaru." "My name is Yung Xiao." Yongxiao stretched out his hand. Orochimaru didn't expect such a mysterious boss to be willing to shake hands with him. He was delighted, and quickly stretched out a hand to hold Yongxiao's hand tightly, and said excitedly, "Boss Yun, nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Orochimaru was ecstatic, and didn't expect that he could meet such a person. It was really a blessing. After the two let go of each other's hands, Yongxiao rubbed his hands and said enthusiastically, "Orochimaru, do you need anything else?" After Orochimaru heard Yongxiao's words, an awkward smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head, indicating that he didn't need other items. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to buy more items, but because his wallet was empty. The 70 million taels were all his property, and now he was penniless. Although he was very eager for Yongxiao's items, reality made it impossible for him to continue buying. Yongxiao saw Orochimaru's embarrassment. He smiled and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Orochimaru, maybe in your previous worldview, only strength is the most important. But here, money is omnipotent. As long as you have enough funds, no matter what you need, I can help you get it." Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a strong desire to make money. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if he saw infinite possibilities. Before this, he had never been so eager for wealth. When he defected from Konoha village, he only took away research materials, but ignored the most precious thing, money. If he could realize this at the time, perhaps he would sneak into the Hokage building and try to get some wealth. After all, the daimyo of the Land of Fire provides Konoha village with billions of financial grants every year, and these are all resources he can use. If he had sneaked in at the beginning, he would definitely be able to bring out several 100 million. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. It's not too late to go back now. He has already thought about it and decided to find a time to sneak back to the village and get some money. He can also borrow some money from Jiraiya. That guy has completed so many S-level tasks, and he must have a lot of money. Thinking of this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Money is indeed very important. Yongxiao smiled and said, "Life is just 2 words, make money." Orochimaru shook his head, "No, it's 4 words, immortality and making money." Yes, immortality and making money." Yongxiao echoed, "After all, Orochimaru is a big customer, what he said is right. So you have to work hard to make money and come to my place to spend, so that you can achieve immortality as soon as possible." Yongxiao said crazy pua. Yongxiao thought happily that as long as Orochimaru kept making money and continued to spend money here, he would soon be able to live a life of sleeping until he woke up naturally and counting money until his hands cramped. "I understand, Boss Yun. I will definitely work hard to make money," Orochimaru said firmly, and then said goodbye and left. After all, he was penniless now, and there was no point in staying here. It would be better to go back to comprehend the secret of longevity and refine pills. So, Orochimaru held the alchemy furnace tightly with both hands, an assault rifle on his back, a desert eagle tied to his calf, 2 martial arts secrets in his arms, and a small cloth bag on his waist, and walked out of the store in a swagger. Yongxiao stood at the door of the store, looking at Orochimaru's back as he left, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Is this style right in the Naruto world? The land of rain. This is a country where it rains all year round." Somewhere. Suddenly, a pile of papers flew in the air, as if they had life, slowly gathering in one direction. After a while, they formed a human figure, and finally turned into a blue-haired girl. She stood there quietly, looking at the man in front of her. "Pain, White Zetsu just sent a message that Orochimaru has defected from Konoha," the blue-haired girl said calmly. The man who was staring at the rain village turned around slowly after hearing the news. He was wearing a black robe with red cloud patterns embroidered on his clothes, which was particularly eye-catching. However, the most eye-catching thing was his peculiar eyes, which were actually shaped like onions. These eyes gave people a mysterious and deep feeling, which made people want to explore the mystery. If Yung Xiao was there, he would definitely exclaim, "Fuck, samsara fuck, pain. Conan, the organization is in urgent need of people now, got it?" Conan responded, and her body instantly turned into countless white papers, and then quickly flew away from the rain country. Soon after Conan left, a strong vortex suddenly appeared in the space, and a mysterious man wearing a yellow single-eye mask slowly emerged. The man stood in the dark, with a gloomy aura all over his body, which made people shudder. There is a bounty hunter named Kakuzu in the gold exchange near the fire country. He once tried to assassinate Hashirama Senju. Although his strength is average, you can consider recruiting him into the Akatsuki organization. The masked man said in a cold voice. Pain stared at the masked man who suddenly appeared, and after a moment of silence, he finally said, "I know. Madara. It's good to know." After saying that, a vortex began to appear in the masked man's right eye, and his body gradually became blurred and finally disappeared into the air. After the masked man disappeared, Pain still stood there motionless, his eyes always fixed on the direction he left, as if he was lost in thought. After a long time, he murmured to himself in a low voice, "Is he really Uchiha Madara?" When he was desperate, the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared, claiming that he could create a peaceful ninja world. "Humph, I hope he didn't lie to me." Pain snorted coldly. The border of the land of fire. A man with sutures on his limbs, a mask on his face, and a rebel forehead protector on his head led ahead happily towards a place. This person is Kakuzu mentioned by Madara. Kakuzu picked up the head in his hand and looked at it carefully. He nodded with satisfaction, "It's him, I can't be wrong. I didn't expect that such a weak person would be offered a reward of 1 million. I made 1 million today, and I have to make more tomorrow," he said to himself, and then walked towards the money exchange happily. Suddenly, Kakuzu stopped and asked in confusion, "Hey? When did this store open here? I don't remember it being here before." He stood there, staring at the strange store in front of him, full of curiosity. This store exuded a mysterious atmosphere, and he noticed at a glance that it was written on the plaque, "As long as you have money, it's fine." So arrogant, it seems that you are quite rich. As he said that, Kakuzu walked into the store. Chapter 6. Kakuzu walked into the store with his head in his hand, and he looked around the glass counters curiously. He was dazzled by so many products, and the products in the counters were all things Kakuzu had never seen before. Although he didn't know him, since there were so many strange things in the store, it meant that the owner of this store must be very rich. Kakuzu decided to observe how strong the owner was. If he was not as good as him, he would definitely choose to kill people for treasures. Yung Xiao, who was sleeping on a recliner, opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. "I just slept for a while, and I didn't expect someone to come." Yung Xiao yawned. "Welcome, is there anything you need?" Yung Xiao was startled when he stood up and saw the person coming. Why did this guy come in with a head, bloody and scary? He was stunned when he saw the other person's appearance. Did he poke a hornet's nest of the Akatsuki organization today? Why are all the people coming from the Akatsuki organization? It seemed that he was at the border of the land of fire, and there was still a certain distance from the land of rain. But he realized that Kakuzu had not yet joined the Akatsuki organization after he saw that he was not wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu looked at Yung Xiao coldly and said, "Are you the manager of this store?" In Kakuzu's perception, the boy in front of him did not have any chakra fluctuations, just a civilian. But Kakuzu did not take action directly. Can the person who dared to open a store in such a wilderness be an ordinary person? Anyway, Kakuzu was unwilling to believe it. As an antique who has lived from the Warring States period to the present, he still has this bit of vigilance. What if he took action and 100 or 80 jonin rushed out from all around? Yung Xiao smiled and said, "I am the manager." Is there anything you need? I have everything here. Kakuzu saw Yung Xiao's confident look and immediately became interested. Really have everything? Of course. Yung Xiao patted his chest and promised. Give me 100 million taels. Kakuzu said. What the hell? Yung Xiao was stunned on the spot. Did Kakuzu think he was a bank? Customer, stop joking. This is a store. I sell things. Yung Xiao explained. Kakuzu threw the head at Yung Xiao's feet. He twisted his neck and said, but I never pay for things. Yung Xiao's forehead was bulging with veins. He stared at Kakuzu and gritted his teeth and said, are you here to cause trouble? After observing for so long, Kakuzu had confirmed that there were no ninja ambushes around, and the boy in front of him was just an ordinary person. He sneered and said, hand over all your money, and I can consider leaving you a whole body. Kakuzu felt that he had picked up a great bargain. He didn't expect to meet a big fat sheep in such a wilderness. He felt that the things in the store were quite high-end and could definitely be sold at a good price. Since the stinky boy in front of him didn't say anything, he would kill him and look for it slowly. Thinking of this, Kakuzu took out a sharp kunao expressionlessly and wiped it on Yung Xiao's neck without hesitation. The host is detected to be in danger, and all attributes of the host have been strengthened by 100,000,000%. The cold mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded. After his own attributes were enhanced, Yung Xiao felt that he was terribly strong now. Kakuzu's movements were a million times slower in his eyes. He walked forward leisurely and slapped Kakuzu. In Kakuzu's eyes, the boy in front of him suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, he felt that his head was hit by a huge force. His head turned hundreds of times rapidly in an instant, and then the whole person flew out like a cannonball, hit the wall heavily, and then fell to the ground and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. But the seemingly ordinary wall was hit so hard, but there was no crack at all. It was worthy of being a product of the system. The quality and sturdiness were really awesome. Yung Xiao looked at Kakuzu lying on the ground for a long time without reaction, and suddenly panicked. He remembered that Kakuzu had 5 hearts, so he should have 5 lives. How did he die immediately? Yung Xiao seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened in horror. Could it be that Kakuzu only had 1 heart at that time, and he had not had time to replenish his heart? Kakuzu must not die, this guy is very rich, and he is his big customer, he must not die. Oh, right, senzu beans. Yung Xiao slapped his head and hurried to get the senzu beans. After Yung Xiao left, Kakuzu, who was lying on the ground, dared to open his eyes. He looked at Yung Xiao's back with fear. He didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary boy in front of him would slap him to death. If he didn't have 5 hearts, he would have died here today. This guy is even more terrifying than Hashirama Senju. Thinking back to the past, he received an order from the top leaders of Takigakure village, Kakuzu, go and kill Hashirama Senju. Young Kakuzu pointed at himself and said in disbelief, me? Yes, as long as you succeed, you will be the hero of Takigakure. Just like that, young Kakuzu accepted the mission. Land of Fire. Kakuzu squatted on a tree, looking at the 2 figures in the distance. Is the one in white clothes the god of ninja? Young Kakuzu's voice was trembling. Young Kakuzu took out 3 shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Hashirama Senju with trembling. Shuriken, you must hit it. Young Kakuzu prayed. Hashirama Senju felt something flying and asked curiously, what is that? Uchiha Madara glanced at it, shuriken. Oh, it turned out to be shuriken, hey? How could there be shuriken? Hashirama Senju was stunned. Hashirama Senju reacted and said excitedly, Madara, look at me catching the shuriken with my bare hands. Uchiha Madara did not speak, because he saw that the 3 shuriken could not fly to their side after opening the Sharingan. Swish, swish, swish. Hashirama Senju was ready to catch the shuriken with his bare hands. Puff, puff, puff. Hashirama Senju was stunned, because the 3 shurikens, just as Uchiha Madara thought, just fell in front of them. In the distance, Kakuzu on the tree was shocked. The mission failed, worthy of being the god of ninja. With that, Kakuzu turned around and ran without hesitation. Hashirama, the little mouse ran away. Uchiha Madara said softly. Hashirama Senju clapped his hands when he heard the words, and a wooden clone suddenly appeared. Let the wooden clone play with him, ahahaha. Senju Hashirama laughed with his hands on his hips. Uchiha Madara held his forehead helplessly. How could his friend's brain be abnormal? The young man Kakuzu, who was walking through the woods, heard a sound behind him, and turned back to look, and was scared to death. Senju Hashirama actually chased him. Then he was quickly caught and beaten up by the wooden clone. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama was kind-hearted and did not want his life. Thinking back to the present, Kakuzu looked at Yongxiao in fear in the distance. This guy was much more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. Chapter 7. Yongxiao quickly took out a senzu bean from the cabinet and ran to Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw Yongxiao suddenly turn around and was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes and didn't even dare to breathe. Just kidding, if this guy found out that he was pretending to be dead, he couldn't imagine what kind of torture he would suffer. Yongxiao squatted on the ground and put his hand in front of Kakuzu's nose. Fuck, no breathing, really dead. He felt that in this situation, there was no need to feed Kakuzu senzu beans. Yongxiao definitely didn't feed him senzu beans because he saw that Kakuzu had died and didn't want to waste a senzu bean. He Yongxiao is not that kind of person. Well, definitely not. Host, how could you do this? Yongxiao was startled by the sudden sound of the system. He didn't expect that he would be discovered for doing bad things secretly. How could I stand by and watch someone die without helping? Am I that kind of person? Yongxiao laughed. As he said that, he violently opened Kakuzu's mouth and stuffed the senzu bean in. Kakuzu felt that his mouth was about to be torn open by Yongxiao, and he was terrified. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to have a habit of whipping corpses. Is he a pervert? Although Kakuzu's mouth was torn and it hurt, he didn't dare to show it. If the other party noticed, he would be miserable. Suddenly, he felt that Yongxiao seemed to stuff something into his mouth. Kakuzu was a little scared. What did this guy eat for him? Yongxiao found that the senzu beans stayed in Kakuzu's mouth and he couldn't swallow them. He was a little confused. So, Yongxiao hesitated for a moment, suddenly grabbed Kakuzu's head and chin, and then opened and closed them frantically. You eat it for me. Crack, crack. Kakuzu was about to cry, and his tongue was about to be bitten off by his teeth. Why is this guy so perverted? Kakuzu regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not have come in. He knew that those who could open a store in such a remote place were definitely not ordinary people. Now it's good, I fell into the hands of the other party. In the process, Kakuzu finally swallowed the senzu beans. Yongxiao threw Kakuzu aside and wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Finally, I ate it. Kakuzu's head hit the ground, although it hurt, but he was very happy. This guy is finally tired of playing. Can he throw his corpse out? At this moment, Kakuzu was surprised to find that the wound on his mouth caused by Yongxiao was healed immediately. The sudden change did not make Kakuzu happy, but filled his heart with fear. This guy is really a pervert. He actually played with the corpse and then treated it. Could it be that he wanted to collect his corpse and torture it day and night? Thinking of this, Kakuzu's body trembled subconsciously. But Yongxiao did not notice Kakuzu's movements. Now he just felt that he had lost 500,000 in vain. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him food. Yongxiao suddenly remembered that although Kakuzu was dead, his money was still there. With Kakuzu's greedy personality, he must have a lot of money. He only lost one senzu bean and could get all of Kakuzu's property. He felt that he had made a fortune. Kakuzu's property was definitely much more than Orochimaru's. Maybe he could find a few small targets. Thinking of this, Yongxiao's breathing began to become rapid. He squatted in front of Kakuzu and began to slowly explore Kakuzu's corpse, fearing that he would miss a detail. Kakuzu felt Yongxiao stroking his thigh, and subconsciously tensed his body. Yongxiao was a little confused, so the corpse stiffened so quickly? No matter, continue. Kakuzu was almost crying with fear. This guy was not an ordinary pervert. He had seen many perverts in his life, but no one was more perverted than Yongxiao. This bastard actually wanted to violate the corpse. But even so, Kakuzu didn't move at all. After all, he was just pretending to be a corpse. If he was discovered by the other party, he would really become a corpse. Yongxiao checked the front but found nothing. He was a little surprised. Could it be the back? Thinking of this, Yongxiao turned Kakuzu over. Kakuzu buried his face in the ground, his eyes closed and his teeth clenched. Damn it, is it coming again? I don't know if it hurts. Yongxiao put his hand on Kakuzu's waist. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Kakuzu's body had moved just now. He observed carefully and was relieved immediately. It's the first time to do this kind of thing, so it's inevitable to be a little nervous. Don't scare yourself. Tears flowed from the corners of Kakuzu's eyes. He roared in his heart, not everything needs to be tried. Yongxiao saw a bulge on the back of Kakuzu's clothes, and his eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Kakuzu's clothes away. Damn, is it coming again? I hope he can be gentler. Found it! Yongxiao said in surprise. As he said that, he took out the storage scroll pinned on Kakuzu's back. The frightened Kakuzu did not notice that his storage scroll had been taken away. Kakuzu found that the other party suddenly stopped moving, and he was a little curious, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. Why did he stop at the critical moment? Kakuzu wondered. He suddenly understood something and was a little excited. It turns out that this kid is not good at that. No wonder he would do that to a corpse. Kakuzu was relieved immediately. It's good that he can't do that, it's good that he can't do that. At least his chrysanthemum was saved. He's over 70 years old. If he can't even protect his chrysanthemum at such an age, if it gets out, he might as well die. Tens of millions. Shit, so much money! Yongxiao exclaimed. Hearing the money, Kakuzu subconsciously touched his waist, but found it empty. Here is the accumulation of 1 or 2 heads over the years. This is all his hard-earned money. I didn't expect that he was robbed at such an old age. In Kakuzu's worldview, you can insult him, but you can't rob him of his money. Kakuzu immediately threw the difference in strength between the two sides to the wind, and he roared angrily, "Give me the money back quickly!" Yongxiao, who was sitting on the ground happily counting money, was almost scared to death when he heard Kakuzu's roar. Yongxiao turned his head and saw Kakuzu looking at him angrily. At this time, Yongxiao was sitting on a pile of money, and he was holding a thick stack of banknotes in his hand. Yongxiao was a little embarrassed. Wasn't the other party dead? How come he is alive now? Yongxiao was considering whether to send the other party away with 2 punches. Then, he immediately shook his head. He was a 3-good youth in the 21st century. How could he do such a thing as bullying the weak? However, Yongxiao was confident that Kakuzu would definitely hand the money to him obediently. Chapter 8. Ahem, you're not dead. Yongxiao said awkwardly. I was dead originally, but I came back to life when I heard you take my money. Kakuzu said angrily. Yongxiao's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly walked out of the pile of money. Seeing Kakuzu still staring at him, Yongxiao was a little confused. Didn't he already walk out? Why was he still staring at him? Yongxiao followed Kakuzu's gaze and found that he was still holding a thick stack of banknotes in his hand. Haha! He threw the money into the pile of money awkwardly. After Yongxiao stood up, Kakuzu rushed into the pile of money. A large number of black tentacles suddenly appeared behind him, and he counted the banknotes frantically, fearing that a few were missing. Hwalala! Kakuzu's speed of counting money amazed Yongxiao. No wonder he would become the finance minister of Akatsuki in the future. Soon, a large stack of money was neatly placed in front of Kakuzu. Yongxiao was so jealous when he saw the pile of money. These were all white banknotes. Oh my, oh my, oh my! Yongxiao screamed in his heart. He must trick Kakuzu into spending the money in the store. Yongxiao has decided to let Kakuzu buy the best and the most expensive ones later. The tentacles behind Kakuzu gradually retracted into his body. He turned his head and looked at Yongxiao with a vigilant face. Yongxiao looked at Kakuzu's nervous look and quickly slowed down his tone. "Brother, don't be afraid." As he said that, Yongxiao hurried to the door and closed the door, fearing that Kakuzu would suddenly run away with the money. Click! Kakuzu looked at the locked door with a look of despair. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't run away. It seems that Kakuzu will die here today. Kakuzu looked at the pile of money on the ground and felt unwilling. The greatest sorrow in life is that the money is still there after the person dies. The biggest pain is that the person is still alive but the money is gone. But when he saw Yongxiao's money-grubbing look just now, Kakuzu knew that he would not only lose his life, but also his money. This is the real despair. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" Yongxiao rubbed his hands excitedly, subconsciously looked at the banknotes on the ground, and swallowed his saliva. Kakuzu looked sad and angry. He could have just robbed it, but he still gave me something. Seeing that Kakuzu didn't say anything, Yongxiao thought he didn't know what to buy, and hurriedly introduced, "I have weapons to improve strength, equipment to increase defense, medicines for healing, etc. As long as you can think of it, I have it here, and you can't imagine it, I also have it here." Hearing Yongxiao's explanation, Kakuzu looked at Yongxiao unexpectedly. Could it be that the other party really just wanted to sell things? "You won't kill me?" Kakuzu said nervously. Yongxiao was stunned. "I'm just a businessman, why would I kill you? I just wanted to teach you a lesson, who knew you were so weak?" Kakuzu's mouth twitched. "What do you call a lesson? Just beat him to death." But Kakuzu got excited again. Yongxiao just wanted to rob him of his money, it was a good thing that he didn't kill him. Although this money was his half-life savings, as long as he was still alive, he would always make so much money again. "Boss, do you have a heart here?" Kakuzu asked curiously. Yongxiao smiled and nodded, "Of course, follow me." As he said that, Yongxiao walked to a counter. Kakuzu followed curiously. He had lost 2 hearts in the previous battle, and Yongxiao had just beaten another one. Kakuzu, who only had 2 hearts, felt very insecure, so he needed to urgently compensate for the heart. Kakuzu just said it casually, but he didn't expect Yongxiao to really have one here, so he hurriedly walked behind Yongxiao. "How about this?" Yongxiao took out a black metal heart that was beating slowly. "This heart is made of the hardest metal in the universe. I don't think anyone in this world can damage it." Yongxiao handed the metal heart to Kakuzu. Kakuzu was so shocked that he couldn't speak after hearing Yongxiao's introduction. The hardest metal in the universe, no one can damage it. Moreover, the heart can be made of metal? Kakuzu's breathing began to become rapid. He took the heart with trembling hands, and felt the strong beating of the heart in his hands. Kakuzu was very excited. "Try whether it is strong or not. If it is not strong, I won't pay." Yongxiao patted his chest and promised. Kakuzu reacted after hearing what he said. He couldn't just listen to Yung Xiao's one-sided words. Seeing is believing. Kakuzu then took out a kunao and slashed at the beating heart. Clang! A crisp sound came, and a gap appeared on the kunao, but the metal heart was safe and sound. Kakuzu's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He picked up another kunao and he chopped hard at the heart, but the result was the same. There were more and more gaps on the kunao, but the metal heart was still intact. Kakuzu's breathing became more and more rapid, and he finally realized that he was holding a priceless treasure. Such a treasure is worth having no matter how much it costs. Thinking of this, a trace of greed flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He held the metal heart tightly, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away. Kakuzu breathed quickly, "Boss, I want 5 hearts." The heart that cannot be destroyed, coupled with his earth resentment, this is the real immortal body. 15 million taels each, a total of 5, Chenjui 75 million taels. Yung Xiao said with a smile. When Kakuzu heard the price, his eyes widened like bells. "Boss, is your heart made of gold?" Yung Xiao said unhappily, "This is the hardest metal in the universe, much more expensive than gold." Kakuzu then realized that he was influenced by his previous habit of not spending a penny. This metal heart is tailor-made for him. No matter how expensive this heart is, he will buy it even if he sells everything he has. "Boss, I'll buy it!" Kakuzu shouted. "Haha, so cool!" Yung Xiao's mouth was almost grinning to his ears, and he quickly took out 4 more hearts and put them on the counter. Kakuzu is the real big customer. He spent 75 million taels at once. Yung Xiao was afraid that Kakuzu, this stingy guy, would not spend a penny, and he really couldn't do anything to him. But as long as he spent money, Yung Xiao was confident that Kakuzu would be willing to spend all his money. Kakuzu then took off his clothes, and his body was covered with dense sutures. He picked up a heart and slowly stuffed it into his chest. Yung Xiao got goosebumps when he saw this was too disgusting. Hey! After inserting a metal heart, Kakuzu made a surprising discovery: he seemed to be able to control metal. With a thought, the kunao in the ninja bag slowly floated in the air. Yung Xiao looked at the floating kunao and was completely dumbfounded. Can you control metal with a metal heart? Isn't this earth regret too terrifying? Control metal! Yung Xiao's eyes lit up, he knew what to sell to Kakuzu. Chapter 9. Kakuzu excitedly stuffed the other hearts into his chest. What shocked Kakuzu was that he not only had the ability to control all metals within a radius of 10 miles, but also the previous chakra attributes were still there. He was originally worried that after changing the metal heart, he would lose the existing 5 chakra attributes, but he didn't expect that the chakra attributes not only did not disappear, but he also awakened the ability to control metal. Imagine that in a battle, the opponent threw a shuriken, and then Kakuzu controlled the shuriken to float in the air. In the opponent's astonished eyes, the shuriken suddenly turned around and shot back. Just thinking about it is very cool. Of course, people live their whole lives to show their saintliness in front of others. He used to like to see the horrified expression on his opponent's face when he found that he couldn't kill him. Thinking of this, Kakuzu stared at Yung Xiao with fiery eyes. The boss in front of him is really mysterious. Not only is he super powerful, but he also has such a powerful product. He subconsciously looked around, and was shocked by the densely packed glass counters. Could it be that all the good stuff was inside? Kakuzu's eyes were burning. If he hadn't known that Yung Xiao was so powerful, he would have started robbing long ago. Seeing Kakuzu's excitement, Yung Xiao smiled and said, "Since you can control metal, I recommend you buy something." As he said that, Yung Xiao walked to a counter and took out a black square box from it. Kakuzu walked up and stared at the box curiously. Under Kakuzu's curious eyes, the box slowly opened, and half a box of silver liquid was placed inside. "Boss, what is this liquid?" Kakuzu asked curiously. "This is not liquid, take a closer look. Yongxiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Kakuzu came to the box and observed it carefully. He found that it was indeed not liquid, but a pile of small round metals piled together. Because it was too small, it really looked like liquid if you didn't look closely. This is a nanorobot. Since you can control metal, see if you can control it. Yongxiao said. Kakuzu nodded when he heard this. He put his hand into the box, and with a thought, these nanorobots slowly climbed onto Kakuzu's arm. In Kakuzu's shocked eyes, the nanorobots were completely attached to his hand. He only felt that his arm suddenly became extremely hard, and he raised his arm violently and smashed it hard against the glass counter. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. The glass counter in front of him was smashed to pieces by Kakuzu, and countless glass fragments flew everywhere, scattered on the ground, making a tinkling sound. Kakuzu widened his eyes and was very excited. He found that these nanorobots could actually change with his thoughts and could be transformed into various shapes. This powerful function made him ecstatic, as if he had discovered a huge treasure. It's a pity that the nanorobots in the box can only cover one arm. Boss, how much is this? I want more. Kakuzu looked at Yongxiao excitedly. However, when he looked at Yongxiao, he found that the other party was looking at him with a smile, and there was a hint of inexplicable surprise in his eyes. Kakuzu was puzzled and asked in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong?" Yongxiao's smile became brighter and brighter. "Dear, you broke the glass display cabinet of our store, can you compensate me with 10 million taels?" Hearing Yongxiao's words, Kakuzu's previous excitement instantly disappeared, and he widened his eyes with an unbelievable look on his face. "Boss, why is it so expensive?" Kakuzu almost collapsed, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Why was his hand so cheap? "No way, who told you to damage it?" Yongxiao's mouth corners curled up, and he couldn't suppress it. Kakuzu nodded with heartache, "I'll pay. Pay together when the time comes," Yongxiao said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand, and the counter that was originally smashed to pieces was restored to its original state in an instant. Kakuzu rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and was horrified to find that the counter was fixed like this. He looked at Yongxiao with heartache. He just waved his hand and fixed it, but Yongxiao actually asked him to pay 10 million. Kakuzu was so angry that he quickly covered his heart. If he didn't have 5 hearts and fast blood supply, he would have fainted. Perhaps this incident, in Kakuzu's long life, he will never forget it. Yongxiao automatically ignored Kakuzu's expression, and he said cheerfully, "You said you want more nanorobots? You wait." Yongxiao took out 4 boxes of nanorobots from under the counter. Although Kakuzu was sad, when he saw the nanorobots, the previous haze was swept away. If nanorobots can cover his entire body, coupled with his metal heart, he will be the most awesome bounty hunter in the ninja world. In Kakuzu's eyes, ninjas are no longer representatives of physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion, but a monetary unit of measurement. Similar to, 1 ma equals 30 million. Their value depends on their bounty amount. Life is just a string of beautiful numbers for him. He has begun to imagine that he will be immersed in the joy of exchanging heads for money every day in the future. After all, the world is big, making money is the biggest, eating, drinking, having fun, and killing are the most fun. In the future, he will definitely be able to live a life where he can count money until his hands cramp without paying attention to anything else. Then he can use the money he earns to buy things from the boss. If Yongxiao knew what Kakuzu was thinking at this moment, he would definitely praise him, "Young man, you have a promising future. 1 box is 20 million taels, a total of 100 million taels." Yongxiao's words pulled Kakuzu back to his senses. He was a little shocked. He didn't expect that the nanorobots were so expensive. Fortunately, he didn't spend the money he earned in these years, so he could still afford it. Yung Xiao was so excited. Kakuzu was really a big customer. I didn't expect that he spent 185 million taels here in such a short time. Kakuzu took the box and controlled the nanorobots to cover his body without hesitation. But what surprised Kakuzu was that he had bought 5 boxes, and the nanorobots only covered half of his body. He gritted his teeth. "Boss, another box." Kakuzu's savings over the years were almost gone. Yung Xiao smiled and said, "Brother, let's settle the previous bill first. A total of 185.5 million taels, and the 500,000 taels are the money for the senzu beans I gave you before." Kakuzu nodded. He understood that the boss was afraid that he couldn't pay. After he gave the money to Yung Xiao, the original mountain of money was almost gone. Yung Xiao estimated that there should be 30 to 40 million taels of money on the ground. After Kakuzu handed the money to Yung Xiao, he suddenly realized that the property he had accumulated for so many years was about to be spent in a short time. Chapter 10. Yung Xiao took the big pile of money from Kakuzu, put it into the system space, and said happily, "You want another box of nanorobots?" "Yes, boss." As he said that, Kakuzu began to count how much money he had left. Soon, Kakuzu looked at the 35 million taels on the ground and fell into deep thought. He originally thought that the remaining money could buy 2 more boxes of nanorobots, but he didn't expect that he could only buy 1 box. He didn't expect that the money he earned from accepting bounties over the years would be spent so quickly. Kakuzu put the remaining 15 million taels into the storage scroll. He planned to save more money and arm the nanorobots to the teeth at once. He found that the nanorobots not only had high attack power, but also strong defense. With high attack power and thick health bar, who can beat him like this? Kakuzu handed 20 million taels to Yung Xiao. "Boss, give you money." Yung Xiao smiled and put the money into the system space, then took out a box of nanorobots and handed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu took the box without hesitation and quickly installed the nanorobot on himself. Yung Xiao was very excited. Kakuzu spent 2 small goals on him. He was indeed an old antique who had lived from the Warring States period to the present. He was rich. "Brother, is there anything else you need?" Yung Xiao asked. Kakuzu sighed, "Boss, I have no money." Yung Xiao patted Kakuzu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "In this world, family, love and friendship may betray you, but only your own strength and the money in your hands will not betray you." Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Yung Xiao was right. He had lived for so many years and had seen all kinds of things. Brothers turned against each other for a little benefit. The son hoped that his seriously ill father would die soon, etc. In these long years, Kakuzu had outlasted his former friends and enemies, witnessed the glory of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and experienced the cruelty of war and the coldness of human nature. As Yung Xiao said, Kakuzu realized this, so he put his enthusiasm into unlimited money-making activities, so he could spend so much money to buy things. But, in my case, money and strength complement each other. As long as you have enough money, you can exchange strength here. So as long as you keep making money and then come to me to spend, you can become stronger. Yung Xiao put his arm around Kakuzu's shoulders and persuaded him. Kakuzu nodded seriously, "I understand, boss." Kakuzu has made up his mind to make 85 million taels in the shortest time and get the remaining nanorobots. Seeing Kakuzu's reaction, Yung Xiao nodded with satisfaction. It's good that the other party knows, and it's not in vain that his mouth is almost dry. "Boss, I'll go back to make money first," Kakuzu said. "I wish you to make a lot of money soon," Yung Xiao encouraged. He really hoped that Kakuzu could make money quickly and come to him to spend money. "I will." Kakuzu picked up his head from the ground and stopped at the door, because the door was locked. Yung Xiao was a little embarrassed and opened the door quickly. He was afraid that this big customer would suddenly run away, so he locked the door. "Come often." Yongxiao waved his hand. Kakuzu nodded, gathered the nanorobots on his legs, and left quickly. Yongxiao looked at Kakuzu's back and sighed, I hope he can make a lot of money soon. As he said that, Yongxiao yawned and returned to the house. The border of the fire country. Konan, wait a minute. Konan, who was looking for Orochimaru, stopped immediately after hearing the voice. He looked at Pain leaning against the tree in confusion. Pain, why are you here? Konan asked in confusion. The plan has changed. You look for a ninja named Kakuzu at the gold exchange on the border of the Land of Fire. I will go find Orochimaru myself. Pain said lightly. Understood. Konan's body instantly turned into a pile of paper and flew somewhere. Leader, White Zetsu sent information that Orochimaru went to the Land of Fields. The speaker was a short-looking man. If Yongxiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the Red Sand Scorpion's Hirako. He went to the Land of Fields. Pain murmured. Yes. Then let's go. Two figures, one big and one small, began to rush to the Land of Fields quickly. The Land of Fields. Since Lord Orochimaru came back, he has been staying in the experiment and has not come out. Keep your voice down. Lord Orochimaru should be doing experiments. Didn't you hear the explosions from time to time? The ninjas following Orochimaru looked curiously in the direction of the laboratory. Bong! Suddenly there was a sound in the laboratory. The huge explosion scared the ninjas outside and made them pale. What on earth is Lord Orochimaru researching? This sound is so terrifying. In the laboratory, Orochimaru was wearing a green Taoist robe and had his hair gathered behind his head, like a real Taoist priest. He had this outfit specially customized according to the illustrations in the Compendium of Pills because he thought this was the outfit that a cultivator should wear. At this time, Orochimaru was covered in dust and coughed non-stop. He looked at the Compendium of Pills in his hand in confusion and said to himself, did it fail again? He really couldn't figure out which link he had gone wrong. Orochimaru recalled what his boss had said and muttered to himself, the boss is right, this alchemy is really not that simple. He opened the alchemy furnace and found 7 pills inside, 6 of which were black, and only one was emitting dazzling golden light. Wow, golden legend! Orochimaru picked up the golden pill in surprise and looked at it carefully. Is this the legendary Dolly pill? He checked the introduction in the book. The surface of the Dolly pill is golden. After taking it, it can enhance physical fitness in a short period of time, but it will fall into a weak period after the effect of the medicine ends. There is golden light on the surface. It seems that the refining is successful. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. But Orochimaru didn't dare to test the medicine on himself. What if there is a problem after taking it? He decided to find an unlucky guy to help him test the medicine. Who are you? Ah! Just then, a few screams suddenly came from outside the laboratory, but soon quieted down. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. There are guests coming. Before he finished speaking, the door of the laboratory was suddenly blown away by a repulsive force. A gust of wind blew, and Orochimaru's Taoist robe was blown. Tap tap tap. 2 people in black robes walked into the laboratory. Akatsuki Organization. Orochimaru murmured. When he defected from Konoha, he heard about the Akatsuki Organization, which was an organization composed entirely of renegade ninjas. So after seeing their outfits, Orochimaru recognized them immediately. He didn't expect that he had just defected from Konoha, and the other party came to him so quickly. Chapter 11. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Pain asked with interest, "Oh? Do you know us?" "I know a little bit," Orochimaru said. "Then you should know the purpose of our coming here. I am Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, and I invite you to join Akatsuki," Pain said coldly. Orochimaru stared straight into Pain's eyes and licked the corner of his mouth, the eyes of the legendary Six Paths Sage. "If you want my eyes, it depends on whether you are qualified enough. Pain frowned. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, I am not interested in the Samsara Eye. He might have been interested in the Samsara Eye before, but now that he has started to cultivate immortality, he has no interest in the Samsara Eye at all. You can let me join Akatsuki, but I need a lot of funds for experiments. Orochimaru said. He was just worrying about where to get the money, and Akatsuki came to his door. Pain didn't expect Orochimaru to make such a condition. He thought about it and agreed, okay, I promise you. Welcome to join the Akatsuki organization. Scorpion of the Red Sand took out a ring and Akatsuki robe and handed it to Orochimaru. The word empty was written on the ring. Orochimaru took the ring and put it on his hand. Scorpion of the Red Sand looked at Orochimaru's Taoist robe curiously and complained, what kind of clothes are you wearing? Why do you feel weird? Taoist robe. Orochimaru put the Akatsuki robe on the outside. The goal of our Akatsuki organization is to create a world without war and pain. We are constantly working towards this goal. Pain said. Orochimaru doesn't care what the goal of Akatsuki is. He joined Akatsuki purely for the money. The three are about to leave the laboratory. Wait a minute. Orochimaru suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken his alchemy furnace yet. He first picked up the storage scroll on the table and put it on his waist. The storage scroll contained the medicinal materials and firearms for his alchemy. These things were very important and he must not leave them behind. As for the alchemy furnace, it was too big and could not fit in the storage scroll, so Orochimaru could only hold it in front of him. Scorpion looked at the alchemy furnace curiously, what is this? Alchemy furnace. Oh, what is it for? Alchemy. What is alchemy? Orochimaru was speechless. Why was this guy asking questions like a curious baby? He couldn't help but start thinking whether it was a wrong decision for him to join the Akatsuki organization. Outside the gold exchange. Clang, 1 million in hand, still 84 million short. Kakuzu said excitedly. As long as he keeps accepting bounties, he will be able to buy a full set of nanorobots soon. By then, with the metal heart and nanorobots, Kakuzu felt that he could fight with Hashirama Senju. Ever since Kakuzu was beaten by Hashirama's wooden clone, he thought every tree he saw looked like Hashirama Senju. Kakuzu had already made up his mind, and when the time came, he would go to Konoha to dig out Hashirama Senju and whip his corpse. Who? Kakuzu suddenly looked up at the sky. A pile of paper slowly gathered together, and finally formed a woman with wings. Kakuzu, I invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. Konan said condescendingly. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, I'm busy making money, how can I have time to join any organization? Kakuzu felt that making money was the most important thing, and no one could stop him from making money. Konan expected Kakuzu to refuse, and she said coldly, then you can only surrender by force. Konan fell to the ground, and the wings behind her turned into a pile of paper, flying around Kakuzu. Kakuzu raised his eyebrows, interesting, let me show you my new power. As he spoke, Kakuzu's body was suddenly covered with silver metal, and the black tentacles behind him were also covered with metal. Zionin was a little surprised. The intelligence didn't say this. Puff. Zionin's body was instantly split in half by Kakuzu's tentacles. Zionin's body immediately turned into a pile of paper. The pile of paper flew behind Kakuzu and finally formed Zionin. Some strength. Kakuzu murmured. Zionin was also shocked. She didn't expect Kakuzu to be so strong. The attack just now was very fast. She almost didn't react. Zionin looked at the metal covering Kakuzu's body curiously. This should be the thing that greatly increased Kakuzu's strength. She didn't know where the metal on Kakuzu came from. She was going to let Zetsu investigate. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. With that, Kakuzu turned around and prepared to leave. 100 million. Kakuzu took a step forward and took it back again. He turned around and looked at Zionin in disbelief. What did you say just now? I'll give you 100 million if you join the Akatsuki organization. Zionin said. Kakuzu, his eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I was mainly moved by the purpose of the organization. By the way, what is the purpose of the organization? Create a peaceful world. Yes, I joined the Akatsuki organization just to create a peaceful world. Kakuzu said hypocritically. He learned this from Yung Xiao. He thought that saying this would make others feel his sincerity. Zionin was a little surprised. The intelligence didn't say this. Kakuzu is a person who values money as his life. When necessary, he can be fooled into the organization with money. Zionin threw the organization's clothes and a ring with the word North written on it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu put on his clothes and said impatiently, what are you waiting for? I can't wait to see the money, other members of the organization. Zionin nodded, turned, and flew in one direction, and Kakuzu hurriedly followed. Before leaving, Kakuzu looked in the direction of the store. Don't worry, nanorobots, I will come to you soon. After Kakuzu left, a pitcher plant suddenly emerged from the ground. He looked curiously in the direction Kakuzu had looked before, and murmured, sure enough, there is something fishy, let me see what's going on. As he said that, he sneaked in that direction. Rain Country. Akatsuki Organization Base. A man with a beheading sword on his back looked at the alchemy furnace brought by Orochimaru curiously. This man was Biwajozo. Orochimaru-kun, what is this for? Biwajozo asked curiously. Orochimaru did not explain, he smiled and handed Biwajozo a golden pill. Biwajozo took it subconsciously. Orochimaru-kun, what is this? This is our first meeting, I'm giving you a pill to enhance your strength, just pay it when you encounter special circumstances. Orochimaru said. I see, thanks, Orochimaru-kun. Biwajozo thanked. Tap tap tap. What? There are only so few people. Kakuzu muttered. Orochimaru was surprised to see the silver liquid flowing through Kakuzu's body. This thing doesn't belong to this world at first glance. He licked the corner of his mouth subconsciously. Have you been to that store? Kakuzu was shocked when he heard this, and he looked at Orochimaru fiercely. He didn't expect that he was not the only one in the organization who had been there. Orochimaru saw Kakuzu's reaction and understood. Chapter 12. When did a building appear here? Black Zetsu asked in confusion. He looked at the stone pillar, all-knowing and all-powerful, with everything. Black Zetsu immediately became interested. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and did not dare to say that he was all-knowing and all-powerful. How could this small, broken shop dare to do so? He was a little curious and wanted to sneak in from underground to see what was going on. So, he touched the underground of the house and wanted to get in as usual. Ding! Black Zetsu covered his head in pain, it hurts so much. If it weren't for the pitcher plant on his head that helped him resist most of the damage, it would definitely hurt more. Black Zetsu was confused. He didn't understand why his penetration technique couldn't penetrate. Logically, there was no building in the world that he couldn't enter. He hit the floor again in disbelief. Bang! As expected, Black Zetsu's head still hit the floor. Why is this? Black Zetsu felt the severe pain from his head and was completely confused. He sneaked to the door and looked at the building carefully. It shouldn't be. Black Zetsu looked around and didn't find anything special about this room, but why couldn't he pass through it? Is there a special sealing technique in this room? Black Zetsu said, no, I'm going to tell Obito. He was always cautious and didn't dare to rush in. After all, he couldn't use the penetration technique he was proud of. What if he was ambushed when he walked in foolishly? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu quietly sneaked into the underground. Ramen village. A person disappeared in the darkness. You mean you can't enter that room? Yes, I think there is a problem, so I came to tell you. Black Zetsu said. Interesting, I'll go and see. As he said that, a vortex wave appeared in his right eye and finally disappeared. As Obito, who claimed to have been in control of everything behind the scenes, would not allow anything to get out of his control, even if it was something outside of his plan. Wait for me. Black Zetsu hurriedly followed. Outside the house. Is this the room? Obito looked at the ancient building in front of him and carefully looked at everything around him, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yes, I can't penetrate it. Black Zetsu replied helplessly. Interesting, let me try. Obito's mouth corners raised under the mask, revealing an interested expression. After that, the three megatama in his right eye suddenly began to spin wildly, and finally turned into a windmill-like shape. With this change, a vortex wave appeared in his right eye, and Obito's body gradually disappeared. However, just as Obito was about to enter the room, an accident happened. In the shocked eyes of Black Zetsu, Obito's head actually hit the wall directly, making a muffled sound. Hey? What's going on? Obito covered his painful head, his face full of shock. Why can't I enter? Is there a space sealing technique set up here? But he didn't see any fluctuations of the sealing technique around him, which made Obito very puzzled. What should I do, Obito? Black Zetsu asked anxiously. Obito looked at the open door not far away, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Won't you know if you go in and take a look? Are you crazy? What if there is danger?" Black Zetsu exclaimed. He really didn't dare to go in. His plan was not yet completed, and he must not have any accidents. Obito looked at Black Zetsu with contempt and sneered, "No one in this world can do anything to me." Obito is very confident in his current strength. As he said, Obito walked towards the door without hesitation. Hearing Obito's pretentious words, Black Zetsu was speechless. This kid pretended again. Black Zetsu had already thought about saying a few heartfelt words to Obito after his plan was successful. It was impossible to go, and he absolutely could not take this risk. However, when Obito gradually went away, Black Zetsu began to hesitate. Somehow, he felt that the things inside were very important to him. After some ideological struggle, he finally decided to take a risk. So, Black Zetsu followed Obito carefully, keeping a certain distance. He had prepared for the worst. If the situation was not right, he would leave Obito and run away alone without hesitation. After all, if Obito was gone, there was still Nagato, but if Black Zetsu was gone, he would be gone for real. He was different from Obito and Nagato, who were all alone. His old mother on the moon was still waiting for his rescue. In the future, when the Otsutsuki clan invaded, he would have to fight against the Otsutsuki clan with his mother. He could not have any problems no matter what. Inside the house, Yongxiao really couldn't bear it. It's okay, the floor made noises at first, but now there are noises on the walls. System, what kind of broken house is this? Can't you let people sleep? Yongxiao complained. Just then, Obito walked into the house. Yongxiao heard footsteps and subconsciously looked at the door. When he saw the person coming, Yongxiao was stunned. The yellow vortex single-eye mask and the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, who else could it be but Uchiha Obito? And the pitcher plant behind, who else could it be but Zetsu? Today, the Akatsuki organization's nest was really poked. Why are all the people coming here from the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Obito also stared at Yongxiao, civilians. Black Zetsu observed for a while and found no danger, so he also walked into the store. He looked at the glass counters around him curiously. He had never seen these strange things in his thousands of years of life. This guy has no chakra fluctuations, he should be just an ordinary person, but this place is a bit strange, there seem to be many things I haven't seen. Black Zetsu said to Obito. Obito nodded, and then continued to stare at Yung Xiao. Are you the owner of this store? Yung Xiao came back to his senses, and hurried forward and said enthusiastically, yes, what do the two guests want to buy? What do you have here? Black Zetsu asked curiously. We have everything you want. As long as the money is in place, you can ask me to blow up the moon in the sky. Yung Xiao patted his chest and promised. Yung Xiao said this deliberately, because it is impossible to blow up the moon without hundreds of billions. He was hinting to Black Zetsu that as long as he had money, he could blow up the moon. As expected, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up, but soon calmed down. This made Yung Xiao sigh secretly, worthy of being an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu laughed and said, Boss, stop joking. How is this possible? Yung Xiao knew that Black Zetsu had taken the bait. He said disdainfully, isn't the moon formed by the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei sealing technique? Give me a few billion and I'll help you solve it in a minute. Black Zetsu was stunned when he heard Yung Xiao's words. How did the boy in front of him know the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei ninjutsu? Chapter 13. Black Zetsu couldn't figure out why the boy in front of him knew the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei ninjutsu. No one in this world should know it. When Black Zetsu was thrown out by his mother, he heard Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura shouting, 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. Then they both hit their mother with one palm. A puddle on the ground. Black Zetsu saw with his own eyes that the earth began to crack, countless pieces of soil began to gather towards his mother, and soon formed a huge meteorite with her as the center. Then the meteorite slowly rose into the sky and formed the current moon. Because Black Zetsu had no power, he could only quietly lurk in the dark for these years, constantly planning to resurrect his old mother. And the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei ninjutsu, except for the 4 people present at the time, no one should know it. Why did the boy in front of him know it? Black Zetsu remembered the words omniscient and omnipotent written on the stone pillar at the door. He looked at Yung Xiao with horror. Could it be that he really knew everything? Black Zetsu's breathing was a little rapid. Even though he had been dormant for thousands of years, he couldn't hold back his excitement at this moment. Because the boy in front of him might really be able to revive his mother. Can you, really destroy the moon? Black Zetsu said nervously. Obito on the side subconsciously looked at Black Zetsu. He didn't know what Black Zetsu was thinking. Why did he want to destroy the moon for no reason? Obito looked at Black Zetsu speechlessly. What was even more outrageous was that Black Zetsu seemed to believe what the boss said. Of course. As he said that, Yung Xiao's hand swept through the air. A blue screen appeared in the eyes of Obito and Black Zetsu. The two were startled by the sudden appearance of the light screen. They didn't understand why this screen appeared out of thin air. This is a simulated picture of a 700 caliber star destroyer. Yung Xiao clicked the play button. In the picture, there was a huge black muzzle, which slowly turned and then aimed at the moon in the distance. Buzz buzz buzz. The star destroyer cannon was fully charged, and the muzzle began to gather blue light. Swoosh! The huge blue beam of light shot at the moon at a very fast speed, and then sank directly into the moon. After a few breaths, the originally peaceful moon suddenly turned into dust and disappeared into the universe. After the picture was played, Black Zetsu and Obito opened their mouths in shock. What kind of powerful weapon is this? Such a big moon, not even a slag is left in a few breaths. Yung Xiao was very satisfied to see the shocked reactions of the two. He smiled and said, "This is a star destroyer cannon. As long as you have money, I will get it for you in minutes." Hearing this, the two looked at Yung Xiao in fear, and no longer had the contempt they had at the beginning. Are you kidding? Can a boss who can easily get such a world-destroying weapon be an ordinary person? Boss, I wonder how much this star destroyer cannon costs. Black Zetsu said expectantly. Yongxiao stretched out a hand and said with a smile, 100 billion, one shot. Black Zetsu was so excited. He didn't expect that this kind of world-destroying weapon would only cost 100 billion taels. Although it was expensive, Black Zetsu thought that making money was much easier than playing tricks behind the scenes to revive his mother. With his IQ, it would take at most a few decades to make 100 billion. As for reviving his mother, he has spent more than 1,000 years and still hasn't achieved it. When Black Zetsu knew that he could revive his mother as long as he had money, he was obviously so excited that he wanted to leave immediately to make money. Screw you Uchiha Madara, screw you Infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu was excited after seeing the power of the Star Destroyer, but then he quickly reacted. With one shot from the Star Destroyer, the moon was turned into dust. Can the old mother in the moon still be alive? Boss, can the people inside survive after one shot? Black Zetsu said cautiously. Yongxiao patted his chest and assured, don't worry, the power of the Star Destroyer is beyond imagination. Nothing will be left after one shot. Black Zetsu was about to cry. He finally found other ways to revive his mother, but the power of the Star Destroyer was so terrifying that his mother was gone after one shot. Yongxiao saw Black Zetsu's expression and slapped his forehead. Then he remembered that Kagaya Otsutsuki was still inside. He smiled and said, I still have many ways to destroy the moon. As he said that, he clicked on another video. In the video, a thin blue-haired old man suddenly bulged his muscles in an extremely exaggerated way, and the veins on his muscles bulged. He shouted loudly, Kameha. Then, a white light wave suddenly shot out from his hand and flew straight to the moon in the sky. Then, the moon in the sky began to break into pieces. Obito and Black Zetsu widened their eyes in surprise again. They could not imagine that an old man who seemed weak and fragile had muscles on his body. The meat suddenly bulged exaggeratedly, and destroyed the moon casually. Isn't it much gentler to destroy the moon like this? Yongxiao smiled and looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu nodded excitedly. In this way, the moon would only be broken, and the old mother on the moon would definitely come out. You can even ask the other party to reduce the force and destroy the moon with multiple attacks. Yongxiao added considerately. Black Zetsu was surprised to hear this, so that the safety of the mother can be greatly guaranteed. He hurriedly asked, Boss, I wonder how much it costs to hire this old man. It costs 20 billion taels to destroy the moon with one Kamehameha, and 40 billion taels for 2 shots. Yongxiao said. Black Zetsu's breathing began to quicken. 40 billion taels, I didn't expect that only 40 billion taels could revive his mother. Boss, wait for me to make money. Black Zetsu said and ran out excitedly. Black Zetsu, what are you going to do? Obito asked with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand what happened to Black Zetsu today. Why was he so excited after knowing that he could destroy the moon? Obito decided to find a time to talk to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu naturally heard Obito's question, but his top priority now was to earn 40 billion ryo as soon as possible and then revive his mother. Where would he have time to care about Obito? Black Zetsu was so excited, screw Uchiha Madara, screw Uchiha Obito, screw Akatsuki, screw Infinite Tsukuyomi. Now that he had a new goal, he naturally didn't bother to care about these people. After all, in Black Zetsu's view, both Madara and Obito were just pawns on his way to revive his mother. He had been unhappy with these self-righteous guys for many years. If he didn't have to rely on them to implement his plan, he would have run away long ago. Black Zetsu looked up at the sky excitedly. Although it was daytime and the moon was not visible, he still said excitedly, Mother, did you hear me? I will come to revive you soon. As he said that, Black Zetsu quickly dived underground and prepared to start his money-making plan. Ha ha ha! Mother! I'm here to save you! Black Zetsu's voice suddenly became farther and farther away. Chapter 14. In the store. Yongxiao felt a little emotional when he heard what Black Zetsu said. Unexpectedly, Kagaya's two biological sons would believe the words of a toad, turn against their mother, and finally choose to seal their mother. On the contrary, Black Zetsu, who was Kagaya's aunt's blood, was extremely filial and plotted for more than 1,000 years to revive his mother. During this period, he caused Indra and Asura to break up, and fooled several generations of the two brothers' chakra reincarnations. Finally, he set his sights on Uchiha Madara and successfully fooled him into believing that Black Zetsu was the incarnation of his will. Before Uchiha Madara died, he gave Obito, the stupid boy, to Black Zetsu to take care of. Little did he know that he had been unhappy with Obito, the idiot, for many years. Now that he knew other ways to revive his mother, Black Zetsu would naturally ignore them. Let these stupid boys continue to immerse themselves in the beautiful dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito was confused when he heard Black Zetsu's voice. What did Black Zetsu say just now? Obito was in a mess in the wind. Black Zetsu was not Madara's will? How could there be a mother? Did Uchiha Madara leave an unknown backup? Obito fell into deep thought. Yongxiao watched Black Zetsu leave with a smile on his face. He knew that Black Zetsu would not be able to hold back and would bring tens of billions. Yongxiao was very excited just thinking about it. This was a big order of tens of billions. By then, he would have a commission of 40 million. You can't blame Yongxiao for being so excited, because now he is just an ordinary person after leaving the store, and the stingy search system does not give him a discount, so he can only buy at the original price. Who would have thought that as a store manager, he would have to spend his own money to buy things in the store? Yongxiao asked Obito in a daze, "This customer, do you need anything?" Obito then reacted and didn't care about Black Zetsu for now. The store manager in front of him was an extraordinary person. He even has world-destroying weapons. It is hard to imagine that such a person would be an ordinary businessman. Yongxiao found that Obito was silent, so he hinted, "Guest, as long as you have money, I can do anything, gain powerful strength, rejuvenate, revive deceased relatives and friends." Yongxiao deliberately emphasized the resurrection of relatives and friends. Sure enough, Obito's right eye widened when he heard it. His breathing began to become heavy, and he raised his head and looked at Yongxiao for a long time. "Boss, what you said is true." Because he was too excited, Obito did not maintain Madara's tone. "Of course it is true, but reviving the dead is an act against heaven, and the price required is very high," Yongxiao said. Obito naturally knew that, after all, the reincarnation of the reincarnation I can revive the dead, but the caster will die. Obito lowered his head in disappointment. He had begun to have no expectations for Yongxiao, so he should honestly plan the Moon Eye plan. But, Yongxiao changed his tone, "You have to pay more." Disappointed Obito rekindled hope, "Boss, how much?" "It's a bit expensive, 80 billion taels." Yongxiao sighed. Yongxiao thought Obito would be as happy to make money as Black Zetsu, but that was not the case. Obito stood there quietly, motionless. Because he was wearing a mask, Yongxiao could not see his expression at the moment. Obito under the mask showed a tangled look, because he knew clearly that it would take decades for him to earn 80 billion. However, his Moon Eye plan has been launched, and Obito believes that it will only take a few years for the Moon Eye plan to be completed. By then, opening the infinite moon reading will create a world without pain, which is what he and Madara have been pursuing. Obito was caught in a fierce ideological struggle. He was weighing whether to pursue the real Lin or immerse himself in the beautiful fantasy of Lin brought by the infinite moon reading. At the same time, Yongxiao was at a loss, and he didn't understand what Obito was thinking. He couldn't help wondering why Obito stood there stupidly, motionless. Could it be that he was stunned by the huge surprise when he suddenly learned that he could revive Lin? After a long time, Obito suddenly raised his head and looked at Yongxiao coldly. "No need, compared to this cruel ninja world, I prefer her to live in a beautiful world." Yung Xiao was shocked by Obito's sudden words. Was this stupid boy stunned by the huge rock on his head? Yung Xiao thought it was true, otherwise how could he be fooled by Uchiha Madara? However, Uchiha Madara was also careless. He chose to pull out the oxygen tube of the 10 tails, and after his death, he handed over everything to Zetsu and Obito. Perhaps, Uchiha Madara felt that Black Zetsu was his will, and Obito it was his pawn that pulled out the oxygen tube without fear, right? Little did he know that Black Zetsu was actually the big boss behind the scenes, and Obito was a traitor. If it weren't for the ninja war, when Kabuto Yakushi got Madara's body, he might not have had the chance to appear. The plot at that time might be that when Obito was being talked out of his mouth and was about to turn against his side, Black Zetsu suddenly opened his heart and resurrected Kaguya. Yung Xiao felt that Black Zetsu was worthy of being the mastermind behind the scenes, and he had thought of many emergencies. Naruto could even be renamed Black Zetsu saves his mother. Seeing Yung Xiao distracted, Obito was a little angry. Boss, don't you believe what I said? Yung Xiao continued to be distracted. Obito was completely angry. He said loudly, I will create a perfect world without war. Obito shouted hoarsely. Yung Xiao subconsciously scratched his ears. What is this silly boy doing? Seeing Yung Xiao's indifferent look, Obito was so angry that his eyes twitched. The 3 Megatama in his eyes turned wildly, and soon turned into a Manjiki Sharingan. Yung Xiao was stunned when he saw the Manjiki Sharingan. Obito saw Yung Xiao's expression and thought he was shocked by his Sharingan. This is the capital for me to start the Moon Eye project. Obito said confidently. Yung Xiao was stunned, of course not because he was scared, but because of the system's words. A B-level Manjiki Sharingan, single, was detected. This system is willing to bid 10 million taels to buy it. Please negotiate with it. Yung Xiao realized that the system did not have any products from the Naruto world, and he had to buy them all. No wonder the system has so many products from other worlds. It turns out that there are people like him who buy things in other worlds. Obito is still chattering about his Moon Eye project, trying to trick Yung Xiao, the big boss, into joining. After all, Yung Xiao already has a world-destroying weapon. If they get him to join them, who in the entire ninja world can be their opponent? Yung Xiao came back to his senses and heard Obito babble endlessly. Obito was very excited when he saw Yung Xiao open his mouth. Could it be that the other party had already surrendered to his personality charm and was ready to join them? Are you selling your Manjiki Sharingan? Chapter 15. Are you selling your Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Obito. He talked about his grand ambitions for a long time, and his mouth was almost dry, just wanting Yung Xiao to join the Akatsuki organization. But Yung Xiao suddenly asked if he would sell his eyes. I'll sell the Bull Demon. If he didn't think Yung Xiao's strength was unfathomable, Obito would have wanted to point at Yung Xiao's nose and scold him. What did you say just now? Obito said in disbelief. Yung Xiao thought Obito didn't hear clearly. He slowed down his tone and said word by word, I said, are you selling your Manjiki Sharingan? Obito's face was gloomy, staring at Yung Xiao. He felt that Yung Xiao was playing tricks on him and looked down on his Moon Eye plan. Yung Xiao didn't know what Obito was thinking, and he smiled and said, I am willing to pay a high price of 10 million to buy your Manjiki Sharingan. Obito looked for a long time, and Yung Xiao didn't seem to be playing tricks on him, and really wanted to buy his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched under the mask. The young man in front of him was really a pure businessman. Yung Xiao saw that Obito was unmoved, and hurriedly said, the purchase price of 10 million is really high. Obito was speechless. Is his Manjiki Sharingan only worth 10 million? Not for sale. Yung Xiao knew that Obito would not sell it, but he was a little surprised. Why didn't Obito ask him about resurrection? Brother, don't you have any deceased relatives or friends who need to be resurrected? Yung Xiao tempted. Don't worry about it, boss. I have my own way. Goodbye. Obito said and turned away. Yung Xiao was dumbfounded. What was Obito's way? Did he want Nagato to use the samsara reincarnation to resurrect Rin? How could this be possible? Nagato didn't even resurrect Yahiko, so how could he resurrect Rin? Yung Xiao suddenly thought of something. Could it be infinite Tsukuyomi? This stupid boy was fooled by Madara, and Madara was fooled by Black Zetsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam. Yung Xiao asked why Obito said so confidently that he had a way. Seeing that Obito had already walked to the door, Yung Xiao said lightly, Uchiha Obito. In fact, the infinite Tsukuyomi was tricked by Black Zetsu. Obito, who walked to the door, froze when he heard the words. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at Yung Xiao, his eyes full of shock. How did the boss in front of him know his identity and the infinite Tsukuyomi? After a while, Uchiha Obito came back to his senses and looked at Yung Xiao with a sinister look. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind to kill. He walked in front of Yung Xiao, looked at the smiling boy, and said coldly, How did you know my identity? Obito dared to guarantee that he had never revealed his identity. How did the boy in front of him know it? And why did he say that the infinite Tsukuyomi was tricked by Black Zetsu? Yung Xiao smiled and said, as written on the stone pillar, I know everything. This is not Yung Xiao bragging, he can exchange all the information in the world with money. But since he has watched Naruto, he knows these things without spending money. Obito narrowed his eyes, what's the matter with you saying that the infinite moon reading is fake just now? Yung Xiao stretched out 5 fingers, this information is 500,000 taels. A vortex wave, 500,000 appeared on the counter out of thin air. Yung Xiao waved his hand, and the money on the counter disappeared. Obito widened his eyes, he didn't expect that the boss in front of him also knew time and space ninjutsu. This started 1,000 years ago, when Kagaya Otsutsuki. 800 words omitted here. After listening to Yung Xiao's explanation, Uchiha Obito widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He suddenly fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, It turns out that I am just a chess piece. Haha. After learning the truth, Obito felt that the sky had fallen. His waist, which had been bent for all these years, finally broke at this moment. Haha. Infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. Uchiha Obito suddenly took off his mask, revealing the half-disfigured face. He looked so embarrassed under the mask, and his eyes were full of despair and pain. Unexpectedly, he was deceived for so many years. He thought he had found a way to save the world, but now he found that everything was a lie. For this lie, he planned for so many years, even killing his teacher and his mistress, as well as many innocent people. And all this was just for an illusory goal, infinite Tsukuyomi. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but burst into tears. He vaguely remembered himself when he was young, that sunny and optimistic boy. At that time, he looked forward to becoming a Hokage one day in the future to protect the village and villagers he loved. But now he has become an executioner with blood on his hands, and has become enemy of the entire ninja world. He didn't know how to face himself like this, nor did he know how to make up for the mistakes he made in the past. At this moment, Uchiha Obito finally understood that the infinite moon reading he had been pursuing was not the real salvation, but a complete scam. Yung Xiao just watched silently. Speaking of it, Obito, this silly boy, was also quite miserable. After being fooled by Uchiha Madara's words, the once sunny boy became a silly boy who was hostile to the world. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Obito stood up from the ground. He trembled with his hands and gently wiped away his tears. Then, he bowed to Yung Xiao and said, Thank you, boss, for telling me the truth. Uchiha Obito's voice was full of gratitude. This time, the tone of his voice was no longer imitating Madara's low voice, but restored to his original voice. Yung Xiao smiled and said, "What are your plans now?" Obito raised his head, looked at Yung Xiao and said seriously, "Boss, I want to atone for my previous wrongdoings. I want to revive my teacher and his wife." Yung Xiao was immediately excited when he heard this. Reviving one person is 80 billion, two is 160 billion, and with Lin it is 240 billion taels. Damn, how much commission will he receive? Yung Xiao laughed and patted Obito on the shoulder, praising him, "Good boy, it is a great virtue to correct your mistakes." Obito hurriedly said respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, boss." At this time, Obito was full of awe for Yung Xiao. In his eyes, Yung Xiao was 100 times more powerful than the legendary Six-Path Sage. Obito will be Yung Xiao's big customer in the future. With his Manjiki Sharingan, burglary is not as simple as drinking water. Yung Xiao suddenly remembered that Black Zetsu's penetration technique is similar. Who can find it if he uses it to rob a bank? In fact, Black Zetsu was on his way to the bank just as Yung Xiao thought. Yung Xiao happily hugged Obito's shoulders and said earnestly, "Young man, fortunately there is still a chance to save all this. Although you are making money very slowly now. But when the time comes, you can revive your teacher first. With the speed of the yellow flash, I believe it won't take long to revive your master's wife." Chapter 16. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this. This boss is really a talent. It should be said that the boss's idea is really feasible. His teacher is the recognized yellow flash in the ninja world. With his flying thunder god, he can definitely make a lot of money by delivering takeout. Obito said excitedly, "Thank you for the advice, boss. I'll take my leave first." He bowed to Yung Xiao again and left the store. Obito is Yung Xiao's big customer, so naturally he has to send him off. Yung Xiao stood at the door and said to Obito, "Young man, make money well and don't be cheated again." Obito nodded gratefully. After leaving the store, he did not rush to make money, but rushed towards the direction of Rain Village. He wanted to tell Nagato about this matter and couldn't let them make the same mistake again and again. Rain Village, Akatsuki Base. Orochimaru was sitting on the futon with his eyes closed in meditation, and Biwajozo next to him looked at Orochimaru in surprise. There was a faint light on Orochimaru's abdomen. Although the light was very weak, it was very obvious in the dark Akatsuki base. After a long time, Orochimaru finished his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Biwajozang asked curiously, "Orochimaru, what was the light on your abdomen just now?" Hearing Biwajozang's words, Orochimaru was surprised and said, "There was a light on my abdomen just now." "Yes, there was a faint light." Biwajozang nodded. Orochimaru showed a touch of ecstasy on his face and smiled, "He. I didn't expect that I was gifted." As he said, he took out the Chongshengju from his Taoist robe and flipped through it. The book says that this is a manifestation of spiritual energy entering the body. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Biwajozang looked at the book in Orochimaru's hand curiously and asked in confusion, "Chongshengju? Corner. Red Sand Scorpion has come out of Feli Lake and is now sitting on the ground fiddling with his puppets. He is very satisfied with his work and can't help but nod and praise, only puppets are eternal art." An opposite Red Sand Scorpion. Kakuzu is constantly counting the 16 million taels in his hand, muttering, "When will the leader cash in the 100 million taels he promised to give me?" He complained while counting the money. "This is the money earned by the fire country, and this is the money earned by the wind country." What's even more surprising is that Kakuzu actually remembers where the money piled up together came from. Hwalala! Kakuzu picked up the money and counted it again, as if counting it again would suddenly make more money. Red Sand Scorpion heard the noise and glanced at Kakuzu lightly. He didn't know how many times Kakuzu had counted the money, and his ears were almost worn out. Tap tap tap. Just then, the leader Pain and Konan walked into the room. Kakuzu saw Pain coming in and immediately stopped what he was doing. He asked impatiently, "Chief, when will you deliver the 100 million taels you promised me?" Orochimaru, who was reading a book, raised his head and licked his lips. "Chief, there is also my experimental funds." After that, Orochimaru lowered his head and continued to read. Pain had no expression on his face. He said lightly, "Don't worry, all this will be there." "Did you see Zetsu today?" Zionin asked. Everyone shook their heads. Who would care about that black pitcher plant? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Zionin felt strange. Zetsu, who used to be available at any time, was not in the Akatsuki organization today. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. And the guy who called himself Madara was not here today. I wonder what the two of them are secretly plotting. Tap tap tap. A sound of footsteps came, and everyone looked at each other. Why would someone come to them? Everyone looked at the door curiously, and saw a hedgehog-headed man with half of his face disfigured walked in. Everyone looked at the newcomer with vigilance. They didn't expect that someone would dare to come to their Akatsuki organization. It seems that he is definitely a tough guy. Orochimaru was curious. Why did Uchiha come here? Pain stared at the newcomer. Although Obito was not wearing a mask now, he still recognized him at a glance. "Afii?" Pain asked. Afii is Obito's name in Akatsuki, but he has never appeared in front of everyone. Pain was very curious why this person who called himself Uchiha Madara didn't hide himself today. Obito looked at Pain with complicated eyes. Speaking of it, Nagato is much better than him. Although he was used by himself, Nagato's goal was to collect all the tailed beasts and ultimately achieve the effect of military deterrence, so that the major ninja villages would not dare to start a war at will. Obito was still laughing at Nagato's idea at the time. The law is too naive, and he didn't expect that he was the clown. "Pain, the Moon Eye project is fake, I was used by someone," Obito said bitterly. Hearing this, everyone looked at Obito curiously. Pain didn't say anything, just looked at Obito quietly, and said after a long time, "I know." Nagato never recognized Banara's Moon Eye project. The two of them just had a relationship of mutual use. Nagato even thought about turning against Banara after gathering all the tailed beasts. Obito was a little surprised to see the reactions of Pain and others. Why didn't they feel shocked when they heard the news? When he heard it at that time, he felt like the sky had fallen. And why were they so calm? Pain seemed to see Obito's thoughts, and he said lightly, "My goal has always been to achieve peace in the ninja world, and it has never been a Moon Eye project." Obito understood that he and Nagato were indeed in a relationship of mutual use, and both sides had been wary of each other. "Speaking of which, why did you all join the organization?" Biwajuzo suddenly asked. "I came because I lack a sense of belonging." Orochimaru put the book in his arms. "The leader said he would give me experimental funds, so I came." Kakuzu grinned and said, "The leader promised me 100 million if I joined the organization." Red Sand Scorpion raised his head and said lightly, "Because I was bored, I wanted to come and see." Obito was speechless. He was worried that these guys would get deeper and deeper for the fake infinite moon reading. But he didn't expect that he was the only one in the entire Akatsuki organization who believed in the Moon Eye project. Obito looked at this group of people, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. In short, they were all salted fish without a group of ambitions. Obito looked at Pain and said seriously, "Although the Moon Eye project is fake, there is a store on the border of the Fire Country. You can go and have a look. It will be of great help to you to realize your ideals." Hearing this, Orochimaru and Kakuzu subconsciously looked at Obito. They didn't expect that this guy had also met the boss. Biwajuzo and Scorpion of the Red Sand became interested when they saw the reactions of Orochimaru and Kakuzu. Perhaps, all their secrets came from that store. The two of them had already made a note of it and were going to find some time to go and take a look. Chapter 17. The border of the land of fire. I know. Pain said lightly. What are your plans now? Zionin asked curiously. Obito hesitated. I want to atone for the mistakes I made before. Neither Pain nor Zionin expected Obito to say this. Is this still the arrogant Madara before? It seems that after going to that store, he became like this now. Pain suddenly became interested. What did the owner of that store say to Madara that made him have such a huge change? I'll go to atone first, see you all. As he said that, Obito's body began to disappear. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that this person actually mastered space ninjutsu. After Obito left, Zionin looked at Pain beside him. Pain, what should we do now? Since he said that the store will help us realize our ideals, let's go and take a look. As he said that, Pain walked out of the base. Zionin nodded and followed Pain. After the two left, Scorpion suddenly put the puppet into the scroll, stood up and stretched. It's time to go out and move around. With that, Scorpion left the organization. Biwajozo looked at Orochimaru who was meditating, and then looked at Kakuzu who was counting money in the distance. He suddenly covered his stomach. Well, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach, I'll be back soon. As he said that, he ran out holding his stomach. At this time, Kakuzu and Orochimaru were the only two people left in the organization. Kakuzu stopped counting money and looked up at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, why don't you go? Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. I don't have money. Kakuzu's mouth twitched, and Orochimaru simply said what he was thinking. Even though he still has more than 18 million in his hand, it is still far from enough. He regretted joining the Akatsuki organization a little, and felt that he was fooled by the leader. He had been in the organization for 2 days, and he hadn't seen a penny. How about we go out and make some money? Kakuzu asked tentatively. Orochimaru nodded after hearing this. That's what I meant. He also felt that Pain was making big promises for him. It would be better to go out with Kakuzu to make some money. After all, although the things in Yongxiao are very good, they are ridiculously expensive. So, the two of them decided to go out and make some extra money. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. The third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the Hokage building with a pipe in his mouth and a smile on his face. Today is such a good day. Today is the day to pay the Anbu salary. As a Hokage, every time he goes to the vault to get money, he will pocket some. After all, the Hokage has no other source of income except for that meager salary. It's impossible to let the Hokage go to the mission hall to accept missions like ordinary ninjas, right? So, apart from his meager salary, Hiruzen Sarutobi's income was the small amount of money he embezzled every time he entered the treasury and the gifts given by the major families on weekdays. However, what made Hiruzen Sarutobi unhappy was that among all the families in Konoha, only the Uchiha clan did not give him gifts. And the Hyuga clan, which was also another Ijutsu family, gave him many benefits. He had been in office for so many years, and the two clan leaders of the Uchiha clan had never given him gifts. The most hateful thing was that, not only did they not give him gifts, but they also acted like they were powerful on weekdays, especially when the Nine Tails Rebellion occurred. The pair of Sharingans on the eyes of the Nine Tails were definitely done by the Uchiha clan. But they still refused to admit it, which made Hiruzen Sarutobi very angry, but for the peace of the village he could only swallow his anger. So at the suggestion of his good friend Danzo, the Uchiha clan moved their clan land to the edge of the village. He, here comes the money. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and opened the door of the vault. The heavy iron door of the vault slowly opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, suddenly widened. When he looked at it yesterday, the money was still there. How come it was gone after one night? Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen made a sharp explosion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cry resounded throughout the Hokage building, and the surrounding Anbu heard the sound and rushed over. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground, shouting sadly, "Where is my money? Where did such a large pile of money go? Anbu! Who stole my money?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in despair. The defense level of this vault is the highest. It stands to reason that no one except him can open it. Even if you want to force it open, it is impossible to do it silently. No one can do it except time and space ninjutsu. But in this ninja world, all those who know time-space ninjutsu should be dead, no matter who you are. "Don't let me catch you!" Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily. Soon, the news of the theft in the Hokage's office reached Shimura Danzo's ears. Root organization. Shimura Danzo gloated, "Hiruzen is really stupid. The vault can be stolen. Let's see how he explains to the daimyo." Shimura Danzo has already thought about it. Even if Hiruzen comes to kneel down and beg him, he will never lend Hiruzen a penny. If the daimyo knows, he will definitely blame Hiruzen for not guarding well, and may cancel Hiruzen's position as Hokage. At that time, it will be his turn to become the Hokage of Konoha Dark. Shimura Danzo was excited just thinking about it. He opened the safe of the Root organization. He has made a lot of money from the Root organization over the years. At least he has 2 small goals. As for how much, he has not counted it carefully. He decided to open it now and count how much money there is in total, so that he can smooth the relationship and prepare to become the Hokage in the future. Creaky. The door of the safe opened, and Shimura Danzo's smile froze on his face. The safe that was supposed to be filled with banknotes was now empty, without even a hair. Shimura Danzo was so angry that his blood pressure soared instantly. "Who is it? That bastard!" Shimura Danzo cursed. "All of you go check it quickly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must get my money back." "Yes." The people from the Root hurriedly left the Root after hearing this. Shimura Danzo was almost fainted by anger, and now he finally understood how Hiruzen felt at that time. He couldn't figure out what kind of thief was so bold that he dared to come to Konoha to steal his money. "No matter who you are, don't let me catch you." Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. If the Root who delivered the information was present, he would definitely be surprised, because what Danzo said was exactly the same as Hiruzen. Outside Konoha village. In the dark cave. Hey, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. A dark figure kept counting money. "I didn't expect that he earned 1 billion taels in just one night. As expected of Konoha village, it's rich. Black Zetsu only went to 2 insurance pants and earned 1 billion. If he didn't move it one by one, he would definitely earn more. It seems that I have to trick that stupid boy Obito over." Black Zetsu muttered. Chapter 18. The border of the land of fire. "Is this the place?" Pain muttered. His eyes were attracted by the words omniscient and omnipotent, everything written on the stone pillar. "I wonder if there is a way to achieve peace in the ninja world," Pain said as he walked towards the store. Konan hurriedly followed Pain's footsteps. Inside the store. "I wonder how long it will take for Obito and Black Zetsu to make so much money," Yung Xiao muttered. However, he felt that it would be easy to make so much money quickly with their abilities. One had a bug-like Mangeki, and the other could penetrate any object at will. For these 2 people, making money is as easy as drinking water, it's just a matter of time. Tap, tap, tap. Someone walked into the store. Yung Xiao turned his head and looked when he heard the sound, and his eyes widened immediately. "Damn, why are Pain and Konan here?" Yung Xiao hurried forward and said cheerfully, "Do you 2 need anything?" Pain looked at Yung Xiao curiously and found that he was just an ordinary boy, nothing special. "AB and level Samsara I has been detected. Please ask the host if the other party is interested in selling it. The purchase price is 35 million taels." The system's voice suddenly sounded. Yung Xiao's mouth twitched. Is there any need to ask this? How could Nagato sell it? But he still asked with a stiff upper lip, are you selling your samsara eye? Pain was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yung Xiao to ask him such a question. Xionan behind him looked at Yung Xiao with an incredible look. Yung Xiao felt Xionan's gaze and scratched his head embarrassedly. Don't look at me like that. I'm willing to pay 35 million taels for it. Xionan's mouth twitched. Didn't she expect the samsara eye to be so worthless? No. Pain shook his head. Yung Xiao nodded. He knew the other party would say that. If it could be sold, it would be a miracle. He smiled and said, do you two need anything? I have everything here. Everything? Xionan was surprised. She didn't believe Yung Xiao's words from the bottom of her heart. How could she have everything? Pain also subconsciously looked at Yung Xiao. He also felt that Yung Xiao was bragging. Yung Xiao saw that the two did not believe him, so he patted his chest and guaranteed, you can ask for anything. As long as the money is in place, I will help you solve anything. Pain and Xionan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Pain tentatively said, do you have equipment to capture the tailed beasts here? Yung Xiao smiled and said, of course, you wait. As he said that, he walked to a counter and took out a black square box. Pain was just asking casually. He didn't expect that the other party really had it. He curiously approached. Yung Xiao opened the box, and inside was a red and white round sphere. This is a poke ball, which can hold the tailed beasts. Yung Xiao said as he took the poke ball in his hand. The two looked at the poke ball in Yung Xiao's hand curiously. They didn't expect that such a small thing could seal the tailed beasts. Do you want to buy it? Yung Xiao asked. How much? Not expensive, 5 million taels per ball. Pain nodded. It was indeed not expensive to sell 5 million taels for something that could seal the tailed beasts. I want 9. Yung Xiao was overjoyed. Finally, a big customer came. He quickly took out 8 more pokeballs and put them on the counter. Xionan took out a scroll and handed it to Yung Xiao. After confirming that it was correct, he put it into the system space. Both of them were a little shocked by Yung Xiao's methods. It seemed that the boss in front of them was not an ordinary person. After all, ordinary people would not dare to say that they wanted to buy his samsara eye in front of him. Yung Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly and said cheerfully, do you two need anything else? Pain hesitated for a while before saying, boss, do you have any weapons that can bring world peace? What? Nuclear peace? Yung Xiao asked the system in his mind and got a positive answer, of course there is. As he said that, Yung Xiao's hand swept in the air, and then a blue screen appeared. Yung Xiao clicked the play button, and saw on the screen, an extremely huge missile fell rapidly from the sky, like the advent of the Last Judgment. Accompanied by a dazzling white light flashing in an instant, the once prosperous city below suddenly rose a huge mushroom cloud in the blink of an eye, as if the gate of hell was opened. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion spread outward at an alarming speed, affecting a radius of thousands of kilometers. As the billowing smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the originally prosperous and lively city had turned into a desolate ruin. Pain widened his eyes and stared at the city in the picture in disbelief, his heart was filled with shock and fear. This city, which was so large that it could even rival the entire Fire country, turned into a lifeless ruin in a short period of time. At this time, the two people's worldviews seemed to have suffered an unprecedented shock. They could not understand how this world could have such a terrifying power. Such a powerful weapon was beyond their imagination. When the video ended, the two were still immersed in deep shock and could not come back to their senses for a long time. Yung Xiao explained softly, this is a 3-phase bomb. Not only is the explosion power extremely huge, but the places affected by the aftermath of the explosion will be contaminated by radiation. This radiation is extremely harmful to the human body. Once infected, life will enter a countdown, and the remaining days are numbered. Yung Xiao felt that this three-phase bomb should be able to meet the requirements of the nuclear level of Nagato's world, right? After all, if a three-phase bomb is launched, half of the ninja world will be finished. After hearing Yung Xiao's explanation, the two looked at Yung Xiao with fear. The boss in front of them said such horrifying words in such a calm tone. Yung Xiao saw that the two did not speak, and thought that they felt that the power of the three-phase bomb was too small. He continued, "Do you think the power is too small? Don't worry, I have more powerful weapons." As he said, he was about to click on another video. Pain and Xionan were completely dumbfounded. There was actually a more powerful weapon. How powerful does this weapon have to be? After the two reacted, they hurriedly stopped Yung Xiao. "Boss, wait a minute." Yung Xiao stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "Do you have any questions? Don't they like this kind of radioactive weapon?" Yung Xiao was ready to introduce other weapons to them. The two were speechless. What else is the problem? This problem is huge. Let's not talk about whether they can afford it or not. Even if they can afford it, will they dare to use it after buying it back? Chapter 19. Don't you like weapons with radiation? Yung Xiao said, "I have other types of weapons here." Pain's head was shaking like a rattle. "Boss, I think this is too powerful." Yung Xiao finally realized that he had always thought that the other party felt that the power was not enough, but he didn't expect it to be too powerful. He smiled and said, "I also have a less powerful one." As he spoke, Yung Xiao played another video, in which a warhead much smaller than the three-phase bomb fell from the sky. After the warhead fell, it immediately emitted a dazzling white light, and as a black mushroom cloud rose, the area of more than 20 kilometers around the center of the explosion instantly turned into ruins, and the aftermath only affected more than 100 kilometers before stopping. "This is a nuclear bomb, how is it? Is the power much smaller?" Yung Xiao said with a smile. "Pain. What is the difference between this and the three-phase bomb just now?" "Oh. The difference is indeed quite big, because the power of the explosion is reduced by more than 10 times. With this nuclear bomb, the people in the ninja village will be turned into scum in an instant." To be honest, Pain was a little tempted. After all, as long as he casually destroyed a village, other villages would naturally be afraid after seeing the power of the nuclear bomb, and would not dare to start a war. Although a village was sacrificed, it brought peace to the entire ninja world. Anyway, the pronunciation of peace in the ninja world and nuclear peace in the ninja world are the same. As long as the world is peaceful, who cares whether it is peace or nuclear? Pain felt that this was much more convenient than collecting all the tailed beasts, and the power was stronger than the tailed beasts. After all, to catch the tailed beasts, you have to be enemies with all the ninja villages, which is thankless. In the end, even if you succeed, the effect is not as great as nuclear weapons. Seeing that Pain was tempted, Xionan wanted to persuade him, "Pain." But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them. Because this is a way to achieve peace in the ninja world. Although it may be a little cruel and require the sacrifice of a ninja village, the effect is definitely significant. Yung Xiao smiled and looked at the two and said, "What do you think of this nuclear bomb?" Pain nodded silently, indicating his approval, and then asked directly about the price, "Boss, how much does this nuclear bomb cost?" They started asking about the price directly, and it was obvious that they were already tempted. Yung Xiao suppressed his excitement and said with a smile, "One nuclear bomb costs 10 billion. Hearing this price, the two fell silent instantly. They knew that nuclear bombs would be expensive, but they didn't expect them to be so expensive. But when they thought that this was a weapon that could bring world peace, it was natural that the price was beyond common sense. However, facing such a high price, they still felt embarrassed. After all, the wealth accumulated by their Akatsuki organization over the years was less than 1 billion, which was only equivalent to 1/10 of a nuclear bomb. In addition to the experimental fee promised to Orochimaru and the joining fee to Kakuzu, this was a huge expense. Otherwise, Pain would have given them the money long ago, and it wouldn't have taken so long. The two of them often said behind his back that he was just making empty promises. Now he finally knew why Kakuzu and Orochimaru always asked him for money. It turned out that the things here in Yongxiao were so expensive. Yongxiao saw that the two were troubled by the price and was afraid that they would give up. He quickly encouraged them, "It's just 10 or 20 billion. With your strength, I believe you can earn it in a few years." Seeing the two looking at him, he continued, "The future peace of the ninja world depends on you. Isn't this your dream all along? Now you can realize your dream with money. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and make money. The money in this world is limited. If you don't make money now, what will you do if all the money is earned by others?" Hearing Yongxiao's words, the two finally reacted. Pain quickly said, "The boss is right, Zionin, let's go." Obviously, the two have been brainwashed by Yongxiao. "Wait a minute!" Yongxiao shouted quickly. The two who had just walked to the door stopped and looked at Yongxiao curiously. Yongxiao smiled and said, "It's very inefficient to make money with a disabled body." Nagato. Ramen Village. Somewhere in the Akatsuki base. Nagato, who was controlling Pain, suddenly widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the boss knew his true identity. Almost no one knew his identity, and he didn't think that Madara would tell the boss about it. He murmured, "This boss is simply unfathomable." In the store. Zionin heard this, her eyes flashed with excitement, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Boss, can you cure Nagato's body?" After knowing the power of this mysterious boss, Zionin subconsciously used honorifics to express her his respect. Yongxiao smiled slightly, "Of course." Then, he walked to the counter, reached out and touched it gently, and then took out a device that looked like a hibernation capsule. This device looked very high-tech, with a metallic luster on the surface, and the interior seemed to be filled with various complex instruments and equipment. Seeing this huge object that suddenly appeared, the two opened their mouths in shock. They really couldn't figure out how such a huge object was hidden in that small counter by Yongxiao. Seeing the two people's inexperienced looks, Yongxiao smiled and explained, "This is a treatment capsule. Just lie in it and it can automatically repair body damage." Hearing this, Zionin hurriedly looked at Pain and said anxiously, "Nagato, let's go and bring your body." When she learned that Nagato's body could be cured, Zionin was so excited. Because in order to save her, Yahiko died and Nagato's legs were disabled. This matter has always made Zionin feel guilty. She thinks that all this is caused by her. So after Yahiko's death, Nagato chose to turn evil. Nagato's ideals were contrary to Yahiko's original ideals, but Konan did not stand up to stop him, but silently supported Nagato's decision. After Nagato's legs were crippled, his chakra had to be supplied not only to the outer path demon statue, but also to the 6 paths of pain, which caused him to lack chakra all the time. Over time, his body became skinny, and Konan was sad every time he saw it. But fortunately, Nagato's body has the possibility of recovery. How could Konan not be excited about this? She was eager to cure Nagato's body. Pain saw Konan's excitement and nodded, "Okay." With that, the two left the store and headed to the Rain Village as quickly as possible. Yongxiao looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and sighed, "Am I also a dream-making master in the Naruto world?" Suddenly, Yongxiao saw movement in the bushes on both sides, and 2 sneaky figures were rushing towards his store. Chapter 20. 2 figures suddenly jumped out of the bushes on both sides. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. "You went so far to the toilet?" Scorpion of the Red Sand said with a smile. "Haha, I think the toilets in the land of fire are cleaner. Biwajo Zhang laughed awkwardly. Yung Xiao. He was confused. He didn't know what Biwajo Zhang was talking about. The toilets in the land of fire are really clean. Scorpion of the Red Sand just chuckled, okay, let's go in and take a look. As he said that, he walked towards the store. Biwajo Zhang scratched his head awkwardly and quickly followed. Yung Xiao at the door saw the two people coming and showed a professional fake smile, welcome, both of you. As he said that, Yung Xiao stepped aside and let the two people go in. The two looked at the dazzling array of goods around them and were shocked. They had never seen anything inside. You two, please let us know if you have any requests. We have everything you want. Yung Xiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Biwajo Zhang looked at Yung Xiao curiously, boss, do you have any powerful weapons here? Detecting the C and level beheading sword, please ask the host if the other party is interested in selling it. This system is willing to spend 3 million taels to buy it. After being rejected twice before, Yung Xiao now knows how to increase the probability of successful acquisition. That is to bring out better weapons than him. Of course. Yung Xiao showed a mysterious smile, turned around and walked behind the counter and began to search. After a while, he took out a red sword with a blood-colored gem inlaid on the handle. The blade flashed with cold light, as if it could devour all life. This weapon is called the Blood Demon Knife. It is made of a rare ore called blood iron ore, which only exists in very deep underground and is rare. After being carefully crafted by our blacksmith shop, this blood demon knife has a special ability, as long as it cuts the skin, the wound will not heal, no matter what treatment method is used. Yun Xiao's voice was low and full of temptation, as if he was showing a rare treasure to Biwajo Zhang. However, Biwajo Zhang was not as excited as Yun Xiao imagined. Instead, he shook his head repeatedly, with fear on his face, this knife is too cruel. I can't use such a weapon. Yun Xiao saw this and his mouth twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. He shook his head helplessly, put the blood demon knife back on the counter, and then took out more than a dozen weapons of various types and placed them on the counter. Each weapon has a unique appearance and function. Some can release powerful power, while others can change their forms, which is dazzling. Yung Xiao introduced the characteristics and effects of these weapons one by one. Biwajo Zhang was stunned and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He had never seen such magical weapons. These weapons were beyond his cognition. Seeing that Biwajo Zhang had no reaction, Yung Xiao asked, don't you like them? Don't worry, I have other ones here. Yung Xiao said while preparing to get other weapons. Biwajo Zhang saw this and hurriedly stopped him, don't. Boss, I just asked casually. Biwajo Zhang thought Yung Xiao's weapons were too scary. The weapons on the counter looked like monsters, and the breath they exuded made him feel creepy. Although he was a rebel ninja, he was not an unforgivable person. He felt that these weapons were not suitable for him. Yung Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. After all, people don't want to buy, you can't force them, right? Biwajo Zhang subconsciously touched the beheading sword behind him. He felt that the beheading sword was the most suitable for him. Seeing Biwajo Zhang lost the desire to buy, Yung Xiao looked at the red sand scorpion beside him, customer, do you need anything? Do you have eternal art here? The red sand scorpion suddenly asked. Yung Xiao looked at Scorpion carefully, and he found that the red sand scorpion had made himself into a puppet at this time. This surprised him a little, but at the same time he also understood Scorpion's pursuit of eternal art. You made yourself into a puppet just to pursue eternity? Yung Xiao asked. The pupils of the red sand scorpion shrank sharply. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him actually knew about this. He was silent for a while, then nodded, indicating his acquiescence. Yung Xiao smiled and said, I think there is something that is quite suitable for you now. As he said that, he took out a robot from the counter. The red sand scorpion looked at the robot with a curious look on his face. He didn't know what this iron lump was. Could it be a new type of puppet? Flesh and blood are weak, and machinery rises. Yun Xiao said with a smile, and then disassembled the robot. It opened, revealing the metal structure inside. He explained to the red sand scorpion, "Since your body is already a puppet, I suggest you install a mechanical body directly on the original basis. This material can guarantee that it will not rust for tens of millions of years, and because it is not a physical body, as long as the main brain is not damaged, you will never die. In this way, you can not only achieve eternity, but also have more powerful strength and ability." The red sand scorpion heard Yun Xiao's words, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the boss had such a thing. But he still asked with some doubts, "Boss, is this technology reliable? Will there be any side effects?" Yun Xiao patted his chest and answered confidently, "Don't worry, this technology is very mature, there will be absolutely no problems." The red sand scorpion fell into deep thought. He weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he decided to accept Yun Xiao's advice. After all, he has paid too much for the pursuit of eternity and doesn't want to miss any more opportunities. So, he nodded and said to Yung Xiao, "Okay, I'm willing to try." Yung Xiao smiled and agreed, "No problem, but the price is 30 million taels." Red Sand Scorpion nodded, then took out a scroll and handed it to Yung Xiao. After the system check was correct, Yung Xiao said happily, "Then let's get started, but before that, I need to do some inspections and evaluations on your body to determine the most suitable mechanical body plan for you." As he said, Yung Xiao waved his hand gently, and with his movements, the surrounding counters suddenly began to sink, as if swallowed by the earth, disappearing without a trace. Then, a white workbench slowly rose from the ground and appeared in front of several people. "Lie on it, this is a fully automatic transformation instrument." Red Sand Scorpion nodded slightly, and lay on it without hesitation. When Red Sand Scorpion lay down, the transformation instrument started immediately, making a slight buzzing sound. It began to quickly scan the scorpion's entire body and collect various physiological data. At the same time, a black glass cover slowly descended, completely covering the scorpion, forming a closed space. It was impossible to see what was inside. Then, under the horrified eyes of Biwazhou, the instrument sank into the ground. It was over, it was over, it was completely over. Biwazhou felt that the Red Sand Scorpion might have been fooled by the boss, and he was afraid that he might have been beaten to a pulp now. Thinking of this, he looked at Yung Xiao in fear and subconsciously took a few steps back. Chapter 21. Biwazhou swallowed his saliva. He had just clearly seen that the moment the lid fell, the Red Sand Scorpion instantly fell into a coma. He felt that the Red Sand Scorpion was fooled by the boss. Not only did he spend 30 million taels, but he also lost his life. Biwazhou looked at Yung Xiao's back. He silently grasped the handle of the beheading sword, wanting to suddenly attack Yung Xiao and catch him off guard. But seeing Yung Xiao's flaws all over his body, Biwazhou hesitated. Damn it! This person is obviously full of flaws, but Biwazhou feels that as long as he dares to make a move, he will be killed in seconds. Biwazhou finally gave up the idea of taking action. He felt that Yung Xiao in front of him was terribly strong. Transformation takes time. Wait a moment. Yung Xiao turned around and said. Yung Xiao suddenly turned around, startling Biwazhou. He thought Yung Xiao was going to attack him. Hearing Yung Xiao's words, Biwazhou secretly complained, the Red Sand Scorpion may have been hollowed out now. If Yung Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise, how smart. In fact, the Red Sand Scorpion had taken out his internal organs before, leaving only a heart. Now the transformation is to replace all his flesh and bones with mechanical ones. Do you need anything else besides cold weapons? Yung Xiao asked with a smile. Little did he know that Yung Xiao's smile was like a devil's smile in Biwa Zhang's eyes. He felt that Yung Xiao just wanted to trick him and put himself into the metal instrument, and then he would have nothing else to do. Thinking of this, Biwa Zhang hurriedly shook his head. No. No. I don't need anything. Yung Xiao was a little disappointed. He thought Biwa Zhang had no money. He patted Biwa Zhang on the shoulder and sighed, alas, you are not young anymore. It's time to save some money so that you can marry a wife and live a good life. Hearing this, Biwa Zhang's eyes widened in horror. He didn't expect that the boss in front of him not only knew that he had no money, but also knew that he had no wife. Biwa Zhang's legs began to tremble with fear. He felt that he had no privacy in front of Yung Xiao. Biwa Zhang greeted Obito's family hundreds of times in his heart. Damn it! It was all that Dama Uchiha's fault. If it weren't for the few words he said before leaving, which aroused his interest and made him curious about this place, he would never have come here even if he died. Now it's good. The life and death of Scorpion of the Red Sand is unknown, and he himself is being closely watched by the boss, without even a chance to escape. Now he finally knows why the leader and Xionan ran so fast at the door just now. At that time, he was still curious about why the two ran so fast. It turned out that they sensed the danger. But he stupidly followed Scorpion of the Red Sand into the store, which was simply lighting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Thinking of this, Biwa Zhang wanted to slap himself a few times. This is really curiosity that kills the cat. He has made up his mind that if he can survive this time, he will never be curious again in his life. Yongxia looked at Biwa Zhang's face turning pale and blue, and cold sweat kept falling. Are you okay? Yongxiao asked with concern. He remembered that the original book did not mention that Biwa Zhang had any health problems. He looked at Biwa Zhang's pale face and fell into deep thought. Biwa Zhang found that Yongxiao was staring at him, and he was almost scared to death. Didn't this boss intend to act anymore? Want to use force directly? Is his life going to end here? Biwa Zhang should have known that the person who could forge that kind of bloody demon sword could not be a good person. Biwa Zhang closed his eyes and prepared to welcome the arrival of death. He hoped that Yongxiao would act faster so that he would not suffer too much pain. Just when Yongxiao was about to ask, the transformation instrument suddenly rose up. Yongxiao was stunned. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Yongxiao said as he opened the cover of the instrument. Biwa Zhang heard the noise and subconsciously opened his eyes. When he saw the things on the instrument clearly, he was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Devil, this is simply a devil. Biwa Zhang said in horror. I saw that the body of the red sand scorpion was divided into several pieces on the instrument. Biwa Zhang did not expect that this boss would actually dismember the red sand scorpion. Yongxiao's mouth twitched. This automatic instrument did not seem to be so omnipotent. After the transformation, the scorpion was not assembled, and he had to assemble it himself. Yongxiao immediately picked up the tools and prepared to assemble the body of the red sand scorpion. At that time, the body of the red sand scorpion had been completely transformed into a machine, with densely packed parts and no flesh and blood. When Biwa Zhang saw Yongxiao's actions, he was so scared that his eyes turned black and he fainted. He didn't expect Yongxiao to be so perverted that he didn't even let go of the corpse of the red sand scorpion. Yongxia didn't notice Biwa Zhang's reaction. He looked at the red sand scorpion lying on the instrument. How does it feel? The red sand scorpion carefully felt the changes in his body and smiled and said, it feels very strange. The scorpion felt that his body had never been so good. Yongxiao took the scorpion's head and put it on his body, that's it. After the scorpion's head was installed on the body, it turned its head and felt no different from usual. Yongxiao picked up the scorpion's leg and gestured, this leg is a bit troublesome to install, wait a moment. At this moment, Biwazhozang, who was in a coma, woke up slowly. He tried to open his heavy eyelids, and his blurred vision gradually became clear. However, when he saw the scene clearly, he was so scared that he almost cried out. Yung Xiao was holding a broken leg of the scorpion and waving it in the air, as if playing with an interesting toy. Biwazhozang's heart almost jumped out of his throat, but he reacted quickly and quickly reached out to cover his mouth, fearing that making a sound would attract Yung Xiao's attention. Biwazhozang found that Yung Xiao's attention was completely focused on the scorpion leg in his hand and did not notice his awakening, which made him slightly relieved. He began to crawl towards the door carefully, trying to avoid making any noise. Because he fell to the ground just now, the beheading sword on his back also slipped off. At this moment, Biwazhozang was only thinking about escaping from this dangerous place as soon as possible, and had no time to care about the beloved sword. Biwazhozang knew that if he didn't seize this rare opportunity to sneak out, once Yung Xiao noticed him, his life would be over. In all his years as a ninja, he had never been as embarrassed as today. Biwazhozang crawled forward carefully, and he would look back at Yung Xiao every once in a while, fearing that he would discover his movements. Seeing him getting closer and closer to the door, the joy in his heart was indescribable. Finally, he was about to crawl to the door, and his eyes were filled with tears of excitement. "I'm finally going to escape from this terrible place," he cheered silently in his heart. Suddenly, a person suddenly walked in at the door. Chapter 22. Biwazhozang, what are you doing? The speaker was Pain, who came back with Nagato on his back. Biwazhozang's eyes were moistened when he saw Pain coming. He asked with a trembling voice, "Chief! Chief! Are you here to save me?" At this moment, Pain was like a god in Biwazhozang's eyes. Pain was confused. What happened to this guy? Biwazhozang rolled and crawled to Pain's feet and hugged Pain's thighs. "Woo! Chief, you finally came to save me. Scorpion was killed by that boss." The scorpion on the instrument sat up with a confused look on his face. When was he killed? Yung Xiao was also confused. When did he become a murderer? Nagato on Pain's back subconsciously looked at Yung Xiao and saw that the two were looking at them with confused faces. Nagato looked at Biwazhozang, who was crying at his feet speechlessly. His mouth twitched. What on earth had this guy been stimulated by? "Nagato, why don't you go in?" Just then, Konan came over. Nagato didn't say anything, just stared at Biwazhozang at his feet. Konan looked over along Nagato's line of sight and saw Biwazhozang crying on the ground. What happened to him? Konan looked curious. How could Biwazhozang, who was always steady, become like this? Hearing Konan's voice, Biwazhozang quickly raised his head and said in horror, "Let's go quickly. The owner of this store is not only terribly strong, but also a super pervert." Nagato and Konan looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They couldn't figure out what Biwazhozang had experienced. Then, the two looked at Yung Xiao and Red Sand Scorpion curiously. Yung Xiao. 1,000 alpacas ran through Yung Xiao's heart, saying that he was strong. This shows that Biwazhozang does have good taste, but why the hell did he say he was a pervert? And he was a super pervert. Do I really look like a pervert? Yung Xiao said, taking out a mirror from somewhere. Well, with sword-like eyebrows and eyes, he is very handsome. He is definitely 1/10 of the reader's appearance. Yung Xiao sighed. He really couldn't figure out why such a handsome guy would be called a pervert. "Zhozang, what are you doing?" Red Sand Scorpion asked curiously. Because of his trouble, Red Sand Scorpion still had one leg not installed, so he could only sit up and ask. Biwazhozang heard the voice of Red Sand Scorpion and looked in the direction of the voice. "You are not dead." As he said, Biwazhozang ran in front of Red Sand Scorpion with a look of surprise. "Didn't I say before? Help him transform his body." Yung Xiao sighed. He finally understood that this guy had misunderstood. He said that he was so handsome, how could he be a pervert? Biwa Zhang scratched his head awkwardly, so I misunderstood. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that the scene of Yung Xiao holding Scorpion's leg was too horrifying. Any normal person would feel scared when seeing it. Boss, when can you treat Nagato's body? Xionan asked expectantly. Right away, wait for me for 2 minutes. As he said that, he picked up Scorpion's other leg and installed it. This is a professional disassembly tool. Without this tool, your body cannot be disassembled. Yung Xiao was afraid that Scorpion would think this was a shoddy project, so he quickly explained. Hearing this, Scorpion, who was a little worried at first, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that in the future, his limbs would be blown off while he was fighting. Biwa Zhang asked curiously, Scorpion, how do you feel now? No feeling. Biwa Zhang curiously poked Scorpion's body, it's really mechanical. Soon, the mechanical red sand scorpion was completely completed. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the unprecedented powerful force surging in his body, and was very excited. Scorpion's mind moved, and blue flames suddenly erupted from the bottom of his feet, and the whole person rose into the air like a rocket. This scene stunned Biwa Zhang below, and he couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that this mysterious shop owner did not deceive him, but really gave Scorpion a brand new and more powerful body. Scorpion of the red sand adjusted to his new body in the air, with a satisfied smile on his face, and nodded in praise. This is indeed much stronger than the previous puppet body. Of course, although you have changed your body, you can still use chakra freely. Yung Xiao explained with a smile. Hearing this, Scorpion immediately tried it, and saw that several transparent chakra lines appeared in his hands instantly, as thin and tough as spider silk. Biwa Zhou widened his eyes, looking at the chakra line in Scorpion's hand, and couldn't help but sigh, this is too powerful. Boss, can you treat Nagato's body now? Xionan saw that it was almost done, so he asked again. Of course. As he said that, Yung Xiao opened the door of the treatment cabin and motioned Nagato to lie in. Nagato controlled pain to carry him to the front of the treatment cabin. Fuck, where did you steal this skeleton from, Chief? Biwa Zhou exclaimed. At this time, Nagato was not only skinny, but also full of black sticks, which made him look particularly creepy. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a skeleton. Nagato's mouth twitched when he heard this, but he ignored Biwa Zhou and looked at Scorpion. Scorpion, help me pull out the black sticks on my body. Scorpion nodded, got it, leader. As the black sticks on Nagato's body were pulled out one by one, the Tendo Pain, who was originally controlled by him, collapsed to the ground because he lost control. Scorpion helped Nagato lie in the treatment cabin, and Yung Xiao immediately closed the cabin door when he saw this. As the cabin door closed, a green liquid began to be released from the treatment cabin, filling the entire space. Nagato lay in the treatment cabin, feeling the warm liquid wrapping his body, and an unprecedented sense of comfort surged in his heart. Over the years, he has been bearing the huge burden brought by the outer path demon statue and the 6 paths of pain, and his body has long been hollowed out. Fortunately, he is from the Uzumaki clan, with a lot of chakra and super vitality, so he can maintain it for so many years. If it were anyone else, they would have died due to exhaustion of chakra. Boss, what's wrong with you? Biwa Zhou exclaimed as he looked at Pain lying motionless on the ground. He had an anxious look on his face, not knowing what had happened. Scorpion on the side snorted coldly, speechless at Biwa Zhou's reaction. Idiot! As soon as Scorpion saw Nagato, he knew that Nagato was the real leader of the Akatsuki organization, and that Pain was just a puppet controlled by Nagato. With Biwa Zhou's intelligence, he finally understood why he had misunderstood his boss just now. Chapter 23. Could it be, the leader is inside? Biwajozo looked at pain on the ground, then looked at Nagato in the cabin, and then he realized it belatedly. Everyone ignored Biwajozo, but looked at Nagato's situation curiously. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Nagato's shriveled body was slowly recovering. Even his broken legs were slowly recovering. "Boss, what is this?" Biwajozo pointed to the numbers that kept jumping next to the treatment cabin with curiosity. Hearing this, everyone also looked in the direction of his finger curiously. Indeed, it was found that the numbers on it were jumping rapidly, and now it has reached more than 1,800. This is the price you need to pay. Now you have to pay 18 million taels. Yongxiao said with a smile. Several people widened their eyes in shock. They didn't expect the price of this treatment cabin to be so expensive. How long has it been, and you have to pay more than 18 million? Well, now the number on it has reached 1,900. Xionan did not react. Although the price was very expensive, it was still within her affordability. Upon hearing this, Biwajozang looked at Yongxiao in disbelief. "It's so expensive. Boss, why don't you go and rob it?" Yongxiao spread his hands indifferently. "What do you think I'm doing now?" Because Yongxiao was indeed robbing, he originally wanted to exchange senzu beans for Nagato. But he felt that senzu beans were too buggy. Not only were the treatment effects amazing, but the price was also super cheap. After thinking about it, he still thought that this treatment cabin was cost-effective. The treatment cabin charges by the second. In this way, Nagato's body was cured, and he also made a lot of money. This is simply a win-win situation. It would be better if the price of senzu beans could be raised a little, Yongxiao thought to himself. Host, because the cat fairy's senzu beans were taken by a fat man named Yajirobe to eat, there are almost no senzu beans left. The cat fairy said that senzu beans are almost out of print and cannot be bred in a short time. This system temporarily decided to change the price of senzu beans from 500,000 taels per bean to 50 million taels per bean. Yongxiao. He was just thinking about it in his mind just now, but he didn't expect that the price would really increase. "It's a sin, a sin," Yongxiao murmured. From then on, the natives of the ninja world could no longer eat cheap senzu beans. All this is to blame a fat man named Yajirobe. Dragon Ball World. The cat fairy buried his head in the jar. "No more, none of them." The cat fairy wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the fat man sleeping on the ground beside him angrily. "Asshole, you actually ate all my beans." Hearing the cat fairy's roar, the fat man just scratched his butt, turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing this, the cat fairy lay directly on the ground, looking at the blue sky, tears in the corners of his eyes. "Meow, without beans, what should I do with my dried fish? Fuck, so expensive." The number on the treatment cabin made Biwajozo shudder and couldn't help swearing. "I saw that the number on it had reached 4,500. As a ninja, Biwajozo didn't have the habit of saving money. When he was in the Mist Village, he used the money he earned from every mission to buy shuriken and detonating talismans. As a result, he was still poor after being a ninja for so many years, so when Yongxiao tried to sell him weapons, he refused. It was not because the weapons were too evil, but because he had no money at all. He only had 10,000 taels of money on him now, which he picked up outside last time. Looking at the numbers jumping on the instrument, he felt very sad, because these were all money spent in vain. Although it was not his money, he still felt very distressed. He had never made so much money in his life. Biwajozo subconsciously looked at the beheading sword behind him, and he didn't know how much this sword could be sold for from the boss. Ding ding ding. The numbers on the instrument kept jumping, and finally stopped growing after reaching 5,000. With the sound of the instrument, the green liquid in the treatment cabin began to be gradually drawn out, and Nagato's eyes, which were originally closed, quietly opened at this time. Ka! A light sound came from the inside of the treatment cabin, and Nagato gently pushed the door of the cabin, and the door of the treatment cabin slowly opened. Nagato walked out of the treatment cabin, feeling the changes in his body, with a surprised expression on his face. At this time, Nagato was no longer the skinny and sickly person he was. His body had completely recovered to its peak state, even healthier than before. What surprised him even more was that his legs, which had been broken for a long time, had miraculously recovered as if they had never been injured. Step. Nagato took a step, feeling the soles of his feet touching the ground, his face full of excitement. For so many years, he has been staying in that dark room, unable to move. Now, he can finally stand up again and walk freely. He never dared to think about the wish of standing up again before, but now it has become a reality. Now he no longer needs pain 6 paths. Seeing Nagato's current appearance, the most excited person present is Konan. Konan excitedly ran to Nagato and asked in a trembling voice, "Nagato, is your body finally healed?" As he said, Konan's eyes gradually became moist, and a few drops of crystal tears slid down his cheeks. Nagato looked at the crying Konan in front of him, and he subconsciously reached out his hand. Gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Konan's eyes, and replied, "Well, it's cured." Nagato's action made Konan's face flush instantly. She lowered her head shyly and subconsciously took a step back. And Nagato suddenly realized that his behavior just now might be a little inappropriate, and seemed a little at a loss. They looked at each other, and then quickly looked away, as if they didn't know how to break this situation. At this moment, Yung Xiao came forward and coughed twice to attract the attention of the two. He stood in front of the treatment cabin, pointed to the number displayed on it, and said with a smile, "You two, the total cost of this treatment is 50 million taels, please pay." Yung Xiao's words broke the awkward atmosphere between the two, and Nagato and Konan came back to their senses. Nagato hurriedly took out 2 scrolls full of money from his body and handed them to Yung Xiao. Yung Xiao took the money and checked it carefully to make sure it was correct, then nodded with satisfaction. He leaned close to Nagato's ear and whispered in a teasing tone, "Do you like the girl?" Nagato blushed instantly, "No. No." Yung Xiao was immediately amused when he saw Nagato's look. He patted Nagato's shoulder and said cheerfully, "You know whether you do or not." "Boss, we're leaving first," Nagato said and fled from the store. "It's great to be young," Yung Xiao said with emotion. Although he was less than 20 years old in this body, he lived to be 20 years old in his last life. The 2 lives added up to 40 years old, so he could still feel a little emotional. Although Xionan was very curious about what the boss and Nagato said, she hurriedly followed Nagato when she saw him leave. Seeing the two leave, the scorpion of the red sand also said to Yung Xiao, "Boss, I'm leaving too." As he said that, he turned around and left. He couldn't wait to experience his new body. Biwa Zhang hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." Then he ran out. Biwa Zhang had already made up his mind. From now on, he would save money to buy the Blood Demon Blade. Although he didn't dare to ask Yung Xiao about the specific price, he knew that it was definitely not cheap, at least tens of millions. After all, nothing in Yung Xiao was cheap. Yung Xiao walked to the door and shouted to the backs of the people who were leaving, "You must come back often." Chapter 24. Rain Village. After leaving the store, Nagato and his companions returned to Rain Village. "Where are Kakuzu and Orochimaru?" Nagato asked in confusion, looking at the empty base. Hearing this, several people shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so fast. You can catch up with that guy even though he ran so far." Just then, Kakuzu's voice came from outside the door. Hearing the voice, Nagato and others subconsciously looked at the door. "Hehe, your earth grudge is not bad either." The two walked in arm and found that everyone was staring at them. Orochimaru recognized Nagato at a glance. Isn't this the child that Jiraiya adopted on the battlefield? Orochimaru understood instantly, but he didn't mention what happened back then. Orochimaru licked his lips. Is this the original appearance of the leader? Kakuzu stared at Nagato with curiosity. He didn't expect that the leader looked like a pretty boy. Nagato nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, "Since you are here, I will explain to you the next plan of the Akatsuki organization. We need to raise 20 billion as soon as possible." Hearing this, Kakuzu widened his eyes, his face full of shock, and couldn't help but exclaimed, 20 billion. He couldn't believe his ears. If he could really make so much money, he would be extremely happy. Nagato nodded slightly and answered affirmatively, "Yes, we need enough funds to buy weapons from the boss to achieve peace in the ninja world." Then, he told everyone present in detail about the huge power of the nuclear bomb. After listening to Nagato's description, several people showed surprise and disbelief. They never thought that there was such a powerful and terrifying weapon in the world. Can it really destroy a ninja village in an instant? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity, and he developed a strong interest in nuclear weapons. Although he is now obsessed with the way of cultivating immortals, the nature of a scientific madman in his heart has not changed. He began to think whether he could develop such a powerful weapon. After all, after Orochimaru disassembled the gun he bought from Yungziao and studied it, he was surprised to find that its principle was so simple and easy to understand. If he hadn't had time, he would definitely be able to make it according to the parts. Now, he was very curious about the nuclear weapon in Nagato's house. Orochimaru thought that when he bought it back, he must disassemble it and study it. With his IQ, it didn't seem that difficult to develop a nuclear bomb. He licked the corner of his mouth excitedly, and had already imagined the scene of himself developing a nuclear bomb. After all, what he developed was different from what Yungziao bought, so it was better to master the technology in his own hands. If Yungziao knew what Orochimaru was thinking at this time, he would definitely make a sharp explosion. Nuclear bombs are not something that can be disassembled. When Orochimaru secretly disassembled the nuclear bomb, the entire Rain Village would accompany him to heaven. So, do you have any quick ways to make money? Nagato looked at everyone present and asked expectantly. Everyone looked at each other, thinking about ways to make money. After all, each of them was short of money now. Everyone quickly searched for various possibilities in their minds, trying to find a way to quickly accumulate wealth. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "I think our Akatsuki organization can be changed into a mercenary organization, so that we can make money quickly by accepting commissions. We can first make a name for ourselves in major bounty agencies, and then naturally someone will come to us to issue tasks. Kakuzu is worthy of being the most profitable person in the Akatsuki organization." His suggestion resonated with everyone, and everyone agreed. Biwajozo praised, "Kakuzu, you are really business-minded." Nagato nodded in agreement. Kakuzu's plan is feasible. When the commission for completing the task is completed, half of it will be kept as the organization's funds to purchase nuclear weapons. Everyone nodded, expressing their understanding and support for Nagato's decision. They understand that only by working together can the organization's goals be achieved. Nagato continued, "The organization is currently short of manpower. I hope that everyone will pay attention to whether there are suitable candidates to join the organization during the execution of the mission. If you meet someone with strength and potential, you can consider inviting them to join the Akatsuki organization." Understood. Everyone agreed. Then, from now on, let the reputation of the Akatsuki organization resound throughout the bounty world. Nagato shouted excitedly. It feels quite passionate. The red sand scorpion raised the corner of his mouth and said softly. Biwajozo was so excited that he trembled all over, and his eyes flashed with greed. There is a way to make money. He has begun to imagine the scene of making money and exchanging the blood demon sword in the future. Kakuzu took out several maps and handed them to everyone, all the gold exchange offices in the ninja world have been marked on them. I believe that with your strength, you can definitely complete the task 100% and make the Akatsuki organization famous. Kakuzu was very excited. He actually had a dream, which was to join a mercenary organization, but due to various factors, his dream was shattered. But now hope has been rekindled. He believes that with their strength, the Akatsuki organization will soon become the strongest mercenary organization in the ninja world. Nagato took the map, studied it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Then we will assign tasks according to the map, and each person will be responsible for one country. I'm going to the land of fire, Orochimaru said without hesitation. Then I'll go to the land of wind. I haven't been back for a long time. Scorpion of the Red Sand fell into memories, with a hint of sadness in his tone. Then I'll go to the land of water, Biwajozo said. He hadn't been back for a long time. He wondered how many of his former colleagues were still alive. Konan. You go to the land of earth, and I'll go to the land of lightning. Nagato arranged the tasks in an orderly manner. Konan nodded silently, and then her body suddenly turned into countless pieces of paper and flew out of the base. Let's go, Nagato said and ran out. Everyone left the base one after another. Only Kakuzu was left standing in the wind in a mess. He looked at the room where he was the only one left, and couldn't help but complained, then where should I go? Kakuzu hurriedly chased out. He didn't know where he was going, so he thought he could just find someone to follow him. Biwajozo looked at Kakuzu who followed him and asked curiously, Kakuzu, why are you following me? I heard that you are a traitor to the land of water. I'm afraid that if you go back alone, you will accidentally expose your identity and be beaten to death. Kakuzu said lightly. Thank you so much, Kakuzu, Biwajozo said gratefully. He felt that Kakuzu was right, with his identity as a traitor and the beheading sword in his hand. If he was discovered by accident, those people would definitely try to seize his beheading sword at all costs. Kakuzu was relieved to see that he had successfully fooled them. Chapter 25. The Land of Fire. Orochimaru happened to pass by Konoha village on his way to the gold exchange. He looked at the village in the distance and murmured, It's been a while since I've been back to the village. I don't know what changes have taken place in the village during the time I've been away. Thinking of this, Orochimaru decided to sneak in and take a look. As one of the representatives of Konoha's prostitution, gambling, and drug abuse, it was as easy for him to sneak into the village as drinking water. It was already evening, and there were very few pedestrians on the street. Orochimaru walked in the middle of the street without hesitation, and his figure was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, the cheerful laughter of children came from a distance, attracting Orochimaru's attention. He curiously walked in the direction of the sound, and saw several children playing to their heart's content, seemingly completely unaware that night was about to fall. Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips and sighed, It seems that the security situation in the village has improved a lot after I left. This reminded Orochimaru of the days when he was still in the village, when he often used children as human subjects for experiments. During that period, the children in the village were so scared that they hid at home and dared not go out easily. This gave Orochimaru a headache because he couldn't find the experiment questions to do the experiment. Why was my experiment suddenly discovered when it was about to succeed? Orochimaru frowned and thought. Suddenly, another person appeared in Orochimaru's mind, Shimura Danzo. Because Shimura Danzo supported him in doing experiments behind his back, the only person in Konoha who knew that he was doing human experiments was Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo reached a cooperation with Orochimaru behind his back, and then not long after, when the experiment was about to succeed, Orochimaru was suddenly exposed. Orochimaru could only defect from Konoha, but Shimura Danzo was fine. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes were sinister. He guessed that his exposure was definitely related to Shimura Danzo. He decided that he must find a time to kill Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who was far away in the route, suddenly sneezed. Thinking back to the present, Orochimaru looked at the children in front of him, and a strong desire surged in his heart. He remembered the past experiments, those studies that were only one step away from success. If he could get these children, he might be able to start the experiment again. Orochimaru's eyes became hot, and he stared at the children, as if he saw the scene of the successful experiment. He couldn't help but take a step forward, ready to take them away, but soon hesitated and retracted. He suddenly realized that there was a new way to live forever, and he no longer had to rely on human experiments. This idea made him stop, and his desire for the children gradually faded. Orochimaru took a last look at the children, then turned and left. The children were still playing carefree, not realizing that they had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. The business district was in front of him, and there were a lot of people. Orochimaru knew that he couldn't show his true face to others. So he used the disguise technique he learned from the Chongsheng-ju to cleverly change his appearance. After a whole day of running around, Orochimaru felt hungry. Just in time, a ramen shop called Ichiraku appeared in front of him. He walked into the shop without hesitation, ready to enjoy a bowl of steaming ramen. After ordering a bowl of noodles, he found a seat by the window and sat down quietly, looking at the scenery outside the window. Just then, several people with round fan patterns on their backs walked into the shop. Their appearance caused a commotion, and the originally noisy shop became silent in an instant after several people came in. "Boss, 4 bowls of tonkatsu ramen," one of them said. "Okay." Uncle Ichiraku smiled and responded. Ramen was soon ready. Several Uchiha clan members carried steaming noodles and walked to the table near Orochimaru and sat down, eating and chatting. "Konoha has really been robbed recently," an Uchiha whispered. "Yeah, I heard about it too. It seems to be a series of crimes." "That's right. I heard that the Hyuga clan's treasury was stolen last night, and the Hyuga clan leader ran to the Hokage to cry. Ha ha ha, can't the Hyuga clans be a cook and see through things? How come the clan treasury was stolen?" Orochimaru heard the conversation of several people and looked over curiously. In the past few days, the property of several families has been stolen, causing panic in the village now. "Eat quickly, our police force will be busy later." Just then, an Uchiha ran in and saw that several people were still eating ramen leisurely. He was furious. "Don't eat. The clan's treasury was stolen, and the rich clan leader Yu is calling all clan members back to join other clans to search for the thief overnight." After hearing this, the noodles-eating people threw their money on the table and hurriedly got up and left. "Fuck, the money was stolen from my Uchiha." The leader cursed and left the ramen shop. After the Uchiha people left, the originally quiet shop suddenly became abuzz with discussions. "I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan was also robbed. What's the matter? After all, the Hokage was robbed, and these big families will definitely be robbed. I heard that they had strengthened their defenses before, but they were still robbed now, right? Haha, it really made me laugh to death." Orochimaru heard the discussion of the crowd and felt that he had eaten a big melon. He listened to the discussion of the crowd with interest. "It's really interesting, even the teacher's money was stolen. Uchiha clan land." Uchiha Fugako looked at the empty room, his eyes spurting with anger. This room should have been full of money, but he left for a meal. The money in the room disappeared in an instant. Who on earth could have taken away so much money in such a short time? Uchiha Fugaku roared. The 3 megatama in his eyes suddenly kept spinning, and finally connected together to form a pattern. "Asshole! I will find you today even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Fugaku roared. He has united with the patriarchs of other families. Even if he has to turn Konoha upside down tonight, he must find the thief. Soon, the Hyuga, Inoshikacho, and even the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo followed. "Hokage-sama, the patriarchs of the major families, we must unite tonight and must catch this thief in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku shouted. Every family present had been visited by the thief, so they all hated this thief. Clan leader Fugaku, I will send the Anbu to help you. Seeing that the Hokage had spoken, other families responded. My Hyuga clan will do everything in our power to help clan leader Fugaku. So will our Inoshikajo. In this way, a massive operation to catch thieves was quickly launched in Konoha village. Anyone with suspicious behavior was arrested by people from major families. Seeing that the situation was not right, Orochimaru had already slipped out of the village. He looked back at the brightly lit Konoha village in the distance and sighed, who on earth did this? Chapter 26. Outside Konoha village. He, Uchiha is indeed a Konoha clan, they are rich. Black Zetsu rubbed his hands excitedly. Uchiha Obito stood behind Black Zetsu, looking at Zetsu's back, his eyes full of ill will. It was because of Black Zetsu's plan that he was fooled by Black Zetsu like a fool. He believed the false infinite moon reading. If Yongxiao hadn't reminded him at the beginning, he would still be fooled by Black Zetsu. If he hadn't wanted to cooperate with Black Zetsu, he would have found a way to kill him long ago. Black Zetsu looked back and saw Obito's unkind eyes. He said embarrassedly, "Don't look at me like this. Although I used you for some purposes, the infinite moon reading I said before did not lie to you." Black Zetsu believed that all the people in the ninja world would become nutrients for the sacred tree. After becoming White Zetsu, wouldn't the world achieve peace? He felt that his goal was similar to what Madara wanted to achieve. You just said peace or no peace. That would indeed be peaceful. After all, if everyone died, there would be no war in this world. Obito did not react to what Black Zetsu said. He would not believe a word Black Zetsu said now, and he would treat it as bullshit. Black Zetsu saw that Obito did not react, and he scratched his head awkwardly. He knew that Obito was now enlightened and not so easy to fool. So, Black Zetsu gave up the idea of fooling Obito. He pretended to be innocent and spread his hands. "Oh, if you don't believe it, forget it." Obito looked at Black Zetsu coldly. "We are just a cooperative relationship now." 2 days ago. Obito was very confused after leaving the Akatsuki organization. How could he make so much money without any business acumen? He looked around the ninja world, but still couldn't think of a way to make money. Just when he was at a loss, Black Zetsu found him. "Ah, Obito-kun, are you worried about not making money?" Black Zetsu poked half of his head out of the soil and said. The first time Obito saw Black Zetsu, the anger in his heart burned like a flame. It was this black thing in front of him that had fooled him for so many years. He angrily attacked Black Zetsu, who quickly retracted his head. Obito found that he had no way to deal with Black Zetsu, so he stopped attacking and asked coldly, "Why did you look for me?" Black Zetsu's head slowly emerged from the ground. "Obito-kun, don't be so irritable, I came here specifically to find you for cooperation." "Cooperation?" Obito asked in confusion. He didn't understand why Black Zetsu wanted to cooperate with him. After Black Zetsu's plan was exposed, there was no need for cooperation between them. Black Zetsu saw Obito's thoughts and said happily, "Obito-kun, I learned other ways to revive my mother from my boss, and I have given up the Moon Eye plan. Resurrect my mother." Obito remembered that when he was in the store, Black Zetsu left excitedly after learning that the moon could be destroyed. Obito then understood that the so-called Moon Eye project was actually to revive Black Zetsu's mother on the moon. So Black Zetsu wanted to use Madara and him to achieve his goal. After thinking it through, Obito gritted his teeth and looked at Black Zetsu. Sure enough, the Moon Eye project was a scam. If Madara knew you were lying to him, he would never let you go. Obito said coldly. Hehe, Madara will never know in this life, because no one will revive him. Black Zetsu said with a smile. Obito's mouth twitched, as if it was true. Everyone knew that the Moon Eye project was fake. Who would want to revive that guy? Madara should just stay down there honestly. Since the Moon Eye project is fake, what else can we cooperate on? Obito snorted. Of course, I came to you this time just to make money with you. Black Zetsu said with a smile. Make money? Obito's eyes lit up. He was just worried about how to make money, but he didn't expect Black Zetsu to come to his door. I know the location of several vaults in Konoha. There is too much money. I can't move it all by myself, so I want to cooperate with you. Black Zetsu explained. Originally, he didn't need to cooperate with Obito. Although there was a lot of money in the vault, he could move it all by himself in one night. But he was discovered after stealing only the vaults of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. After learning about this, other families in Konoha strengthened the security of their vaults, and someone would come in to patrol almost every once in a while. This gave Black Zetsu a headache. The increased security of the major families caused his efficiency to be greatly reduced, and he didn't gain much in one night. In this way, if he wants to make 40 billion, he may have to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo arrive. Year, month, and year. This reminded him of Obito's Kamui space. If Obito was there, he would definitely be able to empty the vault in a very short time. So, he came to Obito to cooperate. I will be responsible for finding the location of the vault, and you will be responsible for moving it. We will split it 50-50 after the task is completed. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth. After all, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. He believed that as long as Obito joined, the speed of making money in the future would definitely be many times faster than now. Hearing 50-50, Obito agreed without any hesitation. So far, the thieves' gang in the ninja world was established. Obito, who had made up his mind not to wear a mask, put on his mask again. That night, the two sneaked into Konoha village. In the dark, Black Zetsu whispered, I'll go check the patrol situation of the Hyuga clan. With that, Black Zetsu left. Not long after, Black Zetsu came back. We have found out that every 5 minutes, the Hyuga clan will leave the door of the vault and go to other places for patrol, but they will return again after 1 minute. Black Zetsu said. Obito was a little confused. Can't the Hyuga clans be a cook and see through things? Why do they have to arrange people to patrol everywhere? However, he didn't care about these insignificant details. 1 minute? That's enough. As he said that, the only 3 Megatama that Obito showed slowly turned into a kaleidoscope, and his body disappeared. Black Zetsu saw Obito disappear and also sneaked into the ground. After the Hyuga clan left, the two of them immediately went into the vault. Obito saw the banknotes filling the whole room, and his mouth opened in shock. How much money is this? Obito, hurry up. Seeing Obito in a daze, Black Zetsu said anxiously. Obito came back to his senses, Kamui. As he said that, all the banknotes in the room were sucked into the Kamui space by Obito. After a few breaths, there was nothing in the room. Then, the two of them quickly left the Hyuga clan territory. Not long after the two of them left, the patrolling Hyuga clan came back. They subconsciously opened their eyes and symbolically looked to see if the money in the vault was there. Fuck! Several Hyuga clan members screamed. How come the vault was empty after they had been away for so long? Chapter 27. The two who had just left looked back at the Hyuga clan's land. Who on earth stole my Hyuga clan's money? After hearing the sharp explosion of Hyuga Hayashi, the two turned around and left with satisfaction. After they succeeded, they did not leave Konoha village immediately, but walked towards the land of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans. Obito-kun, while everyone in Konoha is focusing on the Hyuga clan, let's go and get some more. Black Zetsu said happily. Okay. Obito said, following Black Zetsu. Compared with the Hyuga clan, the defense of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans is much worse. After all, they are just ordinary ninja families, while the Hyuga clan is one of the strongest families in Konoha village, with powerful bloodline limits such as the Byakugan. Therefore, the defense of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans is naturally incomparable. The two of them emptied all the money of the three clans without any effort. With Obito's Kamui, the efficiency was indeed improved a lot. In just one night, the two visited more than half of the families in Konoha. At this time, the sky was turning pale, and they found that it was almost dawn, so they left Konoha and planned to go again the next night. After finding a hiding place, Obito took out all the money from the Kamui space. When Obito saw so much money, he had the idea of keeping it all for himself. Although Black Zetsu has special abilities and is difficult to kill, his own strength is not strong, and he is no match for Obito in terms of strength. Obito could have run away with the money, but he hesitated and did not do so. Because he still needed Black Zetsu to lead him to find the vault, he couldn't break up with Zetsu because of this little profit. He didn't want to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. The two began to count the harvest this time, and the counting lasted from morning to evening. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that we would harvest 3 billion in one night. Black Zetsu said excitedly. When Obito heard this number, his mouth opened in shock. He knew that he had gained a lot that night, but he didn't expect it to be so much. So, he made 1.5 billion in one night, and it turned out that he was right to cooperate with Black Zetsu. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before he can earn enough money to revive his teacher. Black Zetsu was also very excited. He didn't expect that he would make money so fast after Obito joined. You know, before Obito came, he worked hard all night and only made a few 100 million, and that was when no one disturbed him. Later, the various tribes of Konoha strengthened their patrols, and he could only make a few million a night. He was very glad that he had brought Obito in. He believed that it would not take a few years to destroy the moon and revive his mother. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu was very excited, and her fatigue suddenly disappeared. Obito-kun, let's divide the money and then continue to act. Black Zetsu said. Okay. With that, Obito sucked his 1.5 billion into the Kamui space. Black Zetsu looked at Obito with envy. Sometimes the space is good, and you can put all the money directly into it. Unlike him, who worries that the money he hides will be discovered all day long. A group of white Zetsus suddenly emerged from the ground, and one of them suddenly asked, Master Zetsu, do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? The veins on Black Zetsu's head popped up. I don't know, you guys move the money to the base quickly. Oh my, I just want to know what a bowel movement feels like. A-Fei said sadly. Hurry up! Black Zetsu roared. Seeing that Black Zetsu was angry, A-Fei hurriedly asked the remaining white Zetsu to move the money away. After all the money of Black Zetsu was moved away, he smiled at Obito and said, Obito-kun, let's start tonight's action. Obito nodded and put on the yellow vortex mask again. So, the two sneaked back to Konoha again. Their target tonight is the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan has been squeezed to the edge of the village now. Obito murmured. The reason why they didn't go to Uchiha last night was that Uchiha was too far from the center of the village, so they didn't have time to go. But tonight was different, they came for Uchiha. Uchiha clan land. Uchiha Fugaku felt uneasy when he learned that the property of the major families in Konoha was stolen last night. He hurried to the clan's vault and opened the door nervously. When he saw that the property in the vault was intact, his tense nerves finally relaxed. However, he did not take it lightly, but decided to take more cautious measures. Since last night, he has lived directly in the vault, determined not to give any potential thieves a chance. At the same time, Obito and Zetsu hid in the dark, paying close attention to Uchiha Fugaku's every move. They originally planned to steal Uchiha the wealth of the Uchiha family, but facing Uchiha Fugaku's strict defense, he felt very troubled. Obito-kun, what should we do now? Black Zetsu couldn't help asking Obito, and even had the idea of giving up this family. Obito was silent for a moment. Wait a minute. Just then, he noticed a woman appeared in the distance, holding a lunch box in her hand. Obito immediately recognized that it was Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Obviously, she came to deliver food to Uchiha Fugaku. Obito's heart moved, thinking that this might be a rare opportunity. He decided to wait until Uchiha Fugaku was eating before taking action. Not long after, Uchiha Mikoto came to the door of the vault. She knocked on the door gently and called softly, "Fugaku-kun, come out to eat." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku walked out and closed the door of the vault casually. He smiled and said, "What delicious food did you bring me tonight?" "All your favorites." Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile. "Mikoto, you are so nice to me. How could that be?" Watching the two flirting, Obito and Juezan exchanged glances, then quietly sneaked into the vault. When they entered the vault, both of them widened their eyes in shock. The scene before them made them unbelievable. The scale of this vault far exceeded that of the Hyuga clan, and the money inside was piled up like a mountain, almost filling the entire space. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku had to go in and guard it himself. It turns out that there is such a huge wealth hidden in it. Obito whispered. As he said that, he began to put a large amount of money into his kamui space without hesitation. However, there was too much money in the vault. Even if Obito had the kamui space, it would take a lot of time to put all the money in. After a period of hard work, Obito finally put all the money into the kamui space. He and Judo looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Then, they left Konoha village without hesitation and disappeared into the darkness with this huge fortune. After dinner, Uchiha Fugaku opened the door of the vault. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was stunned on the spot. He only had time to eat, and so much money was gone. Chapter 28. Obito-kun, take out the money and see how much there is. Black Zetsu rubbed his hands excitedly. Obito's thoughts were pulled back by Black Zetsu. He opened the manjiki and took out all the money he got from the Uchiha. The two looked at the piles of money, their eyes lit up, and they quickly began to count the gains from the Uchiha. After a long time, Black Zetsu exclaimed, "A total of 1.8 billion taels. It really deserves to be a family that has continued from the Warring States period. This foundation is really amazing." Obito was also shocked by the strength of the Uchiha. But he immediately looked gloomy, because he remembered the days when he depended on his grandmother when he was young. Although the clan had subsidies, it could only barely maintain food and clothing. The family's financial situation was not very good. It was not until he became a ninja and could accept missions that the family's conditions improved. Obito didn't expect that the clan had so much money, but didn't use it to help the clan members in need. "Since you don't want to spend the money, I'll spend it for you," Obito murmured. After the two divided the spoils, Black Zetsu said, "Obito-kun, there is nothing left in Konoha village. We have to change to another village." Obito nodded when he heard this. All the major families had been visited by them, and there was nothing valuable left. It can even be said that the assets of the major families in Konoha now are not as much as the assets of a small family. It is indeed time to move the position, so the two packed up their things and prepared to run away overnight. As soon as the two set off, Obito's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he looked back in the direction of Konoha village. Black Zetsu saw Obito stop and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Obito-kun?" "Wait here, I'll be back soon." With that, Obito rushed towards Konoha village. Inside Konoha village. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming." A little yellow-haired boy in the house heard the knock on the door and hurried to the door to open it. "Grandpa Hokage!" The little yellow-haired boy shouted happily. "Little Naruto, Grandpa is here to give you living expenses," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking out an envelope and handing it to the laughing Naruto. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage." Little Naruto said gratefully. When he took the envelope, he suddenly found that the thickness of the envelope was thinner than before. Little Naruto looked at the envelope in his hand, and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kind face. He wondered, Grandpa Hokage, why is the pocket money so little this month? Did I do something wrong? As he said, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a wronged face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed when he saw the little Naruto's aggrieved look. He rubbed Xiao Ming's head. It's not like that. There have been thieves in the village recently. All the money in the village has been stolen, so the living expenses given to you this time are less than usual. So that's the case. Xiao Naruto clenched his fists and said angrily, this thief is really abominable. This made Xiao Naruto very angry. It was all because of this damn thief. His living expenses were not much to begin with, and now they are even less. Spend your money sparingly. Grandpa, I have something to do, so I'll leave first and come to see you another day. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Got it, goodbye, Grandpa Hokage. Xiao Naruto said. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Xiao Naruto closed the door and murmured, this month's living expenses are not enough. It seems that I will go hungry. He has been hungry for many years because of insufficient money. Sometimes, even if he has money, some shop owners are unwilling to sell things to him when they see him. Thinking of this, Naruto's tears flowed down, and he sobbed, Dad, Mom, where are you? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked again. Naruto quickly wiped away his tears and shouted, Grandpa Hokage, I'll be there right away. He thought it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had returned. After all, no one except the Hokage had come to his house in these years. Naruto opened the door and found that the person who came was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but an unfamiliar man who was carrying a lot of things in his hands. The person who came was Uchiha Obito. Who are you? Naruto asked curiously. Hello, Naruto. I am your father's student. Obito said with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard Obito's introduction. He was surprised and said, Uncle, do you know my father? Obito walked into the house and frowned at Naruto's living environment. He didn't expect Naruto's living environment to be so poor. There was even expired milk on the table. Uncle, do you really know who my father is? Little Naruto asked expectantly. Obito looked at Naruto's expectant look, feeling guilty. After all, Naruto's tragic experience was caused by him. If it weren't for Ju the Tail Rebellion, Naruto will be a second-generation Kage like Asuma. Uncle, Uncle! Little Naruto shouted. Hearing the voice, Obito came back to his senses and put the things in his hand on the table. He rubbed the head of little Naruto. Of course, your parents are out on a mission and will be back in a few years. Little Naruto was so excited when he heard it. Uncle, is everything you said true? It's true, but you can't tell anyone about this, otherwise your parents won't come back. Obito said seriously. Little Naruto nodded. Don't worry, Uncle, I won't tell anyone. You can't tell anyone about my coming today. Little Naruto nodded quickly. He was so excited. It turned out that he had parents, but they just went out on a mission. He was not what they said, a child without parents. Obito suddenly found that the chakra of the Nine Tails was actually affecting Naruto. Although Naruto has not started training yet, his training in the future will definitely be disturbed by the Nine Tails. He then opened his Sharingan and looked at Naruto, who immediately fell into a daze. In the sealed space. You damn Uchiha! I'm going to kill you! Nine Tails roared. It recognized Obito in front of it, the Uchiha who controlled him a few years ago. Little Naruto found himself in a mysterious space. He looked at the Nine Tails with fear on his face, and then quietly hid behind Obito. Nine Tails, be quiet! As he said that, Obito glared at the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails instantly fell into an illusion. Outside world. Little Naruto came back to his senses and asked Obito with a curious look, "Uncle, what is that big fox?" "It's just a pet." Obito took out a thick envelope from his arms and handed it to Naruto. "This is the pocket money Uncle gave you. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Little Naruto took the money and said with a smile, "Uncle. Remember, don't tell anyone about your parents and me." Obito said. "Uncle." Before leaving, Obito suddenly asked, "Naruto, do you know someone named Kakashi?" Little Naruto was full of confusion. "Uncle, I don't know him." Hearing this, Obito's face was gloomy. "I know, Naruto. My name is Obito." In the eyes of little Naruto, the uncle in front of him suddenly disappeared out of thin air while talking. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, thinking that he was dreaming. But looking at the thick envelope in his hand and the things in the house, he knew that he was not dreaming. Chapter 29. Warm reminder, the following chapters are a bit disgusting, don't read while eating. Outside Konoha village. Not long after, Obito came back. "Black Zetsu, let's go," Obito said. "Okay." Black Zetsu said and looked at White Zetsu and Afei behind him. "We will leave the land of fire first. You must take good care of the money in the base. This money is very important. We will go to the store on the border to exchange for weapons." "Understood, Lord Black Zetsu," Afei said. Black Zetsu nodded, and then left with Obito. Afei looked at the backs of the two people leaving and fell into deep thought. "I wonder if that boss can tell me what it feels like to defecate." Lord Zetsu praised that boss a lot. "I believe he will definitely tell me what it feels like to defecate." As he said, Afei excitedly began to look for Yung Xiao's store around the Land of Fire. The border of the Land of Fire. Yung Xiao was lying on a chair, bored. It was strange that no one had come to his shop since Nagato and others left 2 days ago. He yawned, "With this amount of customers, how long will it take me to make a lot of money?" The things in the shop were ridiculously expensive, and he couldn't afford them at all. He couldn't buy goods without money to improve his strength, and he didn't dare to leave the shop if he couldn't improve his strength. After all, the ninja world was too dangerous for him who was powerless. He could only stay in the shop in a daze. "I don't know where the plot is going," Yung Xiao muttered. Outside the door, Afei looked at the shop in front of him with curiosity. "Is this the shop that Master Ju is talking about?" He searched for a night at the border of the fire country and finally found it. "I don't know, can this boss tell me what the meaning of defecation is?" Afei said, and walked into the shop. "Boss!" Afei shouted. The sudden sound startled Yung Xiao. He quickly stood up and looked outside the door, and saw a White Zetsu jumping in. Yung Xiao saw the funny personality of White Zetsu, and knew that this White Zetsu was Afei. Among the thousands of White Zetsu created by Uchiha Madara, Afei is a special existence. He is a senior expert in human feces research, a wholesaler of prosthetic transplants, a possessed demon. He smiled and said, "Excuse me, is there anything you need?" "Boss, do you know what it feels like to defecate?" Afei hurriedly ran to Yung Xiao and asked expectantly. Yung Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Afei to ask him this question. He opened his mouth again and again, and for a moment he didn't know how to describe it. Afei saw Yung Xiao's look and looked disappointed. "So, it turns out that you don't know either, boss." As he said, Afei walked towards the door in a daze. Yung Xiao saw Afei leaving and suddenly said, "It's really hard for me to describe this to you, but I can let you poop yourself." "Boss, are you telling the truth?" Afei was so excited when he heard Yung Xiao's words. He grabbed Yung Xiao's shoulders and was so excited. Yung Xiao smiled and nodded, "I can install the corresponding internal organs in your body, so that you can poop like a normal person." Hearing Yung Xiao's explanation, Afei jumped up and down happily, "Ha ha ha, I can poop too. Boss, help me install it quickly, I want to poop. Ah Fei said expectantly. As a white Zetsu, his dream is to be able to poop, but he didn't expect that his dream would come true. Because your body is special, you need to cultivate internal organs suitable for you. It will cost 50 million taels in total. Do you have money? Yung Xiao asked with a smile. Ah Fei was stunned when he heard the price. If he didn't have money, would he not be able to experience the feeling of pooping? He was a little disappointed, but then he remembered that Master Zhu had put a lot of money in the base, and he could use the money to transform his body so that he could poop. Thinking of this, A Fei said excitedly, "Boss, I have money, I'll get it now." As he said that, A Fei hurried out of the store. "Ahaha, I will know what poop means soon!" A Fei shouted excitedly. Hearing A Fei's voice gradually fading away, Yun Xiao was a little curious, does Bai Ju also have the habit of making money? He really couldn't figure out where A Fei's money came from. Black Ju's secret base. A Fei, what are you going to do with the money? A Bai Ju asked. Hearing the voice, the other Bai Ju also looked at A Fei curiously. Take the money to transform the body, so that you can poop. A Fei said excitedly. Hearing this, the other Bai Ju came over curiously, and said in disbelief, "Is it true?" "Of course it's true. And it only costs 50 million. Ah Fei said sincerely, "Do you want to transform yourself too? Then we can happily poop together." Hearing Ah Fei's words, the white Zetsu were obviously moved. They looked at each other, with a hint of hesitation and desire in their eyes, and then looked at Ah Fei again. "This is not good, this money belongs to Lord Black Zetsu." One of the white Zetsu said cautiously, seeming to have some concerns. "What are you afraid of? We will say that the money suddenly disappeared. Anyway, Lord Black Zetsu shouldn't find out, he's so busy." Ah Fei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. The eyes of the other white Zetsu lit up, what a good idea. So, the white Zetsu no longer hesitated, picked up the money on the ground, and followed Ah Fei happily. The banknotes that were originally stuffed into half of the base shrank by 1/3 in an instant. The border of the Fire Country. "Boss, I'm here!" Ah Fei shouted at the door. "So fast!" Yung Xiao heard the voice and walked to the door curiously. When he saw the scene outside, he almost dropped his jaw. "I saw dozens of white Zetsu standing at the door, all of them with a lot of money wrapped around them. Damn, are these white Zetsu going to rob a bank? Boss, we all have to poop!" A Fei shouted. After Yung Xiao reacted, he smiled and quickly made way, saying flatteringly, "Come in, come in." More than a dozen white Zetsu swarmed into the store. "Boss, start quickly. I'm impatient to wait." A Fei urged anxiously. Yung Xiao nodded repeatedly. There were a total of 12 white Zetsu. He didn't expect that this business could make 600 million. After the white Zetsu paid the money, Yung Xiao immediately raised 12 transformation instruments and asked them to lie in them. Not long after, the transformation was completed. They looked at their bodies curiously and felt that nothing had changed. "Boss, why don't I feel the urge to defecate?" Ah Fei asked in confusion. "That's because you haven't eaten yet. As long as you eat, the food will turn into feces in your stomach, and then you can defecate." Yun Xiao explained patiently. "Oh, that's it, I understand." After saying that, Ah Fei rushed out impatiently. Seeing this, the other white Zetsu also ran out excitedly. Looking at their backs as they left, Yun Xiao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly chased to the door and shouted, "Don't defecate anywhere." Yun Xiao didn't know if they heard what he said. Chapter 30. In the woods. A dozen white humanoid creatures ran fast and ran to a huge fruit tree. They looked up at the red fruits on the tree and swallowed their saliva. "Hey, we can eat now!" A Fei exclaimed. As white Zetsu, they have special physiques and do not need to eat, nor can they fast. But due to Yung Xiao's transformation, they can not only experience delicious food, but also convert food into feces for excretion. A Fei couldn't wait to jump onto the tree and picked a few fruits at will. Crack! He bit the fruit and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. Before, it learned to eat like humans, but found that it had no taste. In fact, it was because White Zetsu had no sense of taste. Yung Xiao's transformation made them infinitely close to humans. Hearing A Fei's words, other White Zetsu jumped onto the tree and picked fruits and stuffed them into their mouths. Ah, so delicious, the White Zetsu shouted. So this is the real taste of food, it's really wonderful. After eating the fruits in their hands, they couldn't wait to pick a few more fruits. Soon, all the fruits on the tree were eaten by them. A group of White Zetsu collapsed on the ground, holding their bulging stomachs and burping. This feeling is really great, a White Zetsu exclaimed. Yes, all this is thanks to A Fei. Another White Zetsu echoed. A Fei ignored their words, but stared at his stomach. Why did he eat so many fruits but didn't feel the urge to defecate? He looked at the other White Zetsu and asked curiously, "Do you feel the urge to defecate?" Hearing this, the other White Zetsu closed their eyes and felt it carefully. Except for a little bloating in their stomachs, they didn't feel anything else. After a long while, they opened their eyes. No, we can't be fooled by that boss, right? It shouldn't be, after all, we can eat now. That's right. A Fei was a little confused, then why don't we feel the urge to defecate? As he said that, he took out a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious! A Fei said excitedly. A White Zetsu had a flash of inspiration. Could it be because it takes time for food to turn into feces? Its words aroused the approval of other White Zetsu. Yes. It's possible. You're so smart. A Fei nodded in agreement after hearing this. He felt that the other party was right. It definitely takes some time for food to turn into feces. It's impossible that it eats with its front feet and then poops with its back feet, right? If that's the case, A Fei has already imagined it squatting on the ground, eating and pooping at the same time. Thinking of this, it quickly shook its head and threw this idea out of its mind. It's really disgusting. Let's go back and tell the other brothers about this. A White Zetsu said. Ah Fei's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, yes, I think they will also like to poop. Hearing Ah Fei's words, the White Zetsu's mouth twitched, thinking that Ah Fei really has a special liking for poop. They just want other brothers to be able to eat like them. Then, more than a dozen White Zetsu rushed to the secret base of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's secret base. Ah! Why is there so much less money? A White Zetsu held his head and screamed. Hearing this, White Zetsu rushed out from all directions. When they saw that the money in the base was less than half, they were scared and ran around. It's over, what if Lord Black Zetsu finds out? Just when they were in a panic, Ah Fei and the others walked into the base. When the White Zetsu saw Ah Fei coming, they felt like they had found their backbone and ran to Ah Fei. Ah Fei, a lot of the money left by Lord Black Zetsu is gone. Don't panic, I took the money. Ah Fei said. Hey! The White Zetsu were all confused. They didn't know what Ah Fei was going to do with it. I know a shop owner who can transform our bodies to be like humans, so that we can eat and defecate. Ah Fei explained. The White Zetsu were all excited when they heard this. Ah Fei, is it true? They looked at Ah Fei excitedly, breathing heavily. As White Zetsu, their dream is to be able to eat like humans, but they didn't expect that this wish could really come true. Ah Fei, take me there. Me too, I want to go too. Ah Fei, please take me there, I have never begged anyone in my life. Don't worry, I will take you there. Ah Fei patted his chest and promised. Great! As long as the transformation is successful, I am willing to be your little brother. Me too. A Fei, you are my big brother." Hearing the compliments from his colleagues, A Fei's mouth curled up proudly. "But the transformation requires a lot of money," A Fei said. Hearing this, the other white Zetsu looked at each other in bewilderment. They were just white Zetsu, where would the money come from? They could only look at A Fei with a look of help. Seeing the eyes of many white Zetsu, A Fei felt like a savior. It pointed to the money in the base and said with a smile, "Isn't there money there?" The white Zetsu looked back at the pile of banknotes, their eyes excited. But then they quickly calmed down and said hesitantly, "A Fei, these are the money of Lord Black Zetsu. What should we do if he blames us?" A Fei gritted his teeth and said, "This is all for everyone to be able to defecate. If Lord Black Zetsu makes trouble for us, at worst we will just quit." Hearing A Fei's words, the white Zetsu were all aroused. "That's right, even Lord Black Zetsu can't stop us from pursuing our dreams." A Fei shouted, "For the dream! For the dream! For the dream!" The shouts of the white Zetsu resounded throughout the base. The black Zetsu, who was making money outside, would never have thought that his white Zetsu would betray him not long after he left. "Take the money!" A Fei raised his arms and shouted. "Received!" The white Zetsu shouted. Then, they all ran to the pile of money and took all the banknotes into their arms. Soon, each white Zetsu was holding a large bundle of banknotes, and the original mountain of banknotes was now empty. The white Zetsu shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow Lord A Fei until death." A Fei nodded with satisfaction, and pointed in a direction and shouted, "Let's go." Just then, its stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound, and an unprecedented feeling suddenly swept over its body. "Oh, that's the feeling." A Fei subconsciously covered his stomach, and his butt kept twisting. "So this is the urge to defecate." A Fei hurriedly ran to the side and squatted on the ground. Puff, puff. Chapter 31. After seeing A Fei's appearance, the transformed white Zetsu also felt strange in their stomachs. "Wow, is this what Lord A Fei meant by defecation?" They all found a corner to defecate. Perhaps it was because they had eaten too many fruits before, and now they were all spraying out, just like a water gun. The remaining white Zetsu looked at A Fei squatting on the ground spraying with shock. Crackle! A Fei covered his stomach in pain, and veins popped on his forehead. Obviously, it was because he ate too much fruit that he had diarrhea. "Hey, comfortable." After a while, A Fei exhaled lightly and stood up from the ground. It couldn't wait to see its masterpiece just now. So smelly. A Fei subconsciously covered his nose, lay on the ground and began to carefully look at the feces it had just pulled out. It even poked it with its hand out of curiosity. Seeing this scene, the white Zetsu subconsciously took a few steps back, wanting to stay away from A Fei. They began to doubt, wondering if it was the right decision to betray Black Zetsu and follow A Fei. It felt like A Fei was not very reliable. But when they thought about it, all this was for the dream, so it was worth betraying Black Zetsu. A Fei originally wanted to put his finger in his mouth to feel what his feces tasted like. But after hearing the boos from other white Zetsu, he finally gave up the idea, thinking about trying it again in a place where no one was around. A Fei wiped his feces-stained finger on the ground, then stood up and looked at the white Zetsu and shouted, "Something delayed us just now, let's go now." Got it. The white Zetsu couldn't wait to experience the feeling of eating and pooping. They just saw the comfortable expression on A Fei's face after he pooped. This made them very curious, maybe pooping is really cool. Thinking of this, they hurriedly followed A Fei and headed towards Yun Xiao's shop. Border of the Fire Country. "Boss, we are here again!" A Fei shouted loudly. Yun Xiao in the house heard the sound and walked to the door curiously. He muttered, "Didn't A Fei and the others just leave not long ago? Why are they back again?" When he walked to the door and saw the scene outside, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after making sure that he was not mistaken, he suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck! I saw that there were more white zetsu gathered at the door this time than last time, and each white zetsu held a lot of money in his hands. Boss, I brought them to you for transformation!" A Fei shouted. Hearing this, Yun Xiao reacted, and he quickly held A Fei's hand and said excitedly, "A Fei, you are really my god of wealth." He really didn't expect A Fei to come back and bring him so many customers. He, this is all because of your good skills, boss. After the brothers knew about it, they shouted that I should bring them here. A Fei said with a smile. Those white zetsu looked at Yun Xiao curiously. Is this the boss who can help them transform their bodies? Boss, help us transform our bodies quickly. Yes, boss. We can't wait. Hearing the shouts of the brothers, A Fei said, "Boss, please help them transform their bodies." Sure. Sure. Yun Xiao said excitedly. He loosened his hand holding the white zetsu and quickly called the white zetsu outside to come in. After all the white zetsu came in, Yun Xiao's shop seemed a little crowded. Yun Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. He was really going to make a fortune today. There were about 40 white zetsu in the store. It cost 50 million to transform one, and 40 of them would be 2 billion taels. Adding the 600 million taels contributed by A Fei before, it would be 2.6 billion. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao's breathing became a little hurried. "A Fei, where did you make money recently?" He was very curious, where did A Fei get so much money, a full 2.6 billion? Even if A Fei went to rob a bank, it might not be so fast, right? This question. I won't tell you. A Fei answered proudly. In fact, A Fei knew very well that Yun Xiao and Hei Zetsu knew each other. If he told Yun Xiao that he had stolen Hei Zetsu's money, and Yun Xiao told Hei Zetsu again, it would be terrible. Therefore, no matter what, he would never tell Yun Xiao the truth about this matter. Hearing A Fei's words, Yun Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly, and he didn't expect A Fei to give such a response. He was helpless. He smiled and continued, "Okay, since you don't want to tell me, let them hand over the money first, and I will start arranging the transformation immediately." Not long after, many white Jew handed over their money to Yung Xiao. Yung Xiao happily put the money into the system space, and then raised 20 transformation instruments. Because there were too many white Jew, it was impossible to complete the transformation task all at once, so it could only be carried out in 2 batches. Soon, all the white Jew were transformed. Yung Xiao really didn't expect that A Fei would spend 2.6 billion here today. Today, he only got 26 million taels in commission. He is now a rich man, and all this is thanks to A Fei. At this time, he looked at A Fei with flattery in his eyes, as if A Fei was his god of wealth. The high amount of A Fei's consumption this time directly broke the highest record since Yung Xiao opened. A Fei looked at all the white zetsu who had been successfully transformed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then he turned to Yun Xiao and said, "Boss, we'll take our leave first." When Yun Xiao heard this, he immediately grasped A Fei's hand excitedly, and said with a smile on his face, "Boss A Fei, you must come to take care of our business often." "I will definitely come again when I have money." A Fei replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Xiao's mouth almost grinned to his ears. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and sent A Fei and the others to the door of the store. "Welcome to visit next time!" Yun Xiao shouted enthusiastically. After A Fei and the others left, Yun Xiao sighed, "I didn't expect that even A Fei made money so quickly. Doesn't that mean that Black Zetsu makes money even faster? After all, Black Zetsu's ability is much stronger than that of ordinary White Zetsu." Thinking of this, Yung Xiao was so excited that he began to imagine the scene where Black Zetsu came to him with 40 billion in cash. However, Yung Xiao didn't know that all the money A Fei spent belonged to Black Zetsu. If Black Zetsu came back and saw that all his money was gone, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 32. The Land of Fire. A short Mediterranean man wearing a black suit and sunglasses cursed, "Damn it, I came all the way to find Konoha village for cooperation, but the old third Hokage said that his Konoha village has no money." The Land of Fire can be said to be the richest country in the ninja world, and as a ninja village, Konoha's economy is definitely very developed. He saw the business opportunity and came all the way to Konoha village to seek cooperation. Originally thought that this cooperation was a done deal, but he didn't expect that the Hokage of Konoha actually told him that Konoha village was short of funds and the two sides could not reach a cooperation. This made him very angry, thinking that Konoha village looked down on him. "I'm so angry, I, Cardo, am one of the richest businessmen in the ninja world, and Konoha village dared to look down on me. He has decided that he will never do business with Konoha village again." "Boss, calm down," a man with a knife next to him flattered. He was one of the bodyguards hired by Cardo, a wandering samurai who was responsible for protecting his safety. "I will never come again, let's go back." Cardo snorted. Several bodyguards behind him nodded hurriedly upon hearing this. Then, they began to move towards the direction of the Land of Waves, and at this moment, a sound came from the woods. Several bodyguards heard the movement and looked around vigilantly. "Who is it?" As they said, several people drew their samurai swords. In the woods, a dozen strong men with big swords suddenly rushed out, and the scarred strong man in the lead shouted, "I opened this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, leave money to buy your way. I didn't expect that there would be bandits on the border of the Land of Fire, and I don't know what the ninjas of Konoha village do for a living." Looking at so many bandits in front of him, Cardo couldn't help but feel a little panic in his heart. However, when he glanced at the bodyguards beside him, he quickly regained his composure. After all, these samurai were carefully selected by him, and their strength was comparable to that of a chunin. It was easy to deal with these bandits. "Deal with them all," Cardo said in a cold tone. The bandits couldn't help but get nervous when they heard Cardo's calm words. Are these samurai martial artists pretending to be weak? The scarred man in the lead looked at the samurai subconsciously, but found that their hands holding the swords were trembling slightly. He couldn't help but wonder, they don't look like powerful characters. However, he didn't let down his guard. After all, those who dared to despise them were either extremely stupid or had absolute confidence and strength to deal with them. The bandits took a step back unconsciously, and secretly decided in their hearts that if the situation was unfavorable, they would run away immediately. Cardo looked at the bodyguards standing there motionless, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you act quickly? Do you want these bandits to escape? Kill them all immediately." Hearing Cardo's order, the bodyguards looked at each other, trembling, but dared not act easily. Finally, they mustered up their courage, tremblingly raised their knives, and slowly walked towards the bandit leader. The scarred man saw the bodyguard's actions and his heart tightened. He held the knife tightly in his hand and was ready to fight the enemy. The bandits behind him also raised their vigilance and were ready. However, just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, something unexpected happened. The bodyguards suddenly stopped, threw the knives in their hands to the ground, and then knelt down with a plop, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Brother, please let us go. We don't want to die. Yes, we are all forced to do this, please spare our lives." Kado's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that the bodyguards he hired would be such a bunch of people, and he was frightened to kneel down and beg for mercy. "You rubbish! I paid you to protect me, but you are so useless!" Cardo cursed. Cardo realized that the so-called bodyguards around him were actually a group of fakes, not as powerful as they boasted. They were not even as good as ordinary ninjas, let alone the strength of Chunin. He never thought that he would be deceived so thoroughly, not only losing a lot of money, but also losing his life. Thinking of this, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't just peed once, he would probably be scared to pee again at this moment. The leader of the bandits saw several bodyguards kneeling in front of him. After reacting, he roared, "Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me!" As he said that, he took out a knife and chopped at a bodyguard in front of him. Ah! With a scream, the bodyguard was killed. Blood splashed on the face of the leading bandit, making him look particularly hideous and terrifying. Murder! Seeing this, the other bodyguards got up from the ground and ran away. Chase! The bandits hurriedly chased after him. Seeing that their attention was not on him, Cardo ran away. After the bandits hacked the bodyguard to death, they saw Cardo running away. "Damn it, don't let him run away." As they said that, the bandits chased in the direction Cardo left. Cardo heard the sound, and his feet almost left a shadow. Although Cardo is short, his leg muscles are well developed. Although his stride is small, his frequency is extremely fast. He is like a flexible rabbit, and his running speed is not slow. In the blink of an eye, he has opened up a distance with the bandits behind him. The bandits behind him are also secretly amazed at Cardo's running speed. To be honest, Cardo is the fastest one among the people they have chased in these years. But they did not give up, but followed Cardo closely. Cardo kept running forward, and at the same time, he had to pay attention to the situation behind him at all times to avoid being caught up by the bandits. As time went by, the distance between the two sides began to shorten slowly. Although Cardo has tried his best, due to the influence of long-term running and nervousness, his physical strength gradually decreased and his speed gradually slowed down. The bandits behind him gradually shortened the distance with Cardo because of regular exercise and better endurance. Cardo looked back and found that the distance between the two sides was only 300 or 400 meters, and he was very flustered. He knew very well that if he was caught by these bandits, not only would his money be robbed, but he might even lose his life. What should I do? What should I do? Cardo was extremely anxious. At this moment, he suddenly saw a house not far ahead. He was so excited, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. Chapter 33. Inside the house, Yung Xiao was lying on a chair reading a comic book, which they bought from the system at a high price. "Help! Help!" Just then, Yung Xiao suddenly heard a cry for help outside the house. He closed the comic book and asked curiously, "What happened?" He wanted to go to the door to see what was going on, but he had just taken 2 steps when he saw a short man running in quickly. Yung Xiao looked at the person curiously and found that it was a Mediterranean man wearing sunglasses. He felt that the person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but Yung Xiao couldn't remember where he had seen him. The man who rushed in was Cardo. He happened to find Yung Xiao's shop while being chased by bandits. He felt that anyone who dared to open a shop in such a place was definitely not a simple person. So Cardo ran in and wanted to seek help from the people in the house. After seeing Yung Xiao, Cardo said anxiously, "Please, save me. I am willing to give you all my money." When Yung Xiao heard Cardo's words, his eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "How much money do you have?" After seeing Yung Xiao's reaction, Cardo knew that this matter was settled. Sure enough, the strength of a store in such a place must be extraordinary. Cardo hurriedly said, "All my property is a total of 1 billion. As long as you save me, all this money is yours." After hearing this number, Yung Xiao smiled immediately. Since Cardo was short, Yung Xiao bowed and smiled and said, "Excuse me, do you have any needs?" Cardo was stunned. He thought Yung Xiao asked him how to deal with those bandits, so he said, "Just kill them all." Hearing Cardo's words, Yung Xiao explained, "It's like this. I have everything in my store. You can buy goods to enhance your financial strength." Hearing this, Cardo expectedly said, "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course, tell me your needs." As long as the money is in place, I can meet them. Yung Xiao promised. Cardo was immediately excited. Boss, I want to make my physical fitness very strong so that I can easily get rid of those bandits. Yung Xiao realized that he was being chased by bandits. Yung Xiao nodded. He thought that since the other party had a deposit of 1 billion, he must recommend the most expensive one to the other party. Yes, is it something that can directly enhance physical fitness after use? Yung Xiao asked. Yes, this kind. Cardo's voice trembled with excitement. Yung Xiao nodded slightly. He already knew what he was going to sell to Cardo. Then he turned around and took out a metal test tube from the counter behind him. The test tube was silver-white, with only the middle part transparent. You could clearly see a tube of blue liquid stored inside. Cardo looked at the test tube in Yung Xiao's hand curiously, wondering in his heart, could such a small test tube really enhance his physical fitness? As if sensing the doubts in Cardo's eyes, Yung Xiao chuckled and took the initiative to explain, this is the Super Soldier Serum, which can greatly improve physical fitness after injection. Hearing this, Cardo's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he heard. This seemingly ordinary test tube in front of him actually has such a magical effect? He originally had a little doubt about Yung Xiao's words, but at this moment he was completely shocked. He stared at the test tube in Yung Xiao's hand, his eyes full of expectation. At this moment, he couldn't wait to try this magical serum to see if it was as powerful as Yung Xiao said. Yung Xiao was not in a hurry to give it to him, but smiled and said, "Don't worry, give me the money first, a total of 999,990,000 taels." Cardo's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect it to be so expensive, but when he thought about being able to improve his strength and then kill those bandits, he immediately agreed, so he took out a bank card from his arms and handed it to Yung Xiao. We don't know if Naruto has a bank card, if not, just assume it has one. Yung Xiao happily took the bank card, swiped it on the bank card, and returned the card to Cardo. Cardo was confused when he saw this, and explained, "Boss, you have to take the card to the bank to withdraw it yourself." Yung Xiao smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I have already taken the money in the card." Yung Xiao naturally took out the money from the bank card through the system. Cardo's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect that this boss would have such mysterious means. Yung Xia carefully handed the test tube containing blue liquid to Cardo and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I will go get you a syringe now." After that he turned and left. Cardo held the test tube tightly in his hand, staring at the blue liquid in it, with an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Although he didn't know how much this serum could improve his physical fitness, he knew that it was expensive, so he believed that its effect would not disappoint Cardo. At this moment, Yung Xiao had come back with a syringe in his hand. He inserted the syringe into the test tube skillfully and extracted the super serum. "Don't worry, this serum has been carefully optimized and will not have any side effects." Yung Xiao comforted softly, and at the same time, he inserted the syringe into Cardo's arm without hesitation, slowly pushed the syringe, and injected the serum into his body. As the serum was injected, Cardo felt a powerful force gradually spreading in his body, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yung Xiao pulled out the syringe, silently stepped aside, and observed Cardo's changes. Ah! The severe pain from his body made Cardo unbearable, and he roared and rolled on the ground. Rib! Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound was heard, and Cardo's muscles bulged rapidly, tearing his suit. What was even more shocking was that Cardo was only about 1.5 meters tall, but at this moment he miraculously grew nearly 40 centimeters taller, reaching about 1.9 meters. The severe pain gradually disappeared, and Cardo finally got up slowly from the ground. At this time, Cardo's height had grown to 1.9 meters, and his muscles were knotted together like steel, full of unparalleled power. Cardo stared at the amazing changes in his body, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. He could clearly feel the endless power in his body, as if it could destroy everything. He tried to clench his fists and felt the power gathering at his fingertips. He knew that he had become extremely powerful, and this feeling made him excited. Cardo's change made Yung Xiao a little surprised. It's really worthy of Captain America's super soldier serum, the effect is different. It seems that there will be an island captain in the ninja world. Thank you, boss. Cardo said gratefully. If it weren't for Yung Xiao, he would still be running for his life, and then eventually killed by the bandits. Just then, there was a noise outside the house. He must be hiding inside, let's go in and search. Chapter 34. Hearing the noise outside the house, Cardo bowed to Yung Xiao and said, "Thank you for your help, boss. I'll be back soon." After that, he turned around and left, eager to test his current strength with those bandits. Watching Cardo leave, Yung Xiao followed curiously, wanting to see how strong the super soldier serum is. After all, Captain America relied on this serum to transform from a weak chicken of 1.6 meters to a muscular man of more than 2 meters tall, and his physical fitness was also terrifying. Cardo's physical condition is actually similar to Captain America's. Yung Xiao wants to see how strong he can burst out. Outside the house, dozens of bandits are holding knives and slowly approaching the house. They are afraid that there is danger in the house and do not rush in directly. There is an ancient building in such a desolate place. It looks very strange. If you rush in directly, if there is really danger, won't it be the end? Boss, are we going in? A bandit asked. The scarred man looked at the store and gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, let's fight. We'll stop after this job." The bandits were immediately full of energy when they heard this, and they were ready to rush into the store. They had heard long before that there was a wealthy businessman in the Land of Waves who would come to the Land of Fire to trade in the next few days. As long as they caught this wealthy businessman and got his wealth, the money would definitely be enough for them, the bandits, to live a worry-free life for the rest of their lives. At first, they thought this job was quite risky, but they didn't expect that the bodyguard of this wealthy businessman was just an ordinary person, not a ninja. This made them very excited, so they chased Cardo all the way here. Just as they were about to break into the store, a muscular man of 1.9 meters walked out. When the bandits saw the appearance of the man, they were shocked and speechless. What did they see? Wasn't the tall and strong man in front of them the wealthy businessman who just ran in? How did he become like this? The short rich businessman who had run in suddenly turned into a muscular man with a height of 1.9 meters. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Is this guy mutated? The scarred man murmured. The bandits behind him also had a look of seeing a ghost. Cardo's change was too exaggerated. Seeing Cardo walking towards them, no one dared to do it for a while. At this time, Cardo had walked in front of the scarred man. Cardo was now half a head taller than the scarred man. So, the scarred man could only look up at Cardo. There was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Cardo, but he quickly realized that he was actually scared by a rich businessman, which made him feel ashamed to lick blood on the tip of the knife. The scarred man roared, "Brothers, kill him for me." As he said that, he raised the knife in his hand and chopped at Cardo. Hearing this, the brothers behind him rushed up and wanted to hack Cardo to death. Facing the sudden attack, Cardo subconsciously raised his arm to block it. A metal collision sound came. The scarred man was in disbelief, and the brothers behind him subconsciously stopped. Cardo's arm easily blocked this powerful blow. This is impossible. This is definitely fake. The scarred man continued to pick up the knife and chopped Cardo's hand. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collisions sounded, and sparks flew. The bandits were shocked. What did they see? The boss chopped the rich businessman's arm with a knife, just like cutting steel, and even sparks came out. In the end, the scarred man's knife had been chopped into many gaps, but Cardo didn't react at all. Cardo subconsciously looked at his arm and found that there were only a few shallow marks on it. Sure enough, Cardo's physical fitness is now so strong that even the machete can't cause any harm to him. Have you had enough fun? Cardo suddenly smiled. In the eyes of the bandits, Cardo's smile was like a devil smiling at them. Ghost. The scarred man threw the knife in his hand on the ground and turned around and ran without hesitation. The other bandits saw the boss running away, and they also abandoned their knives and ran away. Did I let you go? Cardo's eyes were fierce, and he suddenly caught up with a bandit and punched him in the back. The bandit's body flew straight out like a kite with a broken string, and it didn't stop until it hit several trees, and then fell to the ground with blood and flesh. Seeing this, the other bandits were so scared that they quickly accelerated their escape. Help! Help! Someone's killing me! Kato heard the bandits' shouts and his mouth twitched. Isn't that what he said just now? Unexpectedly, now the situation has changed and it's their turn to shout. He immediately dodged and ran behind the shouting bandit and punched him, killing him instantly. Tisk, one punch kills one kid. Yun Xiao at the door sighed. As time went by, the bandits fell one after another, and finally only the scarred man was left alive. When he realized that Cardo had run behind him, he was terrified and immediately knelt down and kowtowed frantically, begging with tears, "Uncle, I know I was wrong, please let me go." Cardo looked at the strong man who kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of him indifferently, and couldn't help but think of the bodyguards who had also knelt down and begged for mercy. However, the bodyguards did not get his mercy, but were ruthlessly killed by him. Although Cardo believed that those bodyguards deserved to die, he would not easily forgive the bandit in front of him. After all, the other party had just tried to take his life. If it weren't for the serum provided by the boss, he might have become a cold corpse and abandoned in the wilderness. Thinking of this, a surge of anger surged in Cardo's heart. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped the scarred man in the face. The powerful force made the scarred man's head fly up instantly, and blood splattered. Yung Xiao saw the bloody scene in front of him and closed his eyes quickly. It's a sin, remember to clean up the bodies, I still have business here. Got it, boss. Cardo said, and began to clean up the bodies. Yung Xiao returned to the store and saw that Cardo's physical fitness at this time was definitely unique in the ninja world. I'm afraid that in the current ninja world, there are not many people who can threaten Cardo's life. Boss, I've taken care of it. At this time, Cardo walked in and shouted. Yung Xiao smiled and said, just take care of it. Is there anything else you need? Hearing this, Cardo shook his head, boss, I don't need anything else. Yung Xiao was a little disappointed, but still smiled and said, okay, you must come to me if you need anything in the future. As I said, as long as the money is in place, I can get you anything. I will, boss. Cardo bowed to Yung Xiao again. Chapter 35. After saying goodbye to Yung Xiao, Cardo left the Land of Fire and headed for the Land of Waves at a very fast speed. Land of Waves, Shipping Company. President, is that you? The security guard at the door said in shock. Cardo nodded, ignored the security guard's words, and walked into the company. After returning to the office, Cardo was a little confused. He suddenly changed from an ordinary businessman to a super strong man. The sudden change of identity made him feel confused. Dong dong dong. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in. A bald man with sunglasses walked in. When he saw Cardo's appearance, he subconsciously took off his sunglasses, widened his eyes and said in disbelief, President, how did you become like this? Cardo just went to the Land of Fire, how did he suddenly grow so tall? Can the milk in the Land of Fire really make people grow taller? Cardo did not respond, but frowned and said, what do you want? Hearing this, the bald man suppressed his shock and walked to Cardo and sat down. President, a batch of goods just arrived today, Do you want to go and see it? Although Cardo is the president of the shipping company in public, he has been making money by smuggling contraband behind the scenes. If it were usual, Cardo would definitely run to see how these goods are. But today he did not feel happy, but felt depressed, and he didn't know why it was like this. After a moment of silence, Cardo said, "Let's go." "Okay." The bald man hurriedly led the way. Soon, the two left the company and walked to the port. At this time, a black ship was parked on the dock, and several people were constantly moving boxes from the ship to the dock. After unloading all the boxes, the black ship left without hesitation. Looking at the dozen boxes on the dock, the bald man opened one of the boxes, took out a bag of white powder, and said with a smile, "Hey, President, what do you think of this batch of goods? It will definitely sell for a good price." After seeing the bag of white powder, Cardo felt more and more depressed, and his breathing became heavy. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, just like an obsessive-compulsive patient seeing very inconsistent objects. If Yung Xiao was present, he would have discovered that Cardo's personality at this time had been affected by the super soldier serum. Because when Yung Xiao took out the serum, the system prompted that although many side effects of the serum were eliminated, a restriction was added. This serum can subtly influence the user and gradually make him a person of inner justice. Because the system thinks, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. With power beyond ordinary people, you should make good use of this power to choose to help those in need, instead of relying on this power to do whatever you want. Therefore, Cardo is being affected by the serum at this moment, and he will slowly become a superhero who upholds justice. Just like Captain America, let's call Cardo the captain of the island nation. "President, what's wrong with you?" the bald man asked hurriedly when he saw that Cardo's expression was wrong. "I don't think we can do such a conscienceless thing," Cardo suddenly said. "Ah!" The bald man was confused. What did he just hear? The president actually said such a thing? You know, it was Cardo who brought him into the gang to smuggle contraband. The bald man didn't understand why Cardo said such a thing. He asked tentatively, "President, did you secretly smoke it?" Hearing this, Cardo's mouth twitched and he almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked a box hard, kicking it into the sea. The bald man widened his eyes, full of astonishment and confusion. I don't know if he was shocked by Cardo's strength or shocked that Cardo kicked the box into the sea. "Are you crazy?" the bald man exclaimed. "The box is full of good stuff. If you sell it, you can definitely make a lot of money." But now, Cardo threw them into the sea without hesitation, just like he was dealing with garbage. Cardo didn't care about the bald man's shouting. He continued to kick the remaining boxes and kicked them into the sea one by one. There were sounds of heavy objects falling into the water from the sea, splashing water. In the end, only the box that the bald man had opened just now was left on the dock. Cardo stared into the distance quietly, his eyes locked on the ship that had just left. He took a deep breath, and suddenly kicked hard, kicking the box at his feet towards the ship. The box shot out like an arrow from a string, rushing towards the ship. In the blink of an eye, the box hit the ship. A dull thud was heard on the body. Boom! The whole world seemed to be shaken. The ship broke into two pieces in an instant under the huge impact force, and then sank into the sea and disappeared. After seeing this scene, the bald man was stunned on the spot. He wanted to curse Cardo but couldn't say it. How did the president become so strong after a trip to the land of fire? With the power shown by Cardo, even those ninjas can't do it. At this moment, the bald man found that Cardo's eyes fell on him, which made him feel very flustered. Cardo couldn't kick him too, right? With the power shown by Cardo, he would definitely die if he was kicked. The bald man said in a trembling voice, "President, you are right. We can't throw away our conscience for the sake of making money." Kato nodded and patted the bald man's shoulder with satisfaction, I am very relieved that you can think this way. The bald man was relieved when he saw that Cardo had no intention of attacking him. Kato smiled and said, only doing business honestly is the right way. The bald man nodded quickly, President is right, from now on I will do business honestly. Very good, then from now on, you are the new president of the shipping company. Cardo said. Hey! The bald man looked confused, if I am the president, what will you do? Kato looked at the sea level for a long time before whispering, I plan to resign and then go to maintain world peace. Hearing this, the bald man opened his mouth in shock. Cardo actually gave up his good job as president and wanted to maintain world peace? Isn't this really because he smoked too much and got hallucinations? But he immediately thought that the strength that Cardo had just shown was indeed capable of maintaining world peace. After all, none of the ninja masters he had seen could beat Cardo now. The bald man said excitedly, President, I believe you will succeed. Cardo smiled and said, you do business honestly, I will come back to see you when I have time. Yes. President, I will definitely make the company bigger and stronger. Come on, I believe you can do it. Seeing the torn suit on his body, Cardo suddenly thought that before maintaining world peace, he must first order a set of clothes to show his identity. Chapter 36. After Cardo's combat uniform was customized, he left the land of waves and began to wander around the ninja world, looking for people who needed help. That night, Cardo passed by the land of fire. Although he was deeply dissatisfied with the third Hokage's unwillingness to do business with him, he is now a hero, and heroes must be tolerant. So he decided to go to Konoha village to see if anyone needs his help. After all, he has helped many people along the way and received a lot of thanks from people. This feeling makes Cardo feel extremely satisfied. When he was about to reach Konoha village, he suddenly saw two masked people running towards him. As long as we leave the land of fire, we will be safe. Don't be caught by the Hyuga clan. Cardo suddenly found that one of them had a little girl under his armpit, and he was furious. You actually did such a shameless thing as stealing a child. Cardo suddenly spoke, scaring the two people, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of Cardo. I only saw a man wearing a blue tights and a mask standing there and shouting. Where did this fool come from in the middle of the night? The man holding the child said, don't waste time, get rid of this fool quickly, I'm leaving first. Then the man took the little girl away quickly. Die. Another man took out a kunai and threw it at Cardo's forehead without hesitation. He was confident that Cardo would die, so he wanted to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, a crisp metal collision sounded. The man turned his head subconsciously when he heard the sound, and saw that after the kunai hit Cardo's forehead, it seemed to hit hard steel, bursting with dazzling sparks, and then was bounced out. Seeing this, the man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was shocked. What kind of monster is this? His face became extremely ugly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then, he quickly took out a kunai from his ninja bag and prepared to throw it at Cardo again. However, when he looked up, he was surprised to find that Cardo, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. The whole forest was unusually quiet, with only the heavy breathing of the man. He looked around nervously, trying to find Cardo's figure, but found nothing. Is it a ghost in the middle of the night? The man's voice was filled with fear and trembling. He couldn't understand why Cardo suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind him, Are you looking for me? The man's heart was shocked, and he turned around hurriedly, only to see Cardo's figure appear in front of him. Before he could react, Cardo slapped him in the face. The huge force made his head spin dozens of times in an instant, and his eyes were blurred. In the end, his body fell straight to the ground, and he didn't even have time to scream. There is another one. After Cardo dealt with one, he looked at the back of the running figure in the distance. Tap, tap, tap. The other man who was running wildly heard the noise and subconsciously looked back, and found that Cardo was chasing him at a very fast speed. His face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that his companion was dealt with in such a short time. You know, the strength of the two of them is similar. Since the other party can deal with his companion so quickly, he can also deal with him easily. This made him very flustered, and he quickly quickened his pace. He knew very well that if he was caught up by Cardo, he would be dead. Swish! He only felt a gust of wind blowing, and Cardo was already standing in front of him, blocking his way. The man looked at Cardo in horror, his heart full of despair. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the person in front of him. Although his legs were shaking, he still forced himself to calm down and tried to negotiate with Cardo. "Senior, we have no grudges, please let me leave." The man's voice was pleading. Cardo sneered, "You damned human trafficker, I will never let you go today." His eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. He absolutely could not tolerate such people continuing to do evil. Hearing this, the man's face instantly turned extremely pale, bloodless, but even so, he still gritted his teeth and forced himself to threaten. "I am from the hidden cloud village. If you kill me, Lord Rakage will never let you go. You are making an enemy of the entire land of lightning. You dare to threaten me, you are simply courting death." Cardo flashed and suddenly appeared behind the man. After. The man had no time to react, and Cardo broke his neck without hesitation. The man lost his life in an instant, and his body fell straight to the ground. Cardo's movements were extremely fast. At the moment the man fell, he quickly hugged the little girl in his arms. He looked at the unconscious little girl in his arms, and a surge of anger surged in his heart, and he said viciously, "Such a cute little girl, they actually had the heart to kill them, just like that, it's just too easy for them. In front, don't let them run away." At this time, dozens of people in kimonos ran towards Cardo. When they saw Cardo and the bodies of the cloud ninjas on the ground, they were all stunned. One of the men in kimono stood up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I am the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi." Kato looked at Hyuga Hayashi and did not rush to hand the little girl to him. Instead, he said, "Are you the father of the little girl? Wait until she wakes up." Hyuga Hayashi immediately understood what Cardo meant. It turned out that the other party did not believe that his child was the father. But he did not feel dissatisfied, but smiled and said, "Okay, listen to the benefactor." Seeing Hyuga Hayashi's reaction, Cardo almost knew that the little girl in his arms was the other party's child. He suddenly asked, "How did the Cloud Ninja sneak into Konoha and steal the child of the Hyuga clan?" Hyuga Hayashi said angrily, "The damn Cloud Ninja village, they sneaked into my Hyuga clan in the middle of the night under the pretext of negotiating and stole my daughter. If it weren't for your help, the consequences would be unimaginable." Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's explanation, Cardo was furious and punched the ground hard, and the ground instantly sank into a deep pit. "I didn't expect that the Land of Lightning, one of the 5 great nations, would do such a despicable thing." When the Hyuga people saw Cardo punch a big hole with his fist, they all swallowed their saliva subconsciously. My goodness, how powerful a force is needed to do this? At this moment, the little girl in Cardo's arms woke up slowly. After she opened her eyes and saw Hyuga Hayashi, she quickly got up, ran into his arms, and shouted, "Father!" After Cardo confirmed that Hyuga Hayashi was the little girl's father, he turned around and prepared to leave, wanting to go to the Land of Lightning to teach the 4th Raikage a lesson. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Cardo's back and hurriedly shouted, "Benefactor, I don't know your name yet. You can call me the captain of the island country." With that, Cardo left quickly. "Captain of the island country?" Hyuga Hayashi murmured as he watched Cardo leave. Chapter 37. Land of Lightning, Cloud Ninja Village. 2 figures sneaked into the Raikage building stealthily. Obito knocked down the two guards and opened the Raikage's office openly with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu followed Obito and walked into the office. The Cloud Ninja Village is really a bunch of reckless people. They only sent 2 people to guard such an important place. Obito sneered, I will teach them a lesson today. He, Obito-kun is right. Let me see where the vault is hidden. Black Zetsu said excitedly. After that, the two began to search in the office. After a while, Black Zetsu shouted, Obito-kun, I found it. Hearing this, Obito hurried over. There was a metal iron door behind the Raikage's desk. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect the vault to be placed in such a conspicuous place. Obito said. Let's go in. Black Zetsu said excitedly, and he went into the vault. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly followed in. As expected of one of the 5 great nations, the finances of the Raikage village are not small. Black Zetsu said with emotion. Obito nodded in agreement, with so much money, can these reckless men in the Cloud Village spend it all? They definitely can't spend it all, Obito-kun, said Black Zetsu. Then let's spend it for them. As they said that, the two smiled at each other. Obito-kun, let's get started quickly. Time is short and the task is heavy. We have to empty the entire Cloud Village tonight, otherwise it will be troublesome when they react. Black Zetsu said. Upon hearing this, Obito did not hesitate and immediately moved all the money in the vault into the Kamui space. The vault of the Raikage building was quickly moved by the two. Without stopping, they immediately went to the major families of the Cloud Village and started their money-making business. The two worked all night until dawn, when they visited the entire Cloud Village. At this time, the two were already panting with exhaustion. Obito felt a sting in his eyes, so he rubbed his eyes with his hands. Even though he had transplanted Hashirama's cells and had abnormal recovery ability, the high-intensity use of Kamui for a night still made his eyes a little unbearable. Fuck, Obito-kun, your eyes are bleeding. Black Zetsu exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Obito subconsciously loosened his hands that were rubbing his eyes, and indeed found that his hands were covered with blood. Seeing this, Obito was stunned. You know, in all these years, his eyes only bled when he just opened the Mangeki, and never bled again. Obito quickly wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes. It seems that the intensity of work these days is too high. It seems that we need to take a good rest. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement after hearing this. The intensity of their work these days is indeed too high. They go to earn money at night and count the harvest at night during the day. As a result, they have no time to rest at all, so Black Zetsu proposed to go back to the Land of Fire to rest together and give you his money by the way. Because Black Zetsu didn't have a fixed place to hide the money, he kept the money in Obito's space. Obito nodded, and the two of them immediately prepared to leave the Cloud Village. Outside the Cloud Village. After a night of traveling, Cardo finally arrived near the Cloud Village. He planned to rest nearby, and then go to the Cloud Village to find the 4th Raikage to explain. After all, the Cloud Village's kidnapping of a little girl was too unkind. He decided to teach the 4th Raikage a lesson. Thinking about it, Cardo found a tree and prepared to have a good sleep. At this moment, he heard someone talking in the distance, and his ears moved, and he immediately heard the content of their conversation clearly. He, Obito-kun, how much do you think we gained in the Cloud Village this time? We have visited all the major families and the Raikage building in the Cloud Village. I think we gained more than 4 billion this time. I think so too. Where should we go next? After 2 days of rest, let's go to the Land of Earth. Okay, these reckless people in the Cloud Village may not have noticed that the money is gone now. Kato heard their conversation clearly and his eyes widened. Could it be that these two people stole the entire Cloud Village? Although Cardo felt that the money of the Cloud Village was stolen, he couldn't just watch the two thieves succeed. So he quickly jumped down from the tree and chased in the direction of the sound. You two thieves, stop right there. Obito and Zetsu heard the shouting behind them. They turned their heads and saw a Mediterranean strong man in a blue tights chasing them. The Cloud Village's reaction was so fast. Obito murmured, his tone full of surprise. Looking at the figure in front of him, the burly, strong man, the two subconsciously thought he was a ninja from the Cloud Village. At this moment, Cardo suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the two like a flying cannonball. His speed shocked Obito and Black Zetsu. Cardo stood in front of the two, stretched out his hand to stop them and shouted, "Any evil will be brought to justice. You two quickly hand over the money stolen from the Cloud Village." Obito and Ju looked at each other, and suddenly laughed with a puff. "I'm dying of laughter, Obito-kun, look at him, he can still say such a middle school word at his age." Black Zetsu laughed with a belly full of teasing and ridicule. "Haha, any evil will be brought to justice, it really makes me laugh to death." Obito couldn't help laughing up to the sky. A Mediterranean man actually said such a thing, which made the two doubt Cardo's IQ. "You two thieves, stop laughing. Hand over the money." Seeing the two laughing so hard, Kato couldn't help but get angry and shouted loudly. Seeing that the two still didn't react, he swung a punch and hit Obito. "So fast!" Obito exclaimed. He immediately turned on the virtualization and easily avoided Kato's attack. Kato found that his fist actually went through, with a look of disbelief on his face. Just as they were stunned, Obito suddenly raised his foot and kicked Kato on the chin. Kato flew backwards immediately, but soon got up again and attacked Obito frantically, but he couldn't hit Obito. Obito seized the gap between Kato's attacks and hit him. But what surprised Obito was that the opponent's defense was very amazing, and his attack did not cause much damage to him. If physical skills don't work, then illusion. As he said, Obito suddenly looked at Kato. After looking at Obito, Cardo was stunned for a moment. This surprised Obito. He didn't expect that he could control the other party so easily. "Is the resistance to illusion very weak?" Obito murmured. "Obito-kun, what should he do?" Black Zetsu pointed at Cardo, who was trapped in the illusion, and said, "The terrifying physical fitness is a good experimental topic. Take it back to Orochimaru for research. I think he will be interested," Obito said. In this way, Cardo, who wanted to be a superhero, finally fell into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Chapter 38. Land of Fire. Obito carried Cardo, who was trapped in the illusion, and ran all the way to the Land of Fire. In the cave where the spoils were divided before. "I'm so tired," Obito said, and threw Cardo on the ground. He didn't expect Cardo to be so heavy. If Obito didn't have the blessing of Hashirama's cells, he would never have been able to run to the Land of Fire in one breath. Bang! Cardo's body fell straight to the ground without any reaction. Obito looked at Cardo's burly figure and murmured, "With such a strong physical fitness, I don't know what he ate to grow up." He decided to hand Cardo over to Orochimaru for research. What's wrong with this guy? Obito felt that Cardo's physical strength was even stronger than that of the fourth Raikage. Such a strong physical fitness reminded Obito of the third Raikage, who was known as the strongest Raikage in history. You have to know that the third Raikage was alone against the siege of tens of thousands of ninjas, but he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights, and was finally killed after his physical strength was exhausted. I don't know, who is stronger, this guy's physical fitness or the third Raikage? Obito whispered. Because he had never seen the third Raikage fight, he couldn't judge who was stronger. Obito-kun, don't worry about who is stronger, just take out our harvest this time and see how much we have. I think this harvest is the highest ever. Black Zetsu rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Obito. Hearing this, Obito realized that now is not the time to think about these things, making money is his only goal now. He quickly opened the Mangeki Sharingan and released all the money he earned in the Cloud Ninja Village from the Kamui space. I saw that the ground was full of bundles of banknotes, and as time went by, the banknotes on the ground piled higher and higher. It was not until the money piled up into a mountain, occupying 2/3 of the cave, that Obito stopped. Obito felt his eyes moist, and he subconsciously touched them with his hands, only to find that they were covered with blood. However, he had no time to care about his eyes now. He stared at the mountain of money in front of him with fiery eyes, and his saliva was almost flowing out. "Fuck, how much money is this?" Black Zetsu exclaimed. Looking at the scale of the mountain of money, Black Zetsu knew that their harvest this time was more than the sum of their previous harvests. The two immediately rushed into the mountain of money and began to count the harvest this time. Day turned into night, and night turned into day again. After a day and a night of hard work, the two finally counted the harvest this time. 5, 10, 5 and 800 million. Black Zetsu was so excited that he stuttered. After learning this number, Obito's breathing became very rapid. 5 and 800 million. 5 and 800 million. This is 5 and 800 million. They never thought that they would have such a huge harvest in the Cloud Village, which made them a little confused. Isn't it said that the Land of Fire is the richest village? Why does the Cloud Village have so much more money than the Leaf Village? You know, they only got more than 3 billion in the Leaf Village, while the Cloud Village has nearly 6 billion. They don't understand where these reckless men got so much money from. Is it because these reckless men don't have the habit of spending money? No matter what the reason is for the Cloud Village to have such a huge wealth, in the end, all the money will be theirs. Faced with such a huge wealth, the two were so excited that they were now a little short of oxygen in their brains. They sat on the ground blankly, not knowing what they were thinking. After a long time, Obito and Black Zetsu came back to their senses. They stood up tremblingly and looked at the banknotes in front of them. They were all shocked and speechless. After a long time, Black Zetsu said, "Obito-kun, let's start dividing the spoils." Obito swallowed his saliva. "Okay. I got 2.9 billion this time." As he said that, he opened the Mangekyo and sucked his half of the money into the Kamui space. Black Zetsu looked at Obito's eyes with envy again. If only he had the Kamui space, he could put his gains into the space, but unfortunately he didn't. He could only let the White Zetsu help him guard his money. Fortunately, the White Zetsu was the product of the Divine Tree and was absolutely loyal to him, otherwise Black Zetsu would not dare to let them help him guard his money. Obito suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he quickly covered his eyes. He knew it was caused by overuse of his eyes. "It seems I have to rest for a few days," Obito murmured. Hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. "Obito-kun is right, it's time for us to rest." The high intensity of making money during this period made him a little overwhelmed. He originally wanted to come back to rest, but it took him another day to count the harvest days. Obito nodded, "Rest for 3 days first, and then we'll gather here." Then he carried Kato and left the cave. After Obito left, Black Zetsu looked at the money in the cave with his eyes shining. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to make 2.9 billion from this vote." Adding the 2.6 billion he made before, he now has 5.5 billion. It hasn't been long, and he has earned a quarter of the money. "Mother, I will be able to rescue you soon," Black Zetsu said, tears streaming down his face. After more than 1,000 years, Mother is finally going to be rescued by him. Black Zetsu quickly wiped the tears from his face. He knew that now was not the time to be sad. The most urgent thing was to move the 2.9 billion to the secret base. He shouted loudly, "Afei, come out and move the money." Afei did not come out for a long time, and there was silence in the cave. Heizetsu thought that Afei did not hear him, so he shouted at the top of his voice, "Afei! Afei! Afei!" His voice was almost hoarse, but Afei still did not come out. "This guy, is he out to study shit again?" Heizetsu muttered. So he planned to summon other White Zetsu, but those White Zetsu were the same as Afei, and did not respond. "What's going on? Are all these guys dead? Heizetsu muttered. Suddenly, Heizetsu finally realized that something was wrong, and he quickly dived into the ground. At this time, he was very panicked. He was afraid that his secret base would be discovered, resulting in the wealth he had accumulated with great effort being robbed. In a short time, he had imagined in his mind that the robbers had discovered his base, and Afei and the others wanted to protect their money, but because they were too weak, they were all killed by the robbers in the end. Soon, Black Zetsu arrived at the secret base, and when he saw the empty base, he was completely stunned. He held his head and made a sharp explosion. Ah! Where is my money? Where did all my money go? Perhaps, only at this time can Black Zetsu deeply understand the feelings of those victims at that time. Chapter 39. Inside the secret base. It's gone, it's gone, it's all gone. Black Zetsu broke down and cried while holding his head. All this money was earned by him from Konoha village with great effort. In order to earn this little money, he stayed up all night and didn't even have a good sleep. Even though he made so much money in 2 nights, only he knew the sadness. He was really afraid that he would fail, be caught by the people of Konoha village, and then be beaten to death. He was always worried every time he took action, and he didn't want to do it. But there was no way, the burden on his shoulders made him breathless, because he still had an old mother who was more than 1,000 years old who needed him to save. When Black Zetsu's old mother was young, she was slandered by her 2 sons, and was eventually imprisoned and sentenced to life imprisonment. But fortunately, before she was arrested, she gave birth to Black Zetsu, and fortunately Black Zetsu was a filial son. He has been looking for various ways to rescue his old mother over the years, but all of them ended in failure. Finally, some time ago, Black Zetsu met a big man by chance, and the big man said that as long as he was given 40 billion, he would help Black Zetsu rescue his mother. When Black Zetsu learned about this, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, but after the excitement, he began to have difficulties again. If you want to get so much money quickly, it is obviously not feasible to use legitimate means, but fortunately, his mother gave him the ability to pass through any object after giving birth to him. So, Black Zetsu went to the treasury of Konoha with this ability, but there was too much money in the treasury, and he couldn't move it all by himself. So he thought of a silly boy who could not hide his tears with his divine power Uchiha Obito. With Black Zetsu's eloquence, he quickly persuaded Obito to make money with him and promised to split the money 50-50 afterwards. With the addition of Obito, Black Zetsu's crime speed has indeed greatly improved. It took only 2 days for the two to empty the entire Konoha. After the division of the spoils, Black Zetsu handed the money to his confidant Afei for management, and he went to the Land of Lightning with Obito. But he didn't expect that when he came back, he found that all the money he earned in Konoha was gone, even his brothers were gone. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu felt dizzy and the grief in his heart was indescribable. The whole person seemed to have lost all his strength, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. He clenched his fists with both hands and smashed them hard on the ground, crying and saying, "Wivu, why am I so unlucky? Why is this happening? Why do you treat me like this? Pa pa pa." At this moment, Black Zetsu suddenly felt that his fist seemed to hit something strange, like a soft and elastic substance. He looked down curiously and saw a pool of white liquid in front of him. Black Zetsu frowned and looked closer, but was surprised to find that the more he looked at the liquid, the more it looked like feces. Black Zetsu stood up and looked around, and suddenly found that there were several places of this liquid around. He found that there were many such liquids around, which made him feel creepy. He couldn't accept this fact and couldn't help crying again. "Wow, Afei, you died miserably. You were beaten to shit." While crying, Black Zetsu suddenly realized the problem. He suddenly stopped crying and widened his eyes. He stared at the feces on the ground with astonishment on his face, muttering to himself, "How could White Zetsu have feces?" This made Black Zetsu feel incredible, Could it be that Afe really figured out how to poop? Black Zetsu quickly shook his head and threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Impossible, Bai Zetsu's body structure is like that, no matter how much research is done, it is impossible to defecate. No one in this world can do this kind of thing. As he was talking, Heizetsu suddenly widened his eyes, and he suddenly thought of the store. If it was that boss, maybe he could do it. Heizetsu said. Heizetsu was stunned on the spot. He looked back at the empty base, and then looked at the dozen or so piles of feces on the ground. Suddenly, a bad idea came to his mind. Could it be that Afe took the money from the base to ask the boss to help him transform his body so that his body could defecate? So, all the feces on the ground were pulled by Afe. No way! Heizetsu said in disbelief. As he said that, he began to carefully check the situation in the cave. There was no corpse of Bai Zetsu, and no signs of fighting. This means that his guess is correct. It was really Afe, the beast, who moved all the money in the base, and then took the money to Yun Xiao to transform his body, asshole. Afe, you beast! I'm going to kill you! Black Zetsu cursed. He really couldn't understand, this is 2.6 billion. Even if he used it to transform his body, it would be impossible to spend so much money. The money of the base was the hard-earned money he worked hard for. He trusted Afe so much that he gave this huge sum of money to it for protection. But Afe, this traitor, turned out to be ungrateful and stole all his money. You know, this money is very important to him, it is the money to revive his mother. Black Zetsu was so angry that his eyes turned black and he collapsed to the ground. It just so happened that he sat on the puddle of feces. But he didn't react, but silently shed tears. Mother, even White Zetsu betrayed me, Wuvuwu. On the other side, somewhere in the land of fire. Ahaha, come and see my heart-shaped feces. Afe put his hands on his waist, a smug smile on his face, and shouted loudly. Hearing Afe's shout, the other White Zetsu gathered around curiously. They looked at the unique heart-shaped feces on the ground and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wow! Master Afe is so powerful. He can actually pull out such a perfect heart-shaped feces. I can't pull out this shape of feces in my lifetime. Master Afe is so amazing. Master Afe, how did you do it? Can you teach us? Hearing the compliments from his younger brothers, Afe's mouth corners were almost grinning to the roots of his ears, and he was secretly proud in his heart. He smiled and explained, it's not that easy to pull out this shape of feces. It requires skills. First, you have to adjust your body posture, and then control the strength and speed. Afe talked about his experience incessantly, and the other White Zetsu listened with relish, nodding from time to time to show their agreement. In this way, under Afe's teachings, the other White Zetsu began to try to imitate Afe's method and strive to pull out heart-shaped feces. Although it was not successful at the beginning, after many attempts, several White Zetsu finally succeeded in pulling out heart-shaped feces, which caused everyone to cheer. The whole scene was filled with joy and harmony. P.S. Dear readers who like it, can you give me a free love generator? I beg you. Chapter 40. Black Zetsu's Secret Base. Black Zetsu lay on the ground and broke down crying, why am I so miserable? I lost my mother when I was just born. I finally made money, but was betrayed by my younger brother, Wuvuwu. This is the first time that Black Zetsu has been so broken in more than 1,000 years. Even when he tried many methods and still failed to rescue his mother, he had never broken down like this. After a long time, Black Zetsu wiped away his tears silently after venting. Perhaps, this is the world of adults? He sat up from the ground and looked at the empty cave for a long time without saying a word. After a while, he laughed at himself. I didn't expect that as a thief in the ninja world, I would have such a day. If it weren't for his personal experience, Black Zetsu would never have dreamed that he, who often steals from other people's homes, would be robbed by others one day. It's really like hunting geese all year round, but being pecked in the eyes by sparrows. It's okay to be robbed, but the other party is still a younger brother he trusts, which is something Black Zetsu can't stand. It took an unknown amount of time for Black Zetsu to get out of this sad mood. He stood up and said with a firm look, "Isn't it just more than 2 billion? I will be able to earn it back sooner or later." However, before that, Black Zetsu wanted to go to Yung Xiao and asked Yung Xiao to help him find the specific location of A Fei. After all, A Fei, a traitor, actually betrayed him, and he would definitely not let this guy A Fei go. So, Black Zetsu hurriedly set off for Yung Xiao's shop. At the border of the Land of Fire, Yung Xiao's shop. I don't know when Black Zetsu and Obito can get enough of those hundreds of billions. Yung Xiao murmured. As long as the two of them can make that much money, Yung Xiao will have money to buy powerful products, so that he can have the capital to go out and have a look. He has been in the Naruto world for so long, and he hasn't gone out to take a look yet. After all, the ninja world is too chaotic. What if he, a weak chicken, goes out and gets killed? Ding dong! This is the induction doorbell that Yung Xiao just installed. It will ring when someone enters the store. Finally, a customer is here. Yung Xiao looked towards the door excitedly. When he saw the person clearly, he was immediately excited. He didn't expect that the person was Heizetsu. Could it be that he had already collected 40 billion? Yung Xiao hurriedly went to meet him and flattered him, "Boss Heizetsu is here. We are sorry for not welcoming you." Heizetsu is a big customer of the store. Although he has never spent a dime in Yung Xiao's store, he spends his money wisely. If he doesn't spend money, it's fine. Once he does, it's a big order of tens of billions. Yung Xiao has to serve this gentleman well. Heizetsu was a little overwhelmed by Yung Xiao's enthusiasm. He hurriedly said, "Boss, this is out of place." In Heizetsu's eyes, Yung Xiao is an omnipotent boss. He was so enthusiastic about him that he was flattered. Yung Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly, "Boss Heizetsu, is it possible that the money has been collected?" "Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, I will call someone to help you blow up the moon." Yung Xiao patted his chest and promised. Hearing Yung Xiao's words, Heizetsu's eyes lit up for a moment, and then dimmed again. Yung Xiao noticed the changes in Heizetsu and was a little stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Heizetsu hasn't made any money yet? Then why did he come to the store for nothing? What happened? Yung Xiao asked curiously. Heizetsu sighed and explained, "Boss, you don't know." Heizetsu told Yung Xiao everything he had experienced. After listening to Heizetsu's words, Yung Xiao's mouth twitched wildly. "Good guy," he said. "Where did A Fei and his group of white Zetsu get so much money?" It turned out that they stole it from Heizetsu. "Ahem, A Fei did spend money in our store at the beginning and asked me to help him transform his body," Yung Xiao said. Hearing Yung Xiao's words, Heiju showed an expression of as expected. Because the white feces in the base were not what humans could excrete. His purpose of coming to Yung Xiao was to spend money to find A Fei's whereabouts, because he thought that body modification might be a bit expensive, but it was impossible to spend 2.6 billion. The remaining money must have been hidden by A Fei. As long as he found A Fei's whereabouts, he would lose less money. Thinking of this, Heiju asked tentatively, "Boss, I wonder how much it will cost to modify the body." "Only 50 million, do you also want to modify the body?" Yung Xiao said expectantly. Hearing this, Heiju's tense mood finally relaxed. The price was indeed not expensive, just 50 million. Then he still had 2.55 billion taels of money left. Thinking of this, Heiju laughed again. Fortunately, he didn't lose much, only 50 million taels. A Fei's the guy is the same, he ran away for such a small amount of money. He was so nervous that he thought that A Fei had spent all his money. Why not tell him directly? It was only 50 million taels, he could still afford this amount of money. He breathed a sigh of relief and laughed happily. As long as he found Fei, he could get back his more than 2 billion. Yung Xiao saw that He Zetsu suddenly laughed, thinking that he was hit and killed, and hurriedly comforted him, "Don't be sad, isn't it just 2.6 billion? Look at it lightly." He Zetsu. "Boss, are you saying Fei spent 2.6 billion here?" He Zetsu asked with a trembling voice. Yung Xiao nodded. Fei did spend 2.6 billion here to transform his body. Didn't you say that it only cost 50 million to transform the body? Why did you spend so much money? He Zetsu screamed. Yung Xiao subconsciously covered his ears and explained, "The price of a white Zetsu is indeed 50 million taels, but Fei brought too many white Zetsu, so the total cost was 2.6 billion. Hearing Yung Xiao's explanation, Black Zetsu was so angry that his eyes rolled up and he fainted directly. His body fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Yung Xiao was shocked. He originally wanted to give artificial respiration, but seeing Black Zetsu's appearance, he really couldn't do it. If it was Tsunade or Mei Terumi who fainted, Yung Xiao would definitely go up to eat their mouths without hesitation. "I made a mistake," Yung Xiao would definitely go up to give artificial respiration without hesitation. Yung Xiao looked at Black Zetsu who fell to the ground, and imitated the plot in the TV series, carefully embraced Black Zetsu into his arms, and then stretched out his fingers to pinch Black Zetsu's philtrum. "I feel that there is something ambiguous between us," Yung Xiao murmured. Unexpectedly, this method is really effective. Not long after, Black Zetsu slowly opened his eyes. Yung Xiao saw He Zetsu wake up and asked quickly, "He Zetsu, are you okay?" He Zetsu's eyes were confused and he seemed a little dazed. When he saw Yung Xiao clearly, his body shook violently and he said in a trembling voice, "Oh, 2.6 billion. After that, He Zetsu's head tilted and he fell into a coma again. P.S. While walking outside, my phone fell to the ground and the screen broke. Oh my holy sword! Chapter 41. Yung Xiao saw that He Zetsu's head tilted and there was no movement. He thought He Zetsu was angry to death. "Fuck, He Zetsu, don't scare me." Yung Xiao shook He Zetsu's body frantically, but He Zetsu didn't react at all. "He Zetsu, don't die," Yung Xiao said, and slapped He Zetsu's face. "Pa! What will happen to my 40 billion if you die? Pa! Think about your old mother on the moon, what will happen to her if you die? Pa! You must live strong. Pa!" After Yung Xiao's slaps, the right half of He Zetsu's face was swollen. Yung Xiao looked at his masterpiece and was a little at a loss. He originally just wanted to wake up He Zetsu, but he didn't expect to hit too hard, and He Zetsu's face was deformed. Just when Yung Xiao didn't know what to do, he saw He Zetsu's eyes slowly open, looking around in confusion, as if he had not yet fully woken up. Yung Xiao was delighted when he saw this. It seemed that his method was still effective, so he quickly said, "He Zetsu, you finally woke up. I didn't expect that he could bring He Zetsu back from the brink of death with just a few slaps. This is simply a miracle." He Zetsu, who had just woken up from a coma, felt a burning pain on the right side of his face. He subconsciously covered his face that was swollen by Yung Xiao's slap. "What's wrong with me? Didn't He Zetsu remember that he fainted from anger? Why did his face hurt so much when he woke up? Did he fall sideways just now? No. He clearly remembered that he fell straight to the ground, it was impossible for him to fall on his face. So, he looked at Yung Xiao and asked in a confused manner, "Boss, why does my face hurt so much?" Yung Xiao smiled and said, "Just now I saw you fainted again, I was afraid that your life was in danger, so I slapped you a few times, hoping that this would wake you up. But it seems that my method is very effective. How do you feel now?" As he said, Yung Xiao stretched out his red palm to show Heizetsu, in order to save you, I didn't hold back at all. Yung Xiao's palm still feels hot now. After hearing what Yung Xiao said, Heizetsu was speechless. He didn't expect Yung Xiao to wake him up in this way. But he also knew that Yung Xiao was concerned, so he didn't blame him. Heizetsu touched his swollen cheeks and smiled bitterly, "It's okay, it just hurts a little." "That's good, that's good." As he said, Yung Xiao helped Heizetsu stand up. After Heizetsu stood firm, he rubbed his temples to try to relieve the symptoms of dizziness. He secretly thanked himself for waking up quickly, otherwise who knows what excessive things Yung Xiao would do. "Boss, can you tell me the exact location of Afei?" Heiju gritted his teeth. Yung Xiao smiled and said, "Of course, only 5 million taels." Heiju nodded, and quickly took out 5 million taels and handed them to Yung Xiao. Yung Xiao took the money and put it away, then said, "Wait a minute." He took the laptop on the chair. He spent a full 1 million taels to buy this laptop, which has powerful functions and can be said to be omnipotent. "Of course, I use the sky eye to find someone." Yung Xiao muttered to himself while typing skillfully on the keyboard, and then a satellite view quickly appeared on the screen. Through this view, it can be clearly seen that a group of white Zetsu are gathering together. Yung Xiao was a little curious, what are these white Zetsu doing? So he slowly enlarged the picture. As the picture gradually became clear, he was surprised to find that in the middle of the group of white Zetsu, there was a heart-shaped thing. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like feces. No, it was clearly a pile of feces. Yung Xiao looked at the scene in front of him and felt a chill, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. "You white Zetsu are still good at playing." He was speechless about the behavior of the white Zetsu. At this time, black Zetsu on the side saw Afei appear on the screen, and he was immediately furious. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Boss, where are they exactly now?" Yung Xiao quickly checked the coordinates and replied, "It's near a fruit forest north of the border of the Fire Country." "Thank you, boss, I will never let them go." Black Zetsu roared. Seeing Black Zetsu's angry look, Yung Xiao patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Black Zetsu, your vision is still too small." "Width." Black Zetsu was confused and didn't know what the word meant. Yung Xia clenched her fist and then released it, "You need to open up your mind, those who betray you can get more than 2 billion, then those who are loyal to you in the future can get tens of billions. Understand the applause." Black Zetsu was still confused and asked in confusion, "Boss, I don't understand what you are talking about." Yung Xiao sighed helplessly and explained patiently, "Although Afei took more than 2 billion from you, you can't kill it, because Afei alive is more valuable than dead. You can let them set up an intelligence organization, use the ability of white Zetsu to obtain various intelligence, and then sell the collected intelligence to those who need it at a high price. In this way, you can not only recover the cost, but also earn tens of billions or even more wealth. Understand the applause?" Yung Xiao said, with a confident smile on his face. At this time, Yung Xiao looked like a master of success speech in his previous life. "Pa pa pa." After hearing this, Black Zetsu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Now after Yung Xiao's reminder, he realized that there was such a shortcut to make money. Although white Zetsu's combat power is not strong, it is indeed very suitable for intelligence. And in this way, he has another source of income, and can make more money. I believe that it won't be long before he can make 40 billion and then revive his mother. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu looked at Yung Xiao with gratitude, and bowed quickly, "Thank you boss for telling me this way to make money." Yung Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder, "You're welcome, as long as you keep working hard, I believe you can revive your mother soon." Hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded firmly, "I will work hard to make money." "Okay, get to work." Yung Xiao encouraged. "Okay, boss, I'll go make money first. Heiju said excitedly, and then hurriedly left the store. He couldn't wait to find A Fei and the others, and then let them carry out intelligence work. After Heiju left, Yun Xiao showed a relieved smile on his face. Heiju's attitude was very good. As long as he kept making money and came to him to spend money, Yun Xiao could get more commissions. Chapter 42. A fruit forest somewhere in the land of fire. You should eat more fruits so that you can poop enough. Ah Fei said, grabbing a handful of fruits and stuffing them into his mouth. Understood. Master Ah Fei. The white Zetsu echoed in unison. After receiving Ah Fei's instructions, they immediately took action. The white Zetsu climbed up the fruit trees and picked the fruits and put them into their mouths. Even though most of the fruits on the trees were not yet ripe, they didn't mind. After all, as long as they could poop enough, everything was worth it. That's it, eat more. Ah Fei shouted excitedly. Seeing the white Zetsu being so obedient, it felt very satisfied. At this moment, Ah Fei suddenly covered his stomach with a painful expression on his face. Then, a strange feeling came from deep inside his body, and Ah Fei was immediately ecstatic. Haha, the urge to poop finally came, I must poop the most perfect poop this time. However, at this time, there was a lot of noise around, which made Ah Fei a little upset. It felt that it needed a quiet environment to concentrate so that it could poop perfectly. So, Ah Fei covered his stomach and quickly ran to the bushes nearby. Perfect poop, here I come. Ah Fei said to himself, looking forward to the critical moment. At this moment, it was extremely excited, as if it had seen the perfect poop appear in front of it. It squatted on the ground, frowning, as if brewing something. Underground. It should be here. Heiju stopped on the road and looked not far away. There was a fruit forest there. If he remembered correctly, this was the place Yun Xiao said. Heiju decided to sneak to the ground to see if it was the fruit forest where Ah Fei and the others were hiding. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Heiju carefully poked his head out of the ground. However, when he just poked his head out of the ground, he was surprised to find a white object facing his face. Black Zetsu was a little confused for a moment, and had no idea what it was. So, he subconsciously looked at it, wanting to see clearly what the white object was. Why does it look so much like a butt? Black Zetsu muttered to himself, full of doubts. Suddenly, he reacted suddenly, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "Fuck, this is really a butt." It turned out that the white object was someone's buttocks, and this person was squatting on the ground with his back to Black Zetsu. Before he could retract his head, he heard a loud crackling sound, and a pile of white excrement poured down and sprayed directly on Black Zetsu's face. "Hey, comfortable." Ah Fei took a long breath, and then he turned his head excitedly to look, wanting to see his masterpiece. When he looked back, he was surprised to find that there was a black head on his poop. Ah Fei was frightened and his face turned pale, which made his originally white face even whiter. Didn't it eat fruit? Why did it pull out a head? It covered its mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I pulled out a head." Hearing A Fei's exclamation, the other white Zetsu gathered around curiously and looked at the head on the ground carefully. "Master A Fei, you are really amazing!" A white Zetsu exclaimed. "How did Master A Fei pull out this black and white feces?" Another white Zetsu also asked curiously. "Do you think this piece of feces looks like Master Black Zetsu?" Suddenly, a white Zetsu put forward an amazing point of view, which made the other white Zetsu stunned. Hearing this, the white Zetsu began to carefully look at the black and white excrement on the ground. Their eyes were focused and serious, as if they were studying a precious work of art. "Don't you dare say, this is exactly the same!" A white Zetsu exclaimed, and it gestured with its hand to make a circle the size of a head. It felt that this size was the same as Master Black Zetsu's head. "It bounces back." Another white Zetsu curiously poked the black Zetsu on the ground with his hand and felt a strange elasticity. However, as time went on, the expressions of the white Zetsu gradually changed from curiosity to shock, and finally to fear. They suddenly realized that something was wrong. The shit on the ground might not be ordinary shit, but real black Zetsu. After a while, black Zetsu made a sharp explosion. Ah! Ah Fei, I'm going to kill you. His voice was full of anger, which made people shudder. But black Zetsu did not go to trouble Ah Fei right away, but jumped into the river next to him. Ah! It's really black Zetsu. People! Ah Fei held his head and screamed, running fast while screaming. Ah Fei knew that if he fell into the hands of black Zetsu, he would die miserably, so he chose to run away without any hesitation. Seeing this, the white Zetsu were in a mess. What should I do? What should I do? Lord Black Zetsu actually caught up with me. Ah Fei, who had already run 2 miles, heard the exclamations of the white Zetsu behind him, and turned back again. He shouted, "Oi, you bastards, what are you still doing? Run now!" Hearing this, the white Zetsu reacted, "Yes, it's too late if you don't run now." Just as they were about to move, the cold voice of black Zetsu sounded from behind them. "Where are you going to run to?" The creepy voice of black Zetsu made the white Zetsu instantly stiffen in place, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. "It's over! It's over! It's completely over now!" The white Zetsu turned around trembling and looked at the dark-faced black Zetsu behind them. "Master Black Zetsu, we were just passing by," a white Zetsu explained tremblingly. Black Zetsu ignored it, but stared at Ah Fei at the back. The white Zetsu turned aside one after another, leaving Ah Fei completely exposed to black Zetsu's sight. Seeing this, Ah Fei laughed awkwardly, "Ahaha, Master Black Zetsu, long time no see, where have you been making money recently?" Hey Zetsu didn't say anything, his eyes were still fixed on Ah Fei. Ah Fei's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Could it be that Lord Heizetsu knew that I had embezzled public funds? It's impossible. I did it so covertly, no one should have found out. But looking at Lord Heizetsu's expression now, it seems that he really knew. What should I do? Should I admit it? No, if I admit it, Lord Heizetsu will definitely punish me. Ah Fei was very conflicted, but in the end he made up his mind that he would never admit it, so he said innocently, "Lord Heizetsu, what happened?" Black Zetsu remained silent, but his eyes became colder. Ah Fei's legs were shaking. He knew that Black Zetsu must have known about his embezzlement of public funds. Is Lord Black Zetsu going to punish him here? Thinking of this, Ah Fei's face turned extremely pale. At this moment, the surrounding white Zetsu suddenly knelt down to Black Zetsu and shouted in unison, "Lord Black Zetsu, please make the decision for us." Chapter 43. Black Zetsu. Ah Fei. The two looked at the white Zetsu kneeling on the ground in confusion, not knowing what had happened. "Woo woo woo, Lord Black Zetsu, Ah Fei took all your money, it's none of our business. Lord Black Zetsu, we are your most loyal subordinates, please don't kill us." "That's right, Lord Black Zetsu, all this is to blame on Ah Fei, the traitor, who instigated everyone to betray you." Hearing this, Ah Fei looked at the white Zetsu kneeling on the ground with great pain, his body trembling slightly, and his outstretched fingers trembling constantly, pointing at them and saying, "You bastards, you actually betrayed your master for glory." It really didn't expect that these white Zetsu, who always humbly asked it how to poop perfectly, would actually betray it at such a critical moment. Hearing Ah Fei's words, the white Zetsu lowered their heads and buried their heads deep in the ground, not daring to look up at Ah Fei. Ah Fei sighed deeply, slowly closed his eyes, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and then he said in a heroic tone, "Forget it, although I die today. I am still the creator of perfect poop." After saying this, Ah Fei stopped talking and stood quietly waiting for death to come. Hearing Ah Fei's words, the eyes of the white Zetsu kneeling on the ground became red, and tears rolled in their eyes. They couldn't help but recall the good times when they had pooped with Afei, and their hearts were full of reluctance and sadness. However, they knew that they had to survive, so they could only choose to betray Afei. Although they were very painful in their hearts, this was also a helpless move. Afei was indeed a good leader, but now he was about to get a box lunch. "We respectfully send off Lord Afei," the white Zetsu shouted in unison. After seeing this scene, the corners of the black Zetsu's mouth twitched. "Is there something strange mixed in? Who said I want to kill you?" Just then, Black Zetsu's voice rang in the ears of the white Zetsu. The white Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu with joy. "Lord Black Zetsu, are you really not going to kill us?" Black Zetsu nodded. "Although you bastards stole 2.6 billion from me, I am still willing to give you a chance to make amends." Hearing this, Afei, who was originally ready to die calmly, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Black Zetsu in disbelief. It didn't expect that they had done such an excessive thing, and Lord Black Zetsu was willing to give them a chance. Plop! Afei immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Black Zetsu frantically, and cried bitterly, "Wivu, Lord Black Zetsu, I was wrong, I shouldn't have embezzled public funds. I just want to know what it feels like to defecate." The white Zetsu looked at Afei with complicated expressions. If only Afei secretly took the money to transform his body, then even if Lord Black Zetsu knew about it, he might not blame him too much. However, Afei did not choose to hide this secret, but told everyone about it and wanted everyone to experience the fun of eating together, and finally spent all the money of Lord Black Zetsu. And not long ago, when Lord Black Zetsu suddenly appeared, they were frightened and at a loss, and it was Afei who had already left, risking being caught, and chose to return to remind them to run away quickly. If Afei had not come back just now, it would definitely have escaped successfully. Although Afei often seems to be unserious as a leader, and even keen on studying strange things such as feces, everyone can find fun in it. He is undoubtedly an excellent leader. However, they are ungrateful to Afei as a leader because they are afraid of death. Now thinking back, it is really shameful. A white Zetsu suddenly slapped himself hard and blamed himself. "We are simply not human." At this time, another white Zetsu responded softly, "Have you forgotten? We are not human beings." This sentence was like a sharp sword, deeply hurting the hearts of all the white Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked at the group of white Zetsu kneeling on the ground indifferently, and said lightly, "Okay, I'll get up. I have decided to give you a chance to make up for your mistakes." Hearing this, the white Zetsu felt relieved and stood up one after another. They looked at Black Zetsu with tears of gratitude, looking forward to a new beginning. So, Black Zetsu explained his plan to the white Zetsu in detail. He hoped to establish a powerful intelligence organization and make money by selling this intelligence. He believed that as long as the white Zetsu worked hard, they would be able to achieve great success. Black Zetsu promised that if the intelligence was sold successfully, each white Zetsu would receive 1/10 of the value of the intelligence sold as a reward. Black Zetsu knew that if you want a horse to run fast, you must give it enough fodder. If there is no incentive mechanism, they may choose to run away with the money like last time, and he will have no place to cry when he cries. Therefore, he proposed this attractive reward plan to stimulate the enthusiasm of the white Zetsu. Sure enough, the white Zetsu blushed with excitement after listening to the goals and promises of Black Zetsu. They shouted in unison, "Guarantee to complete the task." After all, this time Black Zetsu not only forgave their fault of embezzling public funds, but also gave them a brand new opportunity. Moreover, they can also set up their own intelligence organization, and every transaction will have a generous commission, which undoubtedly makes them very excited. The white Zetsu's eyes flashed with greed, and their hearts were full of longing for the future. They were eager to prove their abilities and win the trust and recognition of Black Zetsu again. And all this depends on whether they can successfully establish a strong intelligence network and realize Black Zetsu's expectations. "Okay, hurry up and collect information. Don't let me down again this time. Black Zetsu said and looked at A-Fei. Seeing this, A-Fei quickly promised, we will never let down Lord Black Zetsu's trust. White Zetsu quickly spread out and began to collect information everywhere in the ninja world. White Zetsu collected all kinds of information, even the number of piglets born by a villager's sow. They recorded it in detail. What if someone was really curious about this kind of thing? So White Zetsu appeared everywhere in the ninja world. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The third Hokage was concentrating on staring at the picture in the crystal ball, drooling. He didn't notice that there was a White Zetsu behind him who was silently taking notes with a pen. The third Hokage peeped into the women's bathhouse. I wonder how much this information is worth. Who? The third Hokage suddenly looked back, but didn't see any figure. It seems that I am too suspicious. The third Hokage focused his attention on the crystal ball again. He, this is so hot. It was a close call, I was almost discovered. Outside the Hokage building, the White Zetsu murmured. Similar things are happening all over the ninja world. P.S. I am busy today, so the update is late. As compensation, I decided to update 3 times in the next 2 days. Readers who like it can get free gifts. Chapter 44. Inside the secret base. In front of Black Zetsu was a thick stack of information, which was the information about the ninja world that White Zetsu and his team had spent a lot of time and energy to collect yesterday. He turned to the first page and saw that it said, an old sow gave birth to 21 piglets in the middle of the night, and both mother and children are safe. Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly, wondering what kind of information this was. He continued to flip through the next page, but what he saw was, Widow Wang from the next village has been secretly in love with Zhang Meizi from the same village for a long time, and is ready to force herself on him tonight. Black Zetsu couldn't help but swear, damn. Can this be considered information? He shook his head and continued to flip through the information behind. In the land of water, a group of old sows lined up to jump into the ditch. In the land of wind, the third son of the fourth Kazekage Raza is being bullied by the villagers. Black Zetsu looked at the information in his hand, his face was full of black lines, and he cursed, damn, why do these guys collect all kinds of messed up information? He only read 4 pieces of information in total, 3 of which were worthless garbage information. The only useful information was the news that the 4th Kazekage's son was bullied, but it was actually not very useful. After all, who would be willing to spend money to buy such boring information? Black Zetsu felt a headache, and he began to doubt whether his decision to let White Zetsu establish an intelligence organization was correct. If this goes on, they will not only fail to obtain valuable information, but may also waste a lot of time and resources. However, Black Zetsu is still a little curious, why would a group of old sows line up to jump into the ditch? Is it because the weather is too hot? These sows can't stand the heat, so they go to the ditch to take a bath? After Black Zetsu came to his senses, he immediately shook his head and threw away the strange thoughts in his mind. He continued to look through the information in his hand. When Black Zetsu saw the last piece of information, he widened his eyes in shock and suddenly exclaimed, fuck, I didn't expect that the third Hokage would have such a fetish. Black Zetsu's heart was full of shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that the third Hokage, who could be called the professor of ninjutsu, would do such a thing. However, Black Zetsu did not stop because of this, but continued to read more excitedly. I really didn't expect that the Hokage, who looks glamorous on the surface, has such an unknown side behind the scenes. This discovery made Black Zetsu sigh that the behavior of the third Hokage was so shameless that even he was shocked. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. Black Zetsu muttered to himself. But Black Zetsu seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly put his hands on his waist and laughed at the sky, ha ha ha. His laughter echoed in the bass. After a long time, Black Zetsu stopped. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He, didn't expect that I caught you with the handle. Black Zetsu said to himself. He had already thought about it. He must use this handle to blackmail him and must blackmail him for 300 million or 500 million. If Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, Black Zetsu would spread this information to the ninja world. Then, where would Sarutobi Hiruzen put his face? Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to leave the base and ran towards the direction of Konoha village. The information floated in the air and finally fell slowly to the ground. It was written on it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was observing the women's bathhouse through a crystal ball in his office. When he saw the exciting scene, his nose was bleeding. After hearing the noise outside, he was able to cut off the scene in the crystal ball at a very fast speed. Judging from the proficiency of this action, he is definitely a habitual offender. This information described the abnormal behavior of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in detail, which completely changed Black Zetsu's impression of him. Black Zetsu has made up his mind to take this opportunity to make a fortune. He now understands the benefits of establishing an intelligence organization. Not only can they sell intelligence to those who need it, but they can also use the intelligence in their hands to threaten the parties and then profit from it. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He has a business mind. Black Zetsu praised. He now knows the horror of Yung Xiao. At that time, he only seemed to be able to make a profit by giving him a few seemingly casual instructions. Black Zetsu was more respectful to Yung Xiao in his heart. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. This one is too small, not good, this one is a bit old. It's starting to sag. Sarutobi Hiruzen commented while looking at the picture in the crystal ball. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and directly put his face on the crystal ball. After a long time, he gestured in the air with his hands, showing a lewd smile on his face. He, this one is so big, if I can touch it, I will die without regrets. Look at it at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his nose was a little wet. He subconsciously touched it with his hand and saw that his fingers were covered with blood. Nosebleed again? It seems that I have to be more restrained during this period. As he said this, he began to look for napkins in the office, but his eyes never left the crystal ball. Black Zetsu, who had just arrived at the Hokage's office, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. It turned out that Sarutobi Hiruzen's shamelessness was more serious than he imagined. He was about to come out of the dark to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter, but he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Black Zetsu knew that someone was coming, so he gave up the idea of coming out now and decided to observe in secret. Bang! The door of the Hokage's office was pushed open, and a man with a bandage on his left eye walked in. The man was the strongest scapegoat of the Hokage, Shimura Danzo. There are thousands of scapegoats for Konoha, and Danzo Shimura takes most of them. Danzo can be said to be the source of all evil. All tragedies related to Konoha are basically Danzo's fault, because Danzo has done too many bad things, so whenever there is something that cannot be explained, he can blame Danzo. In Naruto, if there is a ninjutsu that no one knows who created it, it must be created by Tobirama Senju. If there is a tragedy that no one knows who caused it, it must be caused by Danzo. After all, looking at the history of Naruto, Konoha White Fang committed suicide, Nagato turned evil, Hanzo betrayed, Minato and his wife died in battle, Orochimaru defected, Shisui fell off a cliff, Uchiha was exterminated, and Kabuto Yakushi got lost. All these things are the fault of Danzo Shimura. He will be the 5.5th generation pot shadow of Konoha in the future, but everyone must not treat the pot shadow as a shadow. After all, the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails with his life, the third Hokage sealed the snake hand with his life, and the fifth Hokage will seal a bridge with his life. Of course, these are all later stories. P.S. There will be 2 more pictures later. Chapter 45. In the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo suddenly broke in, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking for a napkin, unable to react for a while. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crystal ball. "Ouch, are you blushing? Let me see how you are growing. No, you are so annoying." Hearing the voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reacted. He ignored his nosebleed and hurriedly turned off the crystal ball. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a black face. He didn't expect that after so many years, the other party's habit of peeping has not changed. "Ahem, Danzo, you must knock on the door next time you come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with his hand covering his nose. Shimura Danzo never knocked on the door when he entered the Hokage's office. He always pushed the door directly in. Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him many times about this before. But Danzo always agreed verbally, but never changed. This time, it was because he didn't knock on the door that made him so embarrassed. In the shadows, Black Zetsu muttered, "Didn't the intelligence say that the third Hokage reacted quickly? Shimura Danzo has been here for a long time, but he didn't think of cutting off the scene. Is he too involved?" Shimura Danzo ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but said with a gloomy expression, "Hiruzen, the root has found that the Uchiha have already shown signs of rebellion." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. He stood up suddenly and said in disbelief, "Danzo, are you telling the truth?" Although his old friend usually did a lot of bad things, he felt that the other party would not lie to him about things related to the interests of the village, because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his old friend loved the village as much as he did. Shimura Danzo nodded and said, "The radicals in the Uchiha clan have expressed their desire to launch a coup many times before, but they were all stopped by Uchiha Fugaku. However, there are more and more radicals in the clan recently, and now Uchiha Fugaku has begun to waver." Hearing Shimura Danzo's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently picked up the pipe on the table, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. In the smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. As one of the strongest families in Konoha village, the Uchiha clan has a powerful eye technique. However, as time went by, the relationship between them and the village gradually became tense. Now, the news brought by Danzo made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more worried. If the Uchiha clan really decided to rebel, it would bring a huge crisis to the village. Their strength should not be underestimated. Once a conflict breaks out, it will cause a lot of casualties and damage to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this very well, so he had to handle the matter with caution. He couldn't easily believe Danzo's one-sided words, but he couldn't ignore this potential threat. At this time, the Uchiha clan did have signs of rebellion. Due to historical reasons such as Uchiha Madara's defection, the suspicion of the Nine Tails rebellion, and the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the family's status in the village, the Uchiha clan wanted to launch a coup to change this situation. He took a deep breath, took the pipe from his mouth, looked at Danzo and said, "I will personally investigate this matter." Shimura Danzo frowned, "Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan's rebellious heart can no longer be contained. We should take action immediately to eliminate them." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, "No, this will cause greater chaos, and there are still many innocent people in the Uchiha clan. We need to find a more appropriate solution." Hearing this, Shimura Danzo said dissatisfiedly, "The Uchiha clan has already had the idea of rebellion, why not suppress them directly with thunder?" Shimura Danzo felt that he was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about it. If the Uchiha is thinking about rebellion, but pretending nothing happened on the surface, this is the most terrifying. Because you have no idea when the other party will suddenly launch a coup. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another deep puff of his pipe, exhaled a smoke ring, and then said, "Isn't the Uchiha still rebellious? There is definitely a chance for all this to turn around." Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo was so angry that he trembled all over, and his veins popped up. He pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted angrily, "You idiot, you told the Uchiha about this, isn't this alarming the snake? What if the Uchiha directly launched a coup? He really couldn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain circuit. He knew that the Uchiha had already shown signs of rebellion, but he didn't want to suppress it directly, but wanted to reconcile with the other party. Shimura Danzo became angrier and angrier. He slammed the table and stood up, continuing to curse Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you old and confused? Do you think Uchiha will be grateful to you? They only think you are weak and incompetent, easy to bully. You will only make them more arrogant and domineering, thinking that we are afraid of them. Shimura Danzo suddenly laughed in anger. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking face and sneered, haha, you are playing mercy with me now? Do you know why Uchiha wants to rebel? Because they have opinions about your decision and want to drive you off the position of Hokage, and they will be the Hokage themselves. Can't you even see this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was scolded by Shimura Danzo. Even though he usually has a good personality, he was a little angry at this moment. Bang! He suddenly slammed the desk and shouted loudly, enough Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words suddenly stunned Shimura Danzo, and his thoughts could not help but go back to the past. At that time, the second Hokage wanted someone to be a bait to hold the enemy, and he originally wanted to go, but because of the fear of death, he hesitated for a while, and ended up being preempted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, he was somewhat relieved in his heart, because if someone stood up, he would not have to sacrifice himself. But he did not expect that this was a test for the second Hokage, and he wanted to find a dedicated person to serve as Hokage. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead, the second Hokage appointed him as the next Hokage, and the second Hokage chose himself as bait to cover their retreat, and eventually sacrificed. Over the years, Shimura Danzo regretted every time he thought of this matter. If he had been more determined at the beginning, perhaps the position of Hokage would be his. Thinking back to the present, Shimura Danzo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry look, and snorted, as a Hokage, since you are so indecisive, then let me do it myself to solve the Uchiha matter. Having said that, Shimura Danzo flicked his sleeves and turned away angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his pipe in his mouth, silently watched Shimura Danzo's back as he left, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 46. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sighed, then slowly sat on the chair, smoking one cigarette after another. At this time, in the dark, Black Zetsu had a look of great joy on his face, thinking to himself, oh my god, Uchiha actually wanted to rebel, but I didn't expect that Shimura Danzo knew about it in advance. Why did Danzo know about it in advance? This is undoubtedly because there was a traitor among the Uchiha clan, who secretly informed Shimura Danzo about this. Black Zetsu originally just wanted to blackmail Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. He thought, if he could find the traitor of the Uchiha clan, and then sell this information to Uchiha Fugaku at a high price, the other party would definitely buy this information. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu's mouth curled up slightly, and he sighed, in fact, I also have a good business mind, hee. Who's there? Come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly heard a voice, looked at the direction of Black Zetsu with a torch-like gaze, and shouted coldly. Black Zetsu then realized that he had accidentally exposed himself because of his complacency. So, he slowly got out of the wall, with a smile on his face, saying, hee, don't be nervous, Lord Hokage, I'm here to discuss a business with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to see a black humanoid creature coming out of the wall of his office. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, looked at Black Zetsu with a vigilant look, and put his hands behind his back so that he could immediately seal and launch ninjutsu if the situation was not right. Black Zetsu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's nervous look and said cheerfully, don't be nervous, Lord Hokage, I really want to discuss a business with you. As he said that, Black Zetsu took out a green stone and put it on his palm. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the stone in Black Zetsu's hand, his face full of confusion, and he had no idea what it was. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's puzzled look, Black Zetsu explained, "This is a shadow stone, which can project everything that happened here within 3 days." When Black Zetsu learned of Sarutobi Hiruzen's handle, he was worried that if he went directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might deny it, so he went to Yongxiao and bought a shadow stone at a high price. Black Zetsu's mind moved, and a faint light suddenly came out of the stone, and then a light curtain appeared above the stone. "This one is too small, not good, this one is a bit old, it's starting to sag. He, this one is so big, if I can touch it, I will die without regrets." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the light curtain in shock. The picture showed the scene of him peeping at the women's bathhouse before. What made him feel even more terrible was that not only was his wretched appearance recorded in the picture, but the content in the crystal ball was also extremely clear. After Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted, his face became extremely gloomy, his body began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If this video gets out, he, as the third Hokage of Konoha village, will lose face and his life will be completely ruined. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been seen as an amiable, kind, and benevolent Hokage in the eyes of outsiders. But now, he has been exposed to use a crystal ball to spy on the female bathhouse in private, which is undoubtedly a huge blow to his image. Once this news gets out, the persona he has built up for a lifetime will collapse. Black Zetsu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's panic and felt proud in his heart. He knew that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen felt scared, he could take the opportunity to make higher demands and blackmail him. Black Zetsu said happily, "Hehe, I wonder if the Hokage is interested in this business." Sarutobi Hiruzen silently calculated the distance between himself and Black Zetsu, thinking about whether he could suddenly attack and kill the other party. Black Zetsu naturally felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold-killing intent. He quickly stepped back a few steps, still smiling, and said, "It seems that Lord Hokage wants to kill people to silence them, but as long as I crush this image stone, this picture will appear in the sky above the entire ninja world, and you may not be able to kill me." Black Zetsu was extremely confident when he said this, because although he was not strong, his ability was extremely special. As long as he wanted to run, no one in the entire ninja world could stop him. Seeing Black Zetsu's confident look, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He knew that what Black Zetsu said should be true. After a while, he said hoarsely, "What do you want?" "Give me 1 billion, and this image stone is yours," Black Zetsu said with a smile. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Black Zetsu with his eyes wide open in disbelief. There was a thief in Konoha village before, which caused all the funds in the village to be stolen, and there is no way to take out so much money. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen could take out 1 billion, he would definitely it's impossible to agree. Black Zetsu knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have that much money. After all, he stole the money from Konoha village. How could he not know whether the other party could take it or not? He just wanted to test Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. 800 million. Black Zetsu said. Sarutobi Hiruzen still shook his head and refused. 500 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen still shook his head and refused. Black Zetsu realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was maliciously lowering the price. Even if he had money, he would not be willing to pay so much money. He felt that he was being fooled, so he suddenly sneered, "Hokage, you don't want others to find out that you peeped into the women's bathhouse, do you?" As he said that, Black Zetsu picked up the photo stone and shook it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Why didn't Black Zetsu continue to lower the price? He was still thinking about lowering the price to 100 million or 200 million before reluctantly agreeing. This way, a lot of money can be saved. But now Black Zetsu seems to have seen through his little thoughts. He was about to explain, but was interrupted by Black Zetsu. "Okay, if you don't want to lose your reputation, I don't care what method you use, you must get 800 million for me within 3 days. Otherwise, you can wait for everyone in the ninja world to know about your deeds of peeping into the women's bathhouse. After saying that, Black Zetsu didn't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and went underground directly. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left alone in the office, and his expression was pale and blue, extremely complicated. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the office in a hurry. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Black Zetsu poked his head out of the ground. Hehe, the boss's method is still effective. Yun Xiao had told him before that if you have the strength to overturn the table, you must be strong, otherwise those weak people will take advantage of it. Look, after he left with his harsh words, didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still arguing with him, go out to collect money? Black Zetsu guessed correctly, Sarutobi Hiruzen did go out to collect money at this time. He felt that compared to 800 million, his later years were more important. After all, as the third generation of Hokage, his reputation and prestige are crucial. Once his peeping in the women's bathhouse is exposed, he will face huge public pressure and moral condemnation, which is a result he does not want to see anyway. Therefore, even if it costs a huge price, he must solve this trouble as soon as possible. P.S. I have written to 2356, and I beg readers to send a free gift to support me. Thank you so much. Chapter 47. Sarutobi Clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly walked into the clan land. Clan leader, why are you back? A member of the Sarutobi clan asked curiously. In addition to being the Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also the clan leader of the Sarutobi clan. In the past, the clan leader was still in the Hokage's office to handle government affairs at this time, but today, I don't know why he rushed back in a hurry. Hurry up and notify the elders to come to my house for a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously. Got it, clan leader. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he immediately flashed away. Although he was very curious about what happened, he knew that this kind of thing was not something he could know. Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair with a solemn expression, frowning, eyes slightly closed, and his heart was full of anxiety and uneasiness. He was thinking about how to get 800 million to return to Black Zetsu within 3 days. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps came, the door slowly opened, and an old man with grey hair and a serious face walked in. The man was the great elder of the Sarutobi clan, and one of the important figures in the clan. The great elder saw the strangeness of Sarutobi Hiruzen at a glance, and asked with concern, Hiruzen, what happened that made you so anxious to find us? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head slightly, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said in a hoarse voice, Great elder, wait until the other elders come. After speaking, he sighed softly and continued to fall into deep thought. Seeing this, the great elder frowned. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's character very well. If he didn't encounter a major problem, he would never gather them so hastily. Thinking of this, the great elder's heart tightened. Did something happen in the village? Or is there a thorny problem within the family? Time passed by minute, and finally, the remaining elders walked into the room one after another. When they saw the solemn expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, they all had an ominous premonition in their hearts. There are 4 elders in the Sarutobi clan, each of whom is a wise man with rich experience. At this moment, the 4 of them gathered together, and their eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time, waiting for him to speak. The elder could no longer suppress his anxiety and asked impatiently, Hiruzen, what happened? Hearing this, the other elders looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously, wanting to hear his explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said with a complicated expression, I was caught by someone. The other party threatened me to give him 800 million, otherwise he would reveal this matter. Hearing this, the first elder widened his eyes, slammed the table, and roared angrily, What handle dares to ask for 800 million? This guy is simply asking for too much. The second elder was also so angry that his face turned red, and he echoed, "That's right, I think that guy just thinks that our Sarutobi clan is easy to bully." The third elder also clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "We must not give this money." Hearing the words of several elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in shame and whispered, "Actually, I was caught peeping at the women's bathhouse, and the evidence was recorded." Hearing this news, the originally angry elders were stunned, and the expressions on their faces instantly froze. They couldn't believe what they heard, and they widened their eyes and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. The first elder's angry expression gradually turned into disappointment. He sighed heavily, "Hiruzen, you are so stupid. How could you do such a thing?" The second elder shook his head and sighed, saying with great sorrow, "As a Hokage, you actually did such a thing. How do people in the village view our Sarutobi clan?" The third elder stood up and pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted angrily, "Asshole! Do you know what you are doing? What you are doing will not only affect your personal reputation, but also damage the image of the entire family. They really don't understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen is over 60 years old, but he still has a voyeuristic habit. Is this what it means for a man to be a teenager until he dies?" Hearing the words of several elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in shame and dared not look at them. At this time, the fourth elder, who had not spoken since entering the house, spoke. "Okay, stop talking. The most urgent thing is to quickly discuss a solution. Old Four is right. Let's think about what to do now," the great elder said. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the fourth elder with gratitude. "Can we find a chance to kill that guy?" The fourth elder glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. The eyes of the other elders lit up. "Yes, as long as the blackmailer wouldn't it be better to kill the blackmailer? This way, the problem can be solved without paying." "Fourth brother, you are really a genius," the elder said excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. He wanted to do this when he was in the office, but the mysterious ability and confident words of the other party made him know that it would be difficult for him to kill him. Even if he could kill him, it would take a lot of time. During this process, Black Zetsu had already made this matter public. It should be difficult to kill. Sarutobi Hiruzen told the elders what happened in the office. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, the elders were silent, and no one spoke for a while. After a long time, the elder said with a complicated expression, "It seems that we can only pay the money obediently, but where can the family take out so much money?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, "How much you can take out, I will find a way to get the rest of the money. Reduce the family's expenses in the next few years, maybe 200 million. The fourth elder said. "I have a coffin book of 10 million, Hiruzen, you can use it," said the elder. "All my property is only 5 million. The second elder whispered. "If you mortgage all the properties under my name, you can get about 30 million taels," the third elder said. The fourth elder knocked on the table with his hand and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I have 20 million, all of them are given to you, and you can figure out the rest yourself." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to the elders and thanked them for their help. Counting his own gains over the years, he can get 300 million at most. The elder patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Hiruzen, no matter what method you use, you must solve this matter. The future of the family depends on you." Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage is very important to the Sarutobi clan, because now is the critical period for the Sarutobi clan to be promoted to the Konoha clan, and there must be no mistakes. When the Sarutobi clan first joined Konoha, it was just a small clan, but since Sarutobi Hiruzen became the Hokage, the Sarutobi clan has grown stronger and stronger, and now has a tendency to become a big clan in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he knew how to get the remaining 500 million. Chapter 48. Hyuga Clan Land. Hyuga Hayashi knelt on the ground, poured a cup of tea and placed it opposite. He said respectfully, "I wonder what business the Hokage has brought you here for." As the saying goes, no one comes to see the Three Treasures Hall for no reason. He was very curious about what business Sarutobi Hiruzen came to see him for. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the teacup, and said with a kind smile on his face, "Hayashi, I do need your help this time. I wonder if you are willing to help me." Hyuga Hayashi became more and more curious. What kind of thing was it that was worth the third Hokage to come here in person? "Hokage is too polite, I will do my best to help as long as I can." Hyuga Hayashi replied with a smile. In recent years, the Hyuga clan has been sending generous gifts and money to the third Hokage, so Hyuga Hayashi knew that the other party's request would never be too harsh. Hearing such a positive reply from Hyuga Hayashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Hayashi, can you pay the expenses for the next few years in advance?" Hyuga Hayashi was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. The third Hokage actually asked him for money directly without any concealment? Although he has been secretly contributing wealth to the third Hokage over the years, such things have always been done privately and never put on the table. However, now the third Hokage has put this matter in the open, and he can't do it directly. After Hyuga Hayashi reacted, he smiled and said, "The village was destroyed after the Nine Tails Rebellion. I, Hyuga Hayashi, am willing to donate 10 million taels to rebuild Konoha." He showed a flattering smile on his face, but his heart was bleeding. This 10 million taels is not a small amount for him now. Every year, he pays 5 million taels to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After so many years, he has almost reached 2 small goals. This time he had to donate so much money at once, which made him feel very painful. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Although 10 million is a lot, he can still take out this money as the Hyuga family is rich and powerful. But some time ago, the Hyuga family was robbed and most of the assets of the family were stolen. Now he has to take out such a large sum of money, which makes him feel like a knife. Although he was in great pain, he had no choice. Because he knew that if the Hyuga family wanted to gain a foothold in Konoha village, they had to maintain a good relationship with the Hokage. If they didn't pay the money, they would follow the footsteps of the Uchiha family and be excluded by the whole village. You know, the Uchiha family is one of the families that founded Konoha, but now they have been moved to the edge of Konoha village and are being neglected and discriminated against. Although all this has something to do with the Uchiha's way of dealing with people, it is more because they did not choose to honor the third generation Hokage. This caused the third Hokage to be dissatisfied, and during the Third War, he even sent the Uchiha clan, who were good at fire escape, to the battlefield of the Land of Water. Thinking back to the present, Hyuga Hiruzen was very sincere to take out 10 million for himself, which could definitely satisfy the appetite of the third Hokage. However, what he never expected was that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually shook his head and said earnestly, "Hiruzen, I need money for the next 10 years, and you only gave me 2 years. Hearing this, Hyuga Hiruzen widened his eyes and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, with 1,000 words running through his mind. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen old and confused? How dare he make such an outrageous request? He actually wants to charge 10 years of fees at once? It is still unknown whether he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can live until then. Why, you don't want to?" Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of threat in his eyes. Hinata Hayashi looked tangled, and asked cautiously, "Will 10 years be too much? Hey? Don't you think I, an old man, will live to that time?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and knocked on the table hard. Don't dare, don't dare. It's just that our Hyuga clan does not have so much money at the moment." Hinata Hayashi explained helplessly with a look of difficulty. What he said was true. Since the family was robbed by thieves, the current Hyuga clan really can't take out so much cash. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hinata Hayashi in silence, revealing an elusive look in his eyes. Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Didn't the third Hokage believe him? Hinata Hayashi hurriedly explained, "Hokage-sama, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's really that there is not so much money in the family. When I have it, I will definitely send it to you as soon as possible." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly to show his understanding. Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi was happy in his heart, thinking that the matter was over. However, the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made his smile freeze on his face. "Since there is no cash flow, then give me the Hyuga clan's several stores on the commercial street. That's it." After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and turned away without hesitation, ignoring Hyuga Hayashi who was standing there. It was not until Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared that Hyuga Hayashi slowly came back to his senses from the shock. He widened his eyes and looked at the door in disbelief, as if he could not accept what had just happened. After a moment, he raised his hand angrily and smashed the table in front of him with a palm, gritting his teeth and said, "How dare this old thing? Do you really think that my Hyuga clan is easy to bully?" After leaving the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked straight towards the direction of the three tribes of Ino, Deer, and Jo without hesitation. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans, and then rushed to other clans in Konoha without stopping. During this day, he worked tirelessly and visited almost every clan in Konoha village. It was not until late at night that he walked out of an inconspicuous small clan with a happy face, muttering to himself, "Although this process is really difficult, the money was finally collected." In the darkness, Black Zetsu sighed, "I didn't expect that it only took one day for Sarutobi Hiruzen to collect 800 million. It seems that it was still less at the beginning. But, will this guy really have no problems doing this?" Black Zetsu asked doubtfully. He witnessed with his own eyes the scene where the clan leaders of those families gathered together to discuss countermeasures after Sarutobi Hiruzen left. Looking at the angry faces of those clan leaders, I am afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage will not be able to continue to sit safely. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still immersed in the joy of collecting the money, not knowing at all that the clan leaders were already thinking about how to get him out of office. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 49. Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. "Hiruzen, have you collected the money?" the elder said nervously. "Don't worry, the elder has already solved it," Sarutobi Hiruzen said happily. Hearing this, several elders looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. They didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to collect 500 million in half a day. They originally thought that if it didn't work, they would mortgage all the properties in the clan. "Hiruzen, how did you do it?" The other elders also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously, wanting to hear how he did it. It was incredible. Sarutobi Hiruzen told several elders what happened. After hearing his explanation, the elders looked tangled. "This way your prestige in the village will be greatly reduced. It's better to lose prestige than to lose the position of Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the other elders remained silent. It was true. As long as the position of Hokage was still there, the rest would be discussed later. "I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first," Sarutobi Hiruzen said tiredly. On this day, he ran between various families of Konoha village, exhausted both physically and mentally. When he walked into the room and lay on the comfortable bed, he just closed his eyes and heard a slight noise coming from the room. "Who?" Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes alertly, sat up from the bed in an instant, and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. At this moment, a black shadow slowly rose from the ground. He, Lord Hokage, don't be so nervous, I'm here to get the money." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became very ugly. He never expected that just after raising the money, Black Zetsu had come to his door. Obviously, he was under the other party's close surveillance all day. He took out a scroll from his arms and said seriously, "The money is in here, give me the photo stone." However, Black Zetsu was unmoved, his mouth corners slightly raised, and he sneered, "Give me the money first, and I will give you the photo stone, otherwise, forget it." He was not stupid, and he knew that if he handed over the photo stone first, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably regret it. After all, there was no trust between them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. He did have this idea, but he didn't expect that Black Zetsu would notice it. He could only throw the scroll over. After Black Zetsu checked it, he happily put the photo stone on the ground. "Lord Hokage is so straightforward, I will find you if I have business in the future," Black Zetsu said, and sneaked into the ground and left. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. It's better not to find him for this kind of business in the future. On the other side, the Hyuga clan land. At this time, dozens of people gathered in the clan land, all of whom were the patriarchs of the major families in Konoha village. Their faces were solemn, and they were obviously annoyed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really crazy because of poverty." Hyuga Hayashi cursed. "That's right, he actually asked for 10 million taels directly from me." The head of a small family slammed the table angrily. "He even used coercion and inducement." Another head said with gritted teeth. "Narashikaku, what do you think of this?" Hyuga Hayashi turned to ask the man next to him. Everyone cast their curious eyes on Narashikaku. After all, the Nara family is famous for its wisdom and is considered the smartest family in Konoha. The three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Cho had always been supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but today Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior was too much, which made them rebellious. "I think the third-generation Hokage is too old and not suitable to continue to serve as Hokage," Narashikaku said softly. "Yes, now Konoha village needs a young and energetic leader who can lead the future to lead the village." Yamanaka Inoichi echoed. "So, what should we do?" asked Akimichi Choza. A sly look flashed in Narashikaku's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Since the third Hokage is unkind, we can't be blamed for being unjust." Then, Narashikaku explained his plan in detail to everyone. After listening, everyone nodded in agreement and praised the plan. "Haha, this is a good idea." Narashikaku suddenly remembered an important thing, and he remember to tell the Uchiha clan about this. They have been dissatisfied with the third Hokage for a long time, and their support is indispensable for this action. Yes, how can such an important thing be without Uchiha? Then, the group hurriedly left the Hyuga clan and headed towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Fugaku saw the clan leaders, his heart was shocked and he almost jumped up. He secretly complained in his heart, could it be that the third Hokage already knew about the Uchiha's conspiracy to rebel? However, when he heard Hyuga Hayashi as he explained, the nervousness in his heart was instantly replaced by surprise. It turned out that these people came to discuss how to force the third Hokage to abdicate. Uchiha Fugaku's breathing became rapid, and he couldn't believe his ears. Yesterday they were still discussing how to launch a coup. Unexpectedly, the patriarchs of these families actually took the initiative to come to him to discuss this matter. It's really a pillow for a sleepy person. In this case, my Uchiha clan is willing to fully support your plan. We must act as soon as possible and can't delay any longer. Uchiha Fugaku said excitedly. The next day. Have you heard? The patriarchs of the major families of Konoha are now gathered outside the Hokage building, and they claim that there are major things to announce. Is it true? Then I have to go and see it. After learning this shocking news, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha village rushed to the Hokage building, wanting to know what happened. Outside the Hokage building, it was already crowded with people standing in 3 layers inside and outside. They all looked curiously at the clan leaders above, whispering and speculating on what was about to happen. Seeing that almost everyone had gathered, Narashikaku said to the clan leaders with a serious look, "It's almost time to start." Hinata Hayashi walked forward with a serious expression, slowly took off the forehead protector on his forehead, and held it high to the crowd. The scene was suddenly silent, and everyone was confused, wondering what the clan leader of the Hyuga clan was going to do. "I, Hyuga Hayashi, report in my real name that the third Hokage of Konoha village in the Land of Fire used his position to abuse his power for personal gain and often asked me for high filial piety fees. Just yesterday, the third Hokage asked me for 50 million taels, but because I had no money, he directly took away several stores of my Hyuga clan in the commercial street." Hyuga Hayashi said loudly. "Fuck, is this true? I didn't expect the third Hokage to be this kind of person. The sky of Konoha has really darkened." Just then, the heads of other families also stood up. "I'm Narashikaku. I'm Akimichi Choza. I'm Yamanaka Inoichi." The heads of the families stood up one after another to talk about what the third Hokage had done over the years, leaving the people present completely dumbfounded. They never thought that the third Hokage, who was usually highly respected, had such an unbearable side behind him. P.S. It's already the third update, are you sure you don't want to give me a free gift? Chapter 50. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Hokage-sama is such a person. Who said he wasn't? You can't tell a person's heart from his appearance. With such a leader appearing in Konoha village, does the village still have a future? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. Seeing this, everyone looked at Uchiha Fugaku curiously, wanting to hear about Uchiha's experience. Because my Uchiha clan did not pay protection fees to the third Hokage, it was often targeted by the third Hokage, and he kept inciting conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the major clans, which led to the reputation of my Uchiha clan being ruined and being excluded in the village. Everyone present, do you subconsciously feel disgusted when you hear the name of Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku's words made everyone fall into deep thought. They began to recall their past experiences with the Uchiha clan and found that they did seem to have some unconscious prejudices. It seems to be true. Yes, think carefully about the Uchiha as the Konoha police force. They have always enforced the law impartially, without favoritism or corruption. Yes, then why did we have prejudice against the Uchiha before? Could it be that, as the Uchiha clan leader said, all this was done by the third Hokage? Of course it is. After all, he has done so many things, and he doesn't care about this one. The villagers were discussing fiercely, and at this time a group of civilian ninjas also began to discuss. The Uchiha's experience may really be done by the third Hokage. Yes, the Uchiha is actually not as bad as the outside world says. Although the Uchiha clan is arrogant, they are generally very strong. We are still very happy to have Uchiha people as teammates when performing tasks. His words resonated with other ninjas around him, and everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, carrying out missions with members of the Uchiha clan can greatly increase our mission success rate. Moreover, members of the Uchiha clan perform very well in battle, and their eye techniques and ninjutsu are very powerful. Although they may not like to talk much, as long as they can complete the mission, these are minor problems. Yes, it may be that the Uchiha clan is too powerful, which led to the targeting of the third Hokage. The ninjas really felt that the Uchiha clan's experience was inseparable from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku felt the change in the atmosphere on the scene, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. Perhaps this meeting could become an opportunity to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. I think the third Hokage's various behaviors are no longer suitable for being Hokage. Narashikaku said, so I plan to unite with you to get the third Hokage to step down and re-elect a capable person to be the Hokage. Narashikaku's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue, and his words caused an uproar. People began to whisper and talk about it. I, the Uchiha clan, agree. I, the Hyuga clan, agree. I, the Abarame clan, agree. After several clans came forward, the clan leaders of other clans came forward one after another, expressing their willingness to cooperate with Narashikaku to jointly push the third Hokage to step down. For a time, representatives of the major clans in Konoha village responded one after another, and their voices gathered into a powerful force, as if to overturn the entire venue. The villagers present were stunned by this sudden change, and no one spoke for a while. They stared at everything that happened in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. After a long while, someone spoke up, "If the third Hokage did do those things, then I agree." Although his voice was not loud, it was like throwing a stone on the calm water, triggering a chain reaction. "That's right, if it's true, then we agree too." Someone in the crowd echoed. "That's right, we can't tolerate this going on," another person shouted. Gradually, more and more people joined the team of denunciation, and their voices gathered together to form a deafening shout. "Support the third Hokage to step down. Support Narashikaku's proposal. We need a new leader. I think Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worthy of being a Hokage." "Me too." Seeing this, the heads of the major families all smiled. The third Hokage is definitely finished now. In the corner, several members of the Sarutobi clan changed their faces after seeing this scene. "The major families are actually rebelling, go tell the clan leader." As they said, they rolled and crawled towards the Sarutobi clan's land. The route. Shimura Danzo saw many people gathered outside the Hokage building. He couldn't help but frowned and asked curiously, "What is Hiruzen doing? Why are there so many people outside the Hokage building?" A root member came out from the shadows. He saluted respectfully to Shimura Danzo, and asked if he needed to go to check the situation. Shimura Danzo nodded and said seriously, "Go and come back quickly, don't waste time." After receiving the order, the root member immediately turned around and ran towards the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo stared at the direction of the Hokage building, muttering to himself, "Hiruzen, Hiruzen, what the hell are you doing?" After a while, the root member finally came back in a hurry. Shimura Danzo asked impatiently, "How is it? Have you investigated it clearly? What happened at the Hokage building? Why are there so many villagers gathered here?" The root member was panting, his face full of shock. He quickly replied, "Danzo-sama, the patriarchs of the major families of Konoha exposed the various crimes committed by the third Hokage during his reign in front of thousands of villagers outside the Hokage building. They accused the third Hokage of corruption and bribery, and used his power to suppress the major families, putting Konoha in trouble. Now, these families have united and demanded that the third Hokage abdicate to calm the public anger." Hearing this, Shimura Danzo widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? Are you saying that the major families are now preparing to force Hiruzen to abdicate?" "To answer Danzo-sama, that's it." Then the root said. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face was full of joy. He suddenly laughed up to the sky, "Ha ha ha, Hiruzen, you have come to this day." Shimura Danzo was very happy. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated, he, as one of the top leaders of Konoha, had a great chance of becoming the Hokage. "No, I have to go and see how Hiruzen fell," Shimura Danzo said, and hurriedly left the route and rushed towards the Hokage building. The position of Hokage, here I come. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. Sarutobi clan territory. It's bad. It's bad. The two Sarutobi clan members were panicked, staggering towards the clan territory, shouting non-stop. They looked extremely panicked, as if they had seen something extremely terrible. Hearing the noise, many curious people in the clan came out of their homes to find out what was going on. The two clan members were stumbling and running, and the panic on their faces became more and more obvious. "Assholes, what are you yelling about so early in the morning?" The elder frowned, walked out of the house with an unhappy face, and shouted loudly. He secretly wondered what happened to these two guys that made them so panicked and completely lost their usual calmness. After seeing the elder, the two hurriedly walked to his side, panting, breathing so fast that they couldn't even speak smoothly. "It's bad. Great elder, it's bad." Their voices trembled with deep fear. The great elder frowned and shouted more impatiently, "What happened? Tell me quickly. Don't waste time here." Seeing the panic of the two people, the great elder couldn't help but feel worried. Did something serious happen in the clan? "Great elder, the clan leaders of the major families in Konoha have united to make the clan leader abdicate." "What?" After learning this shocking news, the great elder subconsciously stepped back several steps. If there was no one behind him to support him in time, he would probably fall to the ground. How is this possible? Why did this happen? The great elder murmured in a low voice, his face full of disbelief. "Boss, what happened?" the second elder asked curiously when he saw the scene in the clan. Behind him stood the third and fourth elders, and they all looked at the great elder with confusion. The elder raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Hiruzen's position as Hokage is not safe." Hearing this, several elders widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces full of astonishment. Why is this happening? Hasn't Hiruzen already collected enough money? The elder sighed deeply. It is because of this money that the major families are dissatisfied. They have now united and want to force Hiruzen to abdicate. After hearing this, several elders were desperate and collapsed on the ground. What should I do? Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen yawned and walked out of the courtyard slowly. What happened? He was busy until late at night to make money yesterday, and he was already exhausted physically and mentally. He finally got a good night's sleep, but was woken up early in the morning, which made him very unhappy. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly coming out, the elder was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a trembling finger and said angrily, "Asshole! If it weren't for your little thing, how could things have developed to this point?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked confused and had no idea what had happened. He was full of doubts. What had he done? Wasn't the money issue already resolved? Why did the elder scold him so angrily? "Elder, what happened?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. "How dare you ask? The major families are now discussing your abdication in the Hokage building." The fourth elder snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned and unbelievable. What the hell? Wasn't he doing well? Why did he abdicate? How come the sky fell when he woke up? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to delay and hurried towards the direction of the Hokage building. Could it be that what happened yesterday caused their dissatisfaction? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, his heart full of shock. No way! Outside the Hokage building. At this time, more and more people gathered like a tide. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, they were all furious and angry. Shimura Danzo quietly mixed in the crowd, looking at the indignant look of the people around him. His face was full of comfort, and he was secretly proud in his heart. Haha, Hiruzen's Hokage has come to an end. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but say proudly. At this moment, he had already begun to imagine in his mind the glorious scene of becoming Hokage after Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated. Just then, a burst of exclamation suddenly broke out in the crowd. Look, the third-generation Hokage is here. Everyone turned their heads and saw the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried over. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw so many people, his heart suddenly sank. He clearly realized that he might really be finished. He trembled. He walked up to the stage with a complex look at the heads of the major families and the audience below, opening and closing his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. For a moment, the scene was very quiet, and everyone was waiting for the explanation of the third Hokage. Seeing that no one spoke, Shimura Danzo's smile froze. It seemed that these villagers wanted to hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, but this was not okay. What if Hiruzen really whitewashed himself? He knew clearly how terrible his old friend's speaking ability was. He could turn black into white and fool these villagers. Shimura Danzo must not give the other party a chance to explain, so he shouted in a shrill voice, "Get out! Get out!" Hearing his words, the villagers followed and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" Shimura Danzo saw the villagers' reactions, and his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. This was the effect he wanted. Without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to explain, he would have no choice but to get out of the position of Hokage. After seeing the angry crowd in the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed silently. It seemed that he didn't even have a chance to explain. He knew in his heart that this matter was a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't expect these clan leaders to use this trick. Perhaps he pushed them too hard, which led them to act like this. Indeed, after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked for 500 million from the major families in one day, which did seem a bit greedy. But there was no way. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had his own difficulties. If he didn't collect the money and give it to Black Zetsu, he would not only lose the position of Hokage, but also lose his reputation in his later years. Although he has lost the position of Hokage, he only has a reputation of corruption and bribery, not peeping at the female bathhouse. If it is the latter, he would rather die. I did something wrong. I am willing to step down as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took off the Hokage hat and bowed deeply to the villagers below. Unexpectedly, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, became the first Hokage to be driven out. It's so miserable. Shimura Danzo was ecstatic and secretly said in his heart, Hiruzen is finally gone. I'm the Hokage. P.S. I'm here to ask for free gifts again. Chapter 52. Outside the Hokage building. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his straight back was slightly hunched. He silently handed the bamboo hat in his hand, which symbolized the power and responsibility of the Hokage, to Narashikaku beside him, with deep reluctance in his eyes. Then, he looked back at the Hokage building behind him with nostalgia. This majestic building witnessed his hard work for so many years and carried his youth for half of his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked down the platform, and every step seemed so heavy. He silently looked at the steps under his feet, recalling the scene when he had preached the will of fire here. At that time, he was full of passion and high spirits, and the people in the audience were full of respect and admiration for him. However, now, he felt the undisguised disgust of the crowd, and those eyes were like sharp blades, piercing his heart. Everyone watched his every move quietly, no one made a sound, and the whole scene was unusually quiet. They watched the former Hokage leave in silence, and everyone's heart was filled with complex emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly in the crowd, his figure looked lonely and desolate. Recalling his glorious achievements in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at himself. The high-spirited and confident Hokage of the past no longer exists, replaced by an old man who has been corrupted by the desire for power and has become selfish. He couldn't help but sigh, in my life, I still haven't been able to keep the will of fire. As early as a few years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the Hokage for more than 30 years and felt exhausted. At that time, he felt that he had done enough for Konoha and it was time to take a break. So he resolutely resigned from the position of Hokage and handed over this important task to the young and promising Minato Namikaze through the election of the villagers. However, when he really stepped down from the position of Hokage, a strange feeling came to his heart. He began to miss the busy and fulfilling days before, and felt empty inside, as if he had lost something important. What's worse is that since he retired, no one has come to give him gifts. The once bustling doorstep has become deserted, and this sense of difference makes him regretful. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to regret that he had given up the position of Hokage in a fit of rage, but there is no regret medicine in the world, and it's all too late. He began to realize that power is indeed an attractive opportunity that can bring glory and respect. Now, he can only accept reality silently and live an ordinary life. But a few years later, the Nine Tails Rebellion suddenly broke out in Konoha village. In order to protect the village, the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze had to seal the Nine Tails with his own life. This incident plunged the village into chaos, and there was no leader, and someone was urgently needed to stand up and lead everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly observed this and realized that his chance to return to the position of Hokage had come. So, he used his qualifications and prestige to ascend the throne of Hokage again. This made his good friend Shimura Danzo so angry that he jumped up and down. Why could Sarutobi Hiruzen be Hokage twice? Because of jealousy in his heart, Shimura Danzo did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen a lot of trouble, but Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye. The feeling of becoming Hokage again and mastering power made Sarutobi Hiruzen very excited. The major families that had alienated him now came to curry favor with him again. This made him realize that he could not lose the position of Hokage no matter what. Although he was over 60 years old, he had never thought of abdicating and letting others take over. He planned to sit in this position until the last moment of his life. But what happened today brought him back to reality after being lost in the vortex of power. He did do a lot of stupid things because of the expansion of power over the years. But it was too late. At this time, he had lost the support of the people and there was no way to save it. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that from this moment on, he would lose the position of Hokage forever and become a part of history. But he did not regret it, because he understood that the struggle for power would only hurt more people, and only true peace could bring happiness. With this realization, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently left the Hokage building, leaving behind a lonely back. After Sarutobi Hiruzen completely left, the patriarchs of the major families looked at each other. Narashikaku, what should we do now? Since the third Hokage has stepped down, who will be the fifth Hokage? Hearing this, Narashikaku also fell into deep thought, and he didn't know who to recommend for the position of Hokage for a while. Uchiha Fugaku was a little excited. He felt that Uchiha's opportunity had come. As long as if he could become Hokage, then the Uchiha clan would really rise. He was about to recommend himself, but at this moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded, making Uchiha Fugaku's face darken. The candidate for the fifth generation Hokage must have qualifications and inheritance, and it is best to have an extraordinary relationship with the previous generations of Hokage. And only those who have a certain prestige in the village are qualified to be Hokage, not just any cat or dog can be Hokage. Shimura Danzo walked slowly to the podium with a cane, and his voice was full of majesty and unquestionable tone. Uchiha Fugaku heard this, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. He stared at Shimura Danzo, wishing he could rush up and tear the old dog into pieces immediately. However, he could only suppress his anger, because now was not the time to take action. Uchiha Fugaku knew that according to Shimura Danzo, only those with a specific background and qualifications could become Hokage, which meant that the Uchiha clan had almost no chance to compete. They had always been an important force in Konoha village, but they were excluded from the core of power. Uchiha Fugaku knew that the conditions proposed by Shimura Danzo would be supported by most people. After all, people tend to prefer tradition and qualifications when selecting Hokage. In this way, the Uchiha clan had no chance to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku felt extremely frustrated and disappointed. He originally thought that he could win some voice for the Uchiha clan with his own strength and the influence of his family. But now, they have to face reality and accept the fate of being marginalized. It's just a pity for him, Uchiha, as one of the two major families that founded Konoha, there is no position for Hokage in the clan, not to mention a position for a high-level Konoha. As Uchiha Fugaku thought, everyone agreed with Shimura Danzo's words. This is a good suggestion. I support this suggestion. Narashikaku's eyes lit up. He has qualifications, heritage, is related to the previous Hokage, and has a certain reputation in the village. I know who this person is. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's mouth curled up, and he looked at Nara Shikako with appreciation, as expected of a member of the Nara clan. He is so smart. The conditions proposed by Shimura Danzo were tailor-made for him, and he met almost every requirement perfectly. He was asking questions based on the answers. Chapter 53. Here I come, the Hokage. Shimura Danzo shouted madly in his heart. He has been waiting for this day for half his life. Since he became a ninja, his dream is to become a Hokage, so he has been working hard for this dream. Although he has experienced many setbacks in the process, he has never thought of giving up. Finally, today, he will ascend to the position of Hokage he has always dreamed of. After all, he meets all the conditions he said. Qualifications: as one of the senior officials of Konoha village, his qualifications are undoubtedly sufficient. For many years, he has been involved in the decision-making and management of Konoha village and knows the situation of the village well. Such experience gives him an incomparable advantage in qualifications. Inheritance: he is one of the proud disciples of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, which means that he has inherited powerful ninjutsu and wisdom. This kind of inheritance is crucial to becoming an excellent Hokage. He has a relationship with the successive generations of Hokage. He is not only the disciple of the second Hokage, but also the close comrade and friend of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they jointly protect the peace of the village. He has a certain reputation in the village. He is not only the Hokage consultant, but also the good brother of the third Hokage and the disciple of the second Hokage. His experience, ability, and loyalty can definitely win the respect and trust of the villagers. With these conditions, Shimura Danzo feels that in Konoha village, except for Mitamon and Udaten Koharu, no one else is qualified to compete with him for the position of Hokage. And now, the two old guys are thinking about lying down and enjoying their retirement life, and they will never compete with him for this position. Therefore, he confidently believes that only he is the most suitable candidate. After all, in terms of strength, experience, and wisdom, who can compare with him? It can be said that he is bound to win the position of Hokage. Shimura Danzo looked at Nara Shikako expectantly, wanting to hear him say his name in person. I know, this person is Senju Tsunade. Nara Shikako said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Haha, you are right, it is Senju. After Shimura Danzo reacted, the smile on his face froze, and he looked at Nara Shikako in disbelief. After a while, he finally reacted and roared, "What? You said it was Senju Tsunade." His face turned red because of anger, and his body couldn't stop shaking. This result was completely beyond his expectations, and he couldn't accept such a fact. Nara Shikako looked at Shimura Danzo with a smile and said slowly, "Yes, Danzo consultant, it is the princess of the Senju clan, Senju Tsunade." Shimura Danzo was furious and roared, "I don't believe you would recommend a woman to be the Hokage. And it's the gambling-addicted, unambitious Tsunade." Nara Shikako didn't agree. He patiently explained to Shimura Danzo, "Don't get excited, Danzo consultant. Let's analyze the conditions you proposed. Tsunade actually meets them very well. First of all, seniority. Tsunade is one of the three ninjas of Konoha. She was once famous with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Is this seniority enough? Secondly, inheritance. Tsunade is the disciple of the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage has made a mistake and stepped down, we cannot forget his achievements. As his disciple, Tsunade is still qualified to inherit the position of Hokage. Let's talk about the relationship with the previous generations of Hokage. The first Hokage is Tsunade's grandfather, the second Hokage is her second grandfather, the third Hokage is her teacher, and the fourth Hokage's teacher is her good friend. Finally, Tsunade has a very high reputation in the village. Not only is she powerful, but she is also a famous medical ninja in the ninja world. Her medical ninjutsu saved countless Konoha ninjas in the war. Isn't such a person the most suitable candidate to become Hokage? Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's expression froze instantly and he was petrified on the spot. So, Tsunade seems to really meet the conditions he offered more than him, which makes him regretful and even wants to slap himself a few times. How cheap is he? That's why he proposed such a condition. At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt extremely regretful, because he realized that his behavior just now was simply stupid. He originally thought that proposing these conditions could show his ability and advantages, and then naturally ascend to the position of Hokage that he had always dreamed of. But he didn't expect that Narashikako would find someone more suitable than him based on the conditions he proposed. This is great, isn't he just shooting himself in the foot? He is about to cry because of his stupidity. Seeing Shimura Danzo's annoyance, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Shimura Danzo happily, and laughed in his heart. He still didn't understand that the conditions proposed by Shimura Danzo were clearly set according to his own wishes. This old guy obviously had the ambition to become Hokage for a long time, but he just never showed it. However, Narashikako suddenly mentioned a person who was more qualified, Tsunade, which put Shimura Danzo in a dilemma. Uchiha Fugaku was really happy. Although he couldn't become Hokage, it was even more impossible for Shimura Danzo to become Hokage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl up his lips. Seeing that this old guy couldn't realize this dream either, the sense of loss in his heart was immediately relieved a lot. After all, although it is hard to accept one's own failure, the success of others is even more distressing. Fortunately, that old dog Shimura Danzo also failed, otherwise he would not be able to sleep all night. The Nara clan leader is right, Tsunade-sama is indeed qualified to be the 5th generation Hokage. That's right, the 5th generation Hokage must be Tsunade-sama. Danzo-sama is worthy of being a high-level official in Konoha. This proposal is good. Isn't it? Although I don't know what he does, judging from this idea, he is definitely not an ordinary leader. At this time, the people in the audience talked a lot, expressing their appreciation and support for Danzo's proposal. However, they didn't know that Shimura Danzo was suffering a huge blow at this time. When Shimura Danzo heard the words of the people below, he felt a blockage in his heart, a surge of anger in his heart, and Puff spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his eyes turned black and fell on the podium. The clan leaders of the major families on the stage were confused, and they had no idea what was going on. How could Shimura Danzo suddenly faint? The clan leaders subconsciously looked at Uchiha Fugaku who was standing aside. After all, he was the only one present who had this strange ability, and everyone suspected that he did it. Uchiha Fugaku saw everyone looking at him, and suddenly looked confused. He waved his hand and said, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything." The clan leaders looked at the 3 Megatama Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes with disbelief. They believed that with the power of the Uchiha family's bloodline limit Sharingan, it would not be difficult to do this. Uchiha Fugaku then remembered that he had subconsciously opened the Sharingan because he was too angry just now, but this thing really wasn't done by him. He really fainted suddenly by himself. "I didn't do anything," Uchiha Fugaku explained anxiously. However, the clan leaders all showed an expression of "we all understand" and nodded to show their understanding. I understand, he just fainted suddenly, it was definitely not done by the chief of the Fugaku clan." Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched, this time it was really hard to explain. Fuck, what happened to Advisor Danzo? Is he dead? Where is the medical ninja? Where is the medical ninja? When everyone saw Danzo suddenly fall, they all shouted in panic. The scene was in chaos, and people began to look for medical ninjas to treat Danzo. Danzo fell to the ground, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, unconscious. P.S. The right time, the right place, Dear readers, the dog author is here to ask for free gifts again. Chapter 54. The Land of Hot Springs. Outside a female bathhouse, there was a middle-aged man with white hair and stubble on his face. He was leaning against the window with a wretched look on his face, looking inside thiefily. There was a big oil on his forehead. This man was the yellow in the yellow, gambling and drugs of Konoha village, Jiraiya. He, today's girl is really hot. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya's eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. While staring at the inside, he sighed, sure enough, it's only in places like this that I can find inspiration for a new book. However, just when Jiraiya was reading with great interest, a strong voice suddenly sounded from behind him. You bastard, you're peeping into the female bathhouse again. Hearing this voice, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned around to look. I saw a burly auntie rushing towards me angrily with a broom next to her. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror. Just as he was about to explain, the broom was already within reach. With a muffled bang, the broom hit him directly on the head, and a cloud of dust was immediately raised. Ouch! It hurts so much. Jiraiya quickly covered his head and screamed with gritted teeth. However, before he finished speaking, the ant raised the broom again and hit him hard. Seeing this, Jiraiya dared not stay any longer and ran away in a hurry. Don't run! The ant roared and chased after him. Jiraiya was panicking and ran while shouting, help! Someone is killing people! For a while, the whole street was in chaos, so lively. You old bastard, I'll beat you to death! The ant roared, and the veins on her arm holding the broom bulged. It was hard to imagine that the owner of this muscle was just a cleaning lady in the bathhouse. Auntie, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Jiraiya begged for mercy, covering his head. You said the same thing last time. The angry auntie swung the broom and hit Jiraiya on the back. Jiraiya felt the pain and quickly quickened his pace. After a long time, Jiraiya finally got rid of the auntie behind him. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, I am one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha after all, but I was chased and beaten by an old lady all over the street. It's really getting worse and worse. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. Oh, I'm so hungry. It seems I have to find a place to eat first. Jiraiya touched his rumbling stomach and looked around for a restaurant. He came to a tavern, which was bustling with people coming and going. Jiraiya walked in and sat down, ordering a bowl of ramen and a glass of wine. While waiting for the noodles, Jiraiya looked at the people around him and couldn't help sighing in his heart, this is the life of ordinary people. Although ordinary, it is full of warmth and happiness. Soon, the ramen was served, and Jiraiya ate it with big mouthfuls, with a satisfied expression on his face. Just then, the discussion of several people around him made him pause in eating noodles, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of those people. On a table not far away, several men were drinking and chatting. One of them smiled and said, have you heard? The 3rd generation of Hokage of Konoha village was forced to step down by the villagers. Another man asked curiously, is it true? What happened to the 3rd generation of Hokage? Why did he suddenly step down? The man who spoke at the beginning shook his head, I just heard it from a businessman. He just came back from the Land of Fire yesterday. I don't know the details. It seems that the 3rd generation of Hokage collapsed. Hearing this, Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and he murmured, can't the old man be found peeping in the women's bathhouse like me? Thinking about it, Jiraiya's face showed a smirk, hee, it must be like this, otherwise how could the old man be driven out of office by the villagers with his prestige? Speaking of this, Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully and said to himself, well, it should be like this, but then again, doesn't the old man have that magical crystal ball? Why doesn't he observe directly through the crystal ball, but instead goes to the scene in person? Is it because it would be more exciting to watch it on the spot? Thinking of this, Jiraiya suddenly realized that this is the case. How could the picture in the crystal ball be comparable to the immersive excitement of being there in person? When mentioning the crystal ball, Jiraiya couldn't help but think of more than a decade ago. As early as decades ago, Jiraiya coveted the crystal ball in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and longed to have it, but every time he asked the teacher for this, he would be rejected. Sarutobi Hiruzen always said that the crystal ball was an important tool for him to maintain the peace and stability of Konoha village, not a toy for people like them to satisfy their personal desires. At that time, Jiraiya still believed he thought it was true until one day he suddenly entered the Hokage's office, only to find that the third Hokage was staring at the crystal ball intently, completely immersed in it, and didn't even notice Jiraiya's arrival. When Jiraiya saw the picture in the crystal ball clearly, his whole world view collapsed. He didn't expect that his teacher would be such a person. He didn't expect that the teacher who was highly respected in their hearts would secretly use the crystal ball to peek into the female bathhouse, doing what Jiraiya always wanted to do but couldn't do. So, Jiraiya stood beside the teacher without hesitation and watched the wonderful pictures in the crystal ball together. The two drooled while enjoying this intoxicating scene. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finally realized Jiraiya's existence, it was too late. In order for Jiraiya to keep the secret, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to lend the crystal ball to Jiraiya. In this way, Jiraiya happily took the crystal ball home. During that time, Jiraiya stayed at home all day and was completely immersed in the temptation of the crystal ball. During this time, he had an inspiration to write a book, so he started to write a happy book for otakus, Intimate Paradise. This intimate paradise is full of elements that otakus like, with rich and colorful content and fascinating. Unexpectedly, the book caused a huge sensation as soon as it was launched, and sales continued to rise, becoming a bestseller. Jiraiya also became famous because of this. In addition to his identity as a ninja, he also gained a highly regarded identity as a novelist. Thinking back to the present, Jiraiya smiled helplessly, and he sighed, "Teacher, how old is a man not lustful?" Jiraiya has already determined in his heart that the old man must have been accidentally discovered by the villagers when he used the crystal ball to peek into the women's bathhouse before, and then caused a very bad influence in the village, and finally had to abdicate. After all, not many people in the village knew that the old man liked to peek into the women's bathhouse, and now it may be that everyone knows about it, which led to his late reputation being lost and he was forced to abdicate. It seems like it's time to go back to the village, Jiraiya muttered. Chapter 55. Outside the gate of Konoha village. Jiraiya looked at the unchanging gate of Konoha village, his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help complaining, "I didn't expect that after so many years, there is still no change in the village. I don't know what the old man did with the money." At this time, there were two gatekeepers standing at the door. They were the gate gods of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzatai. If Yungziao was here, he would definitely recognize these two people. In the plot of Naruto, they have always been guarding the door. Even when facing a powerful figure like Pain, the other party did not dare to enter through the main gate easily. Even later, Konoha was destroyed, but the gate still stood. Konoha is gone, but the gate is still there. I won't say much about their strength. When the two saw Jiraiya at the door, they were stunned for a moment. After a while, Izumo Kamitsuki asked in disbelief, "Jiraiya-sama, is that you?" Jiraiya smiled and patted Izumo Kamitsuki's shoulder, joking, "Haha, I didn't expect that after so many years, you two are still guarding the gate." After that, he left in style. Izumo Kamitsuki and Gangzisha were left with a dark face looking at his departing back. I should have pretended not to know him. That's right, who would have thought that his mouth was so stinky? An extrovert once, in exchange for a lifetime of introversion, Izumo Kamitsuki swore in his heart that he would never mess around in this life, he wanted to be a cold doorman. Jiraiya walked on the street, looking at the surrounding buildings with nostalgia, which reminded him of his childhood memories with Tsunade and Orochimaru. It's a pity that Orochimaru has betrayed the village and fled Konoha, and Tsunade has left the village and disappeared. I have been away from home for many years and seldom returned to the village. The name of the Konoha three ninjas that once resounded throughout the ninja world has long been dead in name only and has become history. Walking and walking, Jiraiya unknowingly came to the clan land of the Sarutobi clan. He did not choose to go through the main gate, but quietly climbed over the wall, sneaked into the interior of the Sarutobi clan, and went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence with ease. When Jiraiya stepped into the Sarutobi clan's land, the scene in front of him shocked him. The decoration here is extremely luxurious, magnificent, and beautiful. Jiraiya widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Such a gorgeous decoration, how much does it cost? I don't know where the Sarutobi clan got the money from." While speaking, Jiraiya quickened his pace and walked quickly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Not long after, he arrived at his destination. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting leisurely at the door basking in the sun. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps. He subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the person coming, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but soon he smiled and said kindly, "Jiraiya, when did you come back?" Jiraiya looked at the man in front of him who was once full of vigor and vitality but now looked a little tired and old, and he couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in his heart. He still remembered that everything was fine when he came back last time, but how could it become like this now? However, he did not show his inner feelings, but joked with a playful face, "Hey, old man, I heard that you were caught peeping into the women's bathhouse and then kicked out." After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was immediately full of black lines, and he cursed helplessly, "Stinky boy, where did you hear these rumors from?" Jiraiya shrugged indifferently, still with a cynical smile on his face, and asked curiously, "It doesn't seem to be the case, then how did you get kicked out, old man?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, turned and walked into the yard, and said calmly, "Come in and tell me." Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly followed and closed the door. He asked curiously, "Can you tell me now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and told Jiraiya what happened yesterday. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was wondering why the Sarutobi clan decorated so gorgeously, it turned out that you, the old man, embezzled. Oh no, this is clearly robbery. No wonder the major families want to get you, don't you deserve it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen heard his apprentice's scolding, silently picked up the pipe, put it in his mouth, took a puff, and blew out a puff of smoke. After a long time, he explained, "In fact, there is a hidden story in this matter." So, Sarutobi Hiruzen told Jiraiya about the threat he had been threatened by Black Zetsu. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's story, Jiraiya asked in disbelief, "That dark guy said that the photo stone in his hand can record what happened within 3 days. Jiraiya was very excited. This photo stone is a good thing. If he has this thing, if he knew the information, he could put the photo stone in the bathhouses all over the ninja world, so he would never have to worry about being discovered by others. Old man, are you still in touch with that guy? This photo stone is a good thing," Jiraiya said excitedly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. Wasn't he talking about being threatened by someone and having to ask for a large sum of money from the major families? Why did he bring up the photo stone? Sarutobi Hiruzen said unhappily, "Get lost." Seeing the teacher's reaction, Jiraiya smiled indifferently, "If you ask me, old man, you are too concerned about your face and that's why you end up like this. You really want to save face but suffer in life. Well, since you are fine, I will leave to find Tsunade to inherit the position of Hokage. Alas, Orochimaru has not been found yet, and now I have to find Tsunade again. These two guys are really worrying." As he said, Jiraiya turned around and waved his hand, and then left the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Jiraiya leave with a complicated expression. After a long time, he murmured, "Perhaps Jiraiya is more suitable to be the Hokage than Tsunade." After learning that the village was looking for Tsunade to return to the village to inherit the position of Hokage, Jiraiya actively participated in it and left the Fire Country to find Tsunade's trace. Unfortunately, Jiraiya left the Fire Country to the east, and two figures were slowly rushing towards the Fire Country from the west. The border of the Fire Country. "Tsunade-sama, please don't gamble anymore, Tun-Tun and I are almost starving to death," Shizun begged. Tsunade waved her hands impatiently and said nonchalantly, "It's just my bad luck today. When I return to the village, I will mortgage the Senju clan land, and then I will definitely win back all the money I lost." Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun panicked and quickly dissuaded, "What? Tsunade-sama, you are actually planning to mortgage the Senju clan land? This is absolutely not possible. The clan land is so big that I can't live in it all by myself. It's better to sell it and get some money to use. Tsunade-sama, please don't be stupid." However, at this moment, Tsunade in front suddenly stopped, and Shizun bumped into it because she didn't have time to react. Shizun looked confused and asked, touching her head, "Tsunade-sama, why did you stop suddenly?" Tsunade did not answer, but stood there silently, staring at a store not far away. In the dark, she seemed to feel that this store was very important to her. P.S. Wow, there are so many people. With so many readers, are you sure you don't want to give us free gifts? Chapter 56. In Yung Xiao's shop. A video was playing on the laptop. "Oi! The kid is a little hot." This sentence spread through Yung Xiao's body like an electric current, making him shiver involuntarily, and goosebumps quickly crawled all over his arms. He slid the mouse pointer in a hurry, eager to skip this embarrassing video, and muttered, "Fuck, this is too middle school, just give me the candy." With the click of the mouse, the next video appeared in front of him. This time, what came into view was a tempting video. He, this is good. I really like this." As he said, Yung Xiao couldn't wait to reach out to grope for the place where the napkins were placed, ready to reward himself well. However, after groping for a long time, he found nothing. He couldn't help but frown and muttered to himself, "Oh, that's not right. I remember putting the napkin here. Why is it gone?" Not finding the napkin, Yung Xiao stood up from the recliner anxiously and began to look around for the missing napkin. The room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yung Xiao widened his eyes and searched every corner carefully. Finally, he caught a glimpse of the familiar pack of napkins next to an inconspicuous counter. He quickly bent down to pick up the napkin on the ground, with a satisfied smile on his face, and returned to the recliner happily. After lying down, Yung Xiao quickly took out a few pieces of toilet paper and wanted to relax. After all, he had been working for so many days in a row, couldn't he enjoy himself? But just when Yung Xiao was about to enjoy himself, a crisp and pleasant doorbell sounded suddenly. "Welcome." The sudden sound was like a thunder, which frightened Yung Xiao and made him tremble all over, and his movements became flustered. He hurriedly closed the notebook, fearing that someone would see the secret inside. At the same time, he crumpled up the few pieces of toilet paper he had just pulled out and stuffed them into his trouser pockets, muttering, "Why come at this critical moment, not earlier or later?" Although he was very unhappy, Yung Xiao still forced himself to stand up from the recliner, tried to squeeze out a smile, and looked towards the door of the store. "Welcome." However, when Yung Xiao saw the person clearly, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Oh my god!" Walking in front was a woman with golden hair. This woman was extremely beautiful, with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, especially the two huge radiums on her chest, which made people unable to look away. Before seeing the person, look at her chest first. Although she is over half a century old, she still looks young. Yung Xiao immediately recognized that this was not the gambler in Konoha's yellow, gambling and drugs, Tsunade Senju. I met Orochimaru before, and now I met Tsunade. All I need is Jiraiya, and Yung Xiao can gather all the gamblers and drug addicts in Konoha. Tsunade and Shizuan behind her stepped into the store together, looking curiously at everything in the store. Since Tsunade stepped into the door, the strange feeling deep in her heart has become more and more turbulent. Tsunade-sama, look at how luxuriously decorated this store is. The things inside are definitely not cheap. Let's go quickly. Shizuan pulled her clothes and advised softly. Then, Tsunade ignored Shizuan's advice, rolled her eyes at her, and whispered, "Stop talking nonsense, I have my own rhythm." Seeing Tsunade's look, Shizuan sighed helplessly. Sure enough, Lady Tsunade still didn't listen to her advice as usual. She gently stroked the pig in her arms. "When I can't afford to eat, I can only eat you." Pig, who was originally squinting his eyes to enjoy, seemed to understand Shizuan's words and widened his eyes in fear. At this time, Yung Xiao didn't notice the whispers between the two. He walked up and smiled, "Do you two need anything? We have everything." Hearing Yung Xiao's exaggerated words, Tsunade didn't show any doubt at all. On the contrary, she inexplicably felt a strange sense of trust in her heart, as if she believed that the young shopkeeper in front of her was true. This strange feeling made her feel surprised. After a moment of silence, Tsunade suddenly looked at Yung Xiao with a serious face and asked expectantly, "Boss, do you have anything that can improve your luck?" Hearing this, Yung Xiao was a little surprised. He asked curiously, "Excuse me, why do you want to improve your luck?" "Boss, I like gambling very much, but every time I lose money because of bad luck, I basically lose money every day. Now I owe millions of dollars." Tsunade clapped her hands angrily, "If my luck is better, I am absolutely confident that I can win back all the money I lost before." Listen. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Yung Xiao remembered that in the original book, Tsunade was always losing in every bet, so she was called the fat sheep of the ninja world by the people in the gambling world. As long as Tsunade was in the gambling game, others only needed to bet against her to make a lot of money. The money they made naturally belonged to Tsunade. Who would have thought that as one of the three ninjas of Konoha, she actually owed a lot of debts outside? Sometimes when debt collectors came to her door, she could only run away in a panic. If Tsunade was not strong, she would have been caught by the creditors and used her body to repay. Tsunade lost for so many years, and finally won a bet with Jiraiya. As a result, Jiraiya died in the land of rain. Thinking about it, she was miserable enough. "Boss, do you have such a product?" Tsunade found that Yung Xiao was silent, and her heart tightened. Could it be that there was no product that could improve luck here? Hearing Tsunade's question, Yung Xiao came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Of course I have luck-enhancing products here, but I'm afraid this kind of thing is not suitable for you." Hearing this, Tsunade's original expectant expression was gradually replaced by deep disappointment. She drooped her head and walked towards the door listlessly, muttering to herself, "Alas, I understand, boss, it seems that I am destined to be an unlucky person in this life." Seeing Tsunade's depressed look, Yung Xiao hurriedly explained, "I haven't finished speaking yet, don't leave in a hurry. Although luck-enhancing products are not suitable for you, isn't it easy to win every time you gamble?" "What? Is it true?" Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard this, as if she had rekindled the fire of hope. She turned around suddenly and looked at Yung Xiao with expectation. "Of course it's true. You know, gambling is not just as simple as relying on luck. What's more important is your own strength and skills." Yung Xiao answered confidently. Chapter 57. Gambling is not just about luck, but also about strength and skills. Tsunade muttered to herself. She seemed to have discovered a new world, and looked at Yung Xiao excitedly, "Boss, then I want products that can improve my strength and skills. Okay, I'll find it for you right away. As he said that, Yung Xiao hurried to a counter and took out a book. There were a few big words written on the cover of the book, King of Kings. This book introduces poker cheating, mahjong cheating, dice cheating, etc. in detail. As long as you learn the content in the book, you can win every time you gamble. Yung Xiao explained. Tsunade stared at the book in Yung Xiao's hand with fiery eyes, swallowed her saliva. Boss, how much does this book cost? Not expensive, only 200,000 taels. Compared with other products in the store, this price is indeed not expensive. After all, this is just a basic teaching book. Whether you can learn it or not is another matter. The price is not expensive. Of course, Tsunade doesn't know this. I want it. Tsunade said excitedly, Shizuan, pay up. She has already begun to imagine the scene of her killing all four sides at the gambling table after learning the skills in the book in the future. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizuan's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly reached out to cover her wallet and asked in disbelief, Tsunade-sama, do you really want to buy this book? Tsunade nodded without hesitation, of course, it's just 200,000 taels. When I learn the skills in the book, I will definitely make a lot of money. At that time, I will definitely take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After that, Tsunade slapped her chest a few times and made a solemn promise. What Shizuan didn't know was that in the future, Tsunade not only fulfilled this promise, but also let her live a fairy-like life of counting money until her hands cramped. Looking at Tsunade's confident look, Shizuan sighed helplessly. She felt that Tsunade was deceived by this boy. How could there be such a thing as winning every time she gambled in this world? Although she could not explain why Tsunade always lost every time she gambled, she still did not believe it. But Shizuan knew that even if she tried her best to persuade her, Tsunade would never listen. In desperation, Shizuan could only take out a scroll from her pocket. It was a coincidence that at this moment, the money left on the two of them was exactly 200,000 taels of silver. Tsunade quickly handed the scroll to Yung Xiao. After Yung Xiao took the scroll, he handed the book to Tsunade. After she took the book, she couldn't wait to open it. When she saw the contents of the book clearly, her breathing suddenly became rapid. She had a picture in her mind. She stood at the top of the ninja world, admired and worshipped by everyone, and became a well-deserved gambling god. This can't be blamed on Tsunade. It's just that the first sentence of the opening is too shocking. For Tsunade, who loves gambling and always loses, such temptation is simply irresistible. The first sentence of the book reads, back then, Chen Daizai learned the content of this book and won 37 million with 20 yuan. He, if I also learned it, wouldn't I also be able to win 37 million with 20 yuan? Tsunade smiled foolishly, please call me gambling monster from now on, the monster of monsters. Shizuan saw Tsunade's appearance, hurriedly stretched out her hands and shook her shoulders vigorously, and shouted anxiously, Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Tsunade was shaken by Shizuan like this, and came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. She realized that she had just lost her composure and couldn't help blushing. She hurriedly raised her hand and quickly wiped the saliva hanging from her mouth. In order to hide her embarrassment, she casually asked, Boss, how long does it take to learn all these gambling techniques? It takes about 10 years to get started, and it may take longer to master it. Yung Xiao answered after thinking for a moment. What? 10 years? Tsunade shouted loudly, why didn't you say it would take so long at the beginning? Faced with Tsunade's questioning, Yung Xiao spread his hands innocently, scratched his ears nonchalantly, and responded lightly, hey, you didn't ask me just now. Tsunade was so angry that she almost fainted after hearing this. She wanted to punch the bastard in front of her twice to relieve her hatred. The 200,000 taels were all her belongings. But, in fact, there is a way to master it instantly. Yung Xiao said. Hearing this, Tsunade suppressed the urge to punch Yung Xiao. What method? Wait a minute. Yung Xiao walked towards the counter again and took out a book. The cover of this book was particularly eye-catching. With a few big words printed on it, King of Thousand Kings hardcover edition. Tsunade saw the words on the cover. After that, he felt that he had been fooled. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could even hear the crunching sound from his joints, as if he was going to punch Yung Xiao in the next second and beat him to the ground. Seeing this, Yung Xiao hurriedly explained, Kaihu de Sak, this is not an ordinary book, this is a skill book, which allows the user to learn the skills in the book instantly. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly loosened her fists and said excitedly, You mean, you can master it directly without learning? That's right. How much is this book? Tsunade asked curiously. Yung Xiao slowly stretched out 3 fingers, 30 million taels. Don't think it's expensive first, there are 3 kinds of tricks in it, poker, mahjong, and dice. When you master these skills, won't you kill at the gambling table? Winning money is as easy as drinking water. It's just a matter of time to get your money back. Hearing Yung Xiao's explanation, Tsunade swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and she nodded in agreement. It was indeed as Yung Xiao said, if you really lose every time you gamble, it's just a matter of time to win tens of millions. Boss, leave the book to me, I'll go back to get the money. Tsunade ran out quickly, Shizuan, wait for me here, don't let anyone buy this book for me. Looking at Tsunade's back as she left, Shizuan was confused. Did Lady Tsunade just leave him here? Where did Lady Tsunade get the money? Thinking of this, Shizuan hurriedly chased after her, Lady Tsunade, you can't sell the clan land. Yung Xiao. What's going on? If Yung Xiao didn't hear hallucinations just now, Tsunade actually planned to sell the clan land of the Senju clan? If the deceased Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju knew about this, they would definitely be very angry. Especially after Tobirama Senju knew about it, I'm afraid he couldn't hold it down. However, now there is only Tsunade left in the Senju clan, it's better to sell it, so that no one will covet it. Yung Xiao murmured. P.S. I feel a little dizzy, so the update is a little later than usual. I will give free gifts to readers who like it. Chapter 58. Boss. I'm back. With this shout, Tsunade ran into the store carrying a huge black bag. Tsunade-sama, you slow down, wait for me. Shizuan followed closely behind Tsunade, breathless, and said with difficulty. Originally, Shizuan wanted to stop Tsunade from selling the Senju clan land, but Tsunade ran too fast and she couldn't catch up with her at all. When Shizuan finally arrived at the gate of Konoha village, she saw Tsunade carrying a huge bag out of the village. You can guess what Tsunade is carrying on her shoulders. This is definitely the money from selling the clan land. Seeing this scene, Shizuan was petrified on the spot. She never expected that Tsunade's action would be so quick. She was just a little late, and the cold Senju clan land turned into warm money. After seeing Shizuan, Tsunade's smile suddenly froze on her face. She asked in disbelief, Shizuan, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the book in the store? Shizuan was almost crying in anxiety. It seemed that Tsunade was really fooled by the boss and actually sold the clan land to buy a book. She was about to persuade Tsunade, but before she could say anything, Tsunade said anxiously, if you don't guard the book, what will happen if someone steals it? As she said that, Tsunade hurriedly carried a sack of money and rushed towards Yung Xiao's store. Seeing this, Shizuan shook her head helplessly and hurriedly followed. If she had known this, Jing Ian would have stayed in Yung Xiao's shop obediently from the beginning. This trip almost exhausted her to death. Yung Xiao was a little surprised to see Tsunade come back so soon. He thought she would come at least in the evening. He didn't expect that Tsunade would come back with money after such a short time. It seems that this King of Thousand Kings hardcover edition is very tempting to Tsunade. Tsunade walked to Yung Xiao with a sack on her shoulder, then put the sack on the ground, wiped the sweat from her face, and said with a smile, "Boss, I brought the money, count it." Yung Xiao nodded and began to count the banknotes in the bag. Because there was a lot of money, and Yung Xiao's math was not good, it took a lot of time to count all the money. The money brought by Tsunade was 35 million taels in total. When Yung Xiao finished counting all of them, he was already sweating profusely. Because Yung Xiao suddenly found out that his commission was actually several tens of thousands less, he found out after asking the system. The system needs to charge a fee to help Yung Xiao count the money. This made Yung Xiao feel that the system was too deceptive, so he planned to count the money himself. But after counting the 30 or 5 million, he was completely honest. If the system wants to charge a fee, then let it, the money will be earned by the system. If Black Zetsu and Obito saw Yung Xiao counting money as slowly as a snail, I'm afraid they would laugh at him mercilessly. After all, as a famous thief duo in the ninja world, they once set an amazing record of accurately counting a huge sum of more than 3 billion in just one day. In this comparison, Yung Xiao is really dwarfed. Yung Xiao took out the 30 million taels in the bag and put it into the system space. Then, he happily took out the King of Thousand Kings hardcover edition from his arms and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the book with trembling hands. She carefully stroked the cover with her fingers, feeling the unique texture, which made her very excited. "Boss, how do I use this book?" Tsunade asked with a trembling voice. Yung Xiao smiled slightly and explained, "You can directly obtain the skills in the book by tearing it off." Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't wait to open this King of Kings hardcover edition. However, surprisingly, although the book looks thick, it was found that there were only 3 sheets of paper in it after opening it. These 3 thin pages were marked with 3 eye-catching titles: Poker, Mahjong, and Dice. Without any hesitation, Tsunade decisively tore off the 3 fragile pieces of paper one by one. At this moment, a miracle happened. Those torn papers suddenly shone with dazzling golden light as if they had life, and turned into countless tiny golden light spots at an astonishing speed. These small dots of light flew into Tsunade's body quickly and accurately, and then disappeared without a trace. At the moment when all the small dots of light were immersed in the body, deep in Tsunade's brain, countless exquisite skills about gambling emerged like a tide. Tsunade was shocked to find that she was actually familiar with various gambling games. She knows the rules, skills, and psychological tactics like the back of her hand, as if she has gone through thousands of trials and tribulations and become an unparalleled gambling master. This sudden ability makes Tsunade feel like she is the legendary gambling god who has never tasted failure. With this magical ability, Tsunade can even clearly hear the subtle sound of the dice rolling and accurately judge the number of points each dice will eventually stop it. This extraordinary hearing and judgment makes Tsunade feel like she has a pair of perspective eyes in the casino, and she is always successful. At this moment, Tsunade feels an unprecedented powerful force surging in her body. She firmly believes that as long as she wants, she can instantly transform the originally bad cards in her hand into enviable good cards. This sudden change makes Tsunade, who has always lost every time she gambles, very excited. She feels that she is now terribly strong. Ha ha ha, it's true. I really became the god of gamblers. Tsunade was so excited that she couldn't help herself and laughed heartily, her voice resounding throughout the room. Shizuan, who was standing by, was shocked and at a loss. She stared at Tsunade, who seemed to have lost her mind, with confusion and worry in her heart. What happened to Tsunade? It's fine that she was fooled into selling her clan land to buy a broken book, but now she seems to have gone insane. Seeing Tsunade's sudden abnormal behavior, Shizuan almost cried. If Tsunade really became a fool, what should she and Tuntun do? "Tsunade-sama, are you okay?" Shizuan asked cautiously, her voice as soft as a mosquito, fearing that she would scare Tsunade and make her already serious illness worse. Shizuan didn't see the scene where the book page turned into a light spot and entered Tsunade's body, so she just thought that Tsunade was affected by some mysterious power, causing mental disorder. She prayed secretly, hoping that Tsunade could return to normal as soon as possible and not fall into this crazy state again. Chapter 59. Hearing Shizuan's words, Tsunade came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. She quickly bent down, held the purse on the ground tightly with one hand, and held Shizuan with the other hand, and then ran out of the store quickly. A hearty and heroic laugh sounded outside the door. "Boss, we're leaving first, see you later." Before the voice fell, the two of them disappeared like lightning. Yung Xiao walked to the door and watched the two people's backs gradually disappearing. He couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Perhaps, from today on, Tsunade's title will change from Fat Sheep to Gambling God." There was an indescribable light in his eyes, as if he had seen Tsunade's killing in the casino. Capital of the Land of Fire. "Tsunade-sama, are you telling the truth?" Shizuan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. "Of course, I can definitely make a lot of money this time," Tsunade promised solemnly. It turned out that on the way, Tsunade excitedly told Shizuan everything about the amazing gambling skills she had acquired in the store. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Shizuan, although she didn't believe in such an outrageous thing in her heart, thought that Tsunade was probably trapped in the illusion cast by the boss and was fooled. But seeing how confident Tsunade was, Shizuan couldn't bear to pour cold water on her enthusiasm. Shizuan could only sigh silently and helplessly accept the fact that Tsunade was deceived. Just assume that all the money has been lost by Tsunade in gambling. Tsunade was so excited when she saw a casino not far away that she quickly pulled Shizuan towards the casino. "Shizuan, just watch how I won 50 million with 5 million. Shizuan didn't say anything. She had seen Tsunade lose everything. After all, before every gambling, Lady Tsunade made such a solemn promise, and then lost all the money soon. Just then, several burly men with hideous faces and scars on their faces suddenly appeared and surrounded Tsunade and Shizuan. One of the men rubbed his hands excitedly. "Lady Tsunade, are you here to pay back the money?" As he spoke, his greedy eyes were fixed on the purse in Tsunade's hand. On hearing this, Tsunade realized that she had borrowed 5 million in high-interest loans from this casino before, and then lost it all. Tsunade subconsciously put the purse behind her. Seeing this, the sturdy man immediately showed an angry look, frowned tightly, and asked in a bad tone, "Tsunade-sama, are you going to owe money and not pay it back? Are you going to be a deadbeat?" Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but twitch her mouth. At this point, she had no choice but to hand the bag in her hand to the sturdy men unwillingly. Tsunade was very upset. If she had known earlier, she would have changed a casino, and come back to pay back the loan sharks after winning money. Now, it's really a death before success. After getting the money bag, several people began to carefully count the silver in it. Not long after, several people finished counting. The leading man nodded with satisfaction and grinned, "Well, no more, no less, exactly 5 million taels. Since you are a frequent customer here, I won't charge you interest this time." After that, he casually threw the empty purse back to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the empty purse in her hand, wanting to cry but without tears. How could she gamble without a penny? Chendeazai had borrowed 20 yuan back then, but now she was penniless, without even the starting capital. At this moment, she was like a tiger trapped in a cage. Although she had peerless gambling skills, she had nowhere to go. This feeling made her crazy to the extreme. She shouted angrily, "Damn it! If that old man hadn't taken the initiative to turn the Senjua clan land into a commercial area, how could I have only sold it for more than 30 million? It turned out that when Tsunade returned to the Senju clan land this time, she found that the original Senju clan land had been demolished and converted into a commercial area several years ago. Only the houses where the great-grandfather Senju Hashirama and the second-grandfather Senju Tobirama lived were left. Tsunade had no choice but to sell these two houses. But what was unexpected was that these two houses alone sold for more than 30 million taels. If the entire Senju clan land was added together, it would definitely be sold at a terrifying price. It is hard to imagine how much money Sarutobi Hiruzen embezzled. Just when Tsunade was desperate, a silver note of 10,000 taels suddenly appeared in front of her. Tsunade looked up in disbelief and saw Shizun handing the silver note in her hand to Shizun. Gave it to herself. Shizun smiled and said, "Tsunade-sama, you must win this time. Otherwise, the pig will become our dinner today." Tsunade took the banknote and said seriously, "Don't worry, Shizun, I will win this time, just watch carefully." Tsunade walked into the casino, and the word gamble on her back was particularly conspicuous under the setting sun. Back then, Chendaizai won 37 million with 20 yuan, and today I, Tsunade, will follow his example. Tsunade walked into the casino. The originally noisy casino. At the moment Tsunade came in, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Tsunade excitedly. Some new gamblers asked the people around them curiously, "Who is this person? Why do you have such expressions? You don't even know the legendary fat sheep in the gambling world." "What? She is the legendary fat sheep?" "That's right, she will lose every time she gambles. As long as you bet against her, you will definitely make a lot of money." After hearing this explanation, those who didn't know Tsunade originally looked at Tsunade with a fiery look, as if they had discovered some rare treasure. Everyone saw Tsunade walk to a gambling table, and in an instant, they all rushed to the gambling table where Tsunade was sitting. This gambling table played a game of betting on the size of the dice. The dealer in charge of shaking the dice began to shake the dice cup in his hand skillfully, and at this time Tsunade's ears trembled slightly, and she had heard the specific points of the dice. Tsunade opened her red lips and said, "I bet on big." Before she finished speaking, she took out a full 10,000 taels of silver from her bosom without hesitation and put it on the table. Seeing this, everyone bet on the small points one after another, and no one chose to bet on big with Tsunade. After the dealer confirmed that both parties had placed their bets, he slowly opened the lid of the dice cup. However, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The dice on the table turned out to be big. The gamblers who were confident and sure that they would win looked at the points on the table in disbelief. For a while, various doubts came one after another. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could it be big? P.S. I have a fever these 2 days, so I may not write well. If there are any problems, please let me know and I will change it. Oi, you little devils, I have a fever and I still insist on typing, are you sure you don't want to reward gifts?" Chapter 60. In the casino. Tsunade scanned the shocked expressions of the people around her, her mouth curled up, and she was secretly happy. She had never won so much money in all her gambling years like today. If it was before, Tsunade would have been lucky if she didn't lose all her capital, let alone win money. Because no one chose to bet the same as Tsunade, all the chips on the gambling table belonged to Tsunade, which made her very happy. This money was at least hundreds of thousands of taels. Tsunade happily took the money into her arms. Looking at the money, Tsunade was very excited. She was also feeling better. She could actually win money in the casino. "Are you coming?" Tsunade asked with a bright smile on her face. Hearing this, the gamblers who were immersed in shock just came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. In an instant, the originally quiet casino became noisy again. The gamblers were in high spirits, rubbing their hands, staring at the complacent Tsunade with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Obviously, they all thought that Tsunade was just lucky, and the win or loss of a round did not mean anything. Of course we have to continue. I don't believe in evil, she will never win again this time. That's right, a lucky win is nothing. That's right, a lucky win once means nothing. Humph, let me see how I can make this bitch return all the money she won before to us double. Tsunade looked at the gamblers' angry expressions and nodded with satisfaction. She was afraid that these gamblers would not want to gamble with her again. Seeing this, the dealer who was responsible for shaking the dice put the dice into the cup and began to shake it. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously held their breath, not daring to make a sound, which would affect their judgment. Dingling, clang. The sound of the dice hitting the cup wall is particularly obvious in the quiet casino. Pa! Suddenly, the dealer put the cup on the gambling table and shouted, "You can place your bets, everyone. Buy and leave, buy and leave." Hearing the dealers shouting, the gamblers did not place their bets immediately, but looked in the direction of Tsunade. Seeing everyone looking at her, Tsunade scratched her ears. "Why are you looking at me? Why don't you place your bets?" Then, Tsunade took out half of the bills and threw them on the gambling table. "I'm betting big this time." Seeing Tsunade's wealth, the gamblers were instantly excited. The fat sheep was still the same fat sheep as before. Even if she won by chance, she was just a fat sheep with better luck. A gambler took out the money in his hand without hesitation, slammed it heavily on the table, and shouted loudly, "Damn it, I'm betting small." "Me too," another gambler echoed. Seeing this, the other gamblers seemed to be under a spell, scrambling to take out their money and betting on small points. They all thought that Tsunade couldn't win again this time. How could she bet big twice in a row? The dealer standing by watched all this expressionlessly. After everyone placed their bets, he slowly picked up the cup. The moment the cup was picked up, the gamblers stretched their necks and widened their eyes to see the points on the plate clearly, fearing that they would miss any details. However, when they finally saw the points on the dice, the confident expressions on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by an unbelievable look, and the originally noisy casino became silent for a while. After an unknown amount of time, one person came back to his senses and shouted loudly, "What a joke! How is this possible?" Then, several more gamblers shouted indignantly, "Why? When did her luck become so good? This is not fair. She is really lucky. Come on. I don't believe that 3 consecutive bets are big." There was no need for Tsunade to speak. The gamblers who had lost their money could no longer suppress their inner impulse and started a new round of gambling on their own. Tsunade took the banknotes on the table and placed them in front of her, signaling the dealer to start. Seeing this, the dealer immediately put the dice into the cup and began to shake it frantically. After a long time, the dealer put the cup on the gambling table. "Everyone, you can place your bets." "Damn it, I'm betting on small." A gambler took out a stack of money and put it on the table. "Me too, it's impossible for 3 consecutive bets to be big." "That's right, unless there is something fishy going on in this casino, how could it be possible for 3 consecutive bets to be big?" As he said this, the gamblers took out their money without hesitation and threw it on the gambling table. After hearing this group of gamblers, when Tsunade said this, she couldn't help showing a very strange expression. Because she had heard that the number of points on the dice was really big this time. Tsunade subconsciously cast her eyes on the dealer who shook the dice. At this time, the dealer's face was as pale as paper, and a layer of dense beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Obviously, facing such a tense and exciting situation and the aggressive eyes of many gamblers, the poor dealer has fallen into extreme panic. After all, he is just a novice dealer who has just joined the company and has not received formal professional training in the casino. He can't change the number of points on the dice in the cup, so he was assigned to the ordinary field. But he didn't expect that a big boss would appear in the ordinary field today. He didn't know whether the other party was lucky or strong, but he had guessed the number of points in the cup twice in a row. Seeing the group of gamblers in front of him looking at him with suspicion, the dealer was under great pressure. If the number in the cup is still high, the consequences will be extremely serious. Thinking of this, the dealer trembled all over, and his mind was in a mess. I still bet on high, Tsunade said confidently with a raised corner of her mouth. Before she finished speaking, she threw the stack of banknotes in her hand casually to the center of the table without hesitation. Seeing Tsunade bet so decisively, the dealer couldn't help but tremble all over. It can't be really high, right? He held the cup tightly in his hand, cold sweat on his forehead, and prayed in his heart, God bless, don't bet high again this time. However, the opposite happened. When he opened the cup tremblingly, the number of dice in front of him was just as Tsunade expected. It was still high. Fuck! Why is it high again? What's going on? A gambler couldn't help but curse. Damn it! There must be a conspiracy. Otherwise, how could it be possible to open a big number so many times in a row? Yes, it is definitely a conspiracy. For a while, shouts rang out in the entire casino, confidential. Conspiracy! Conspiracy! Everyone was excited and accused the gambling game of being tricky. Faced with the scene of public outrage, the poor dealer had already turned pale and sweated profusely. He shook his head and waved his hands desperately, trying to explain to everyone that he did not cheat, but no one was willing to believe him at this time. In fact, the dealer knew better than anyone that he really did not do anything. Even if he really wanted to do something, he would not do it. Looking at the chaotic scene in the field, the dealer was almost crying in a hurry. At this time, he was really more wronged than Doi.